Welcome, dear friends, to a cozy evening by the fireplace. Thank you for choosing to spend your time here with us tonight. As you settle in, let the warmth of the glowing fire help you relax and unwind, for relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. May the stories we share tonight bring you peace and a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Remember, you can enjoy these tales ad-free on our Patreon. Now, let's journey into the realm of dreams together. Story 1. Story 2. In the quiet corner of the cosmos, where starlight pooled like liquid silver and nebulae draped themselves across the darkness like sleepy curtains, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was here that two beings from distant worlds found themselves drawn together by the gentle pull of curiosity and loneliness. The first was a being from the crystalline forests of Lyra 7, whose form shimmered with soft inner light. They communicated not with words, but with shifting patterns of color that danced across their translucent skin, joy appearing as swirling gold, curiosity as gentle aquamarine, and comfort as deep, soothing violet. Their name, in the language of light, translated roughly to glimmer. The second was a creature from the harmonic seas of Cygnus Minor, whose body resonated with gentle vibrations. They spoke through melodic hums and harmonious frequencies that could convey entire conversations in a single sustained note. Their name resonated as hum. Their first meeting was a symphony of confusion. Glimmer had been tending to the station's garden, a miraculous place where earth ferns grew alongside glowing mushrooms from distant moons and silver-leafed vines that chimed softly in the recycled air. When hum entered, their natural humming frequency caused the crystal flowers to vibrate at a pitch that made Glimmer's light patterns scatter into frantic orange sparks of alarm. Hum, misunderstanding the colorful display as hostility, responded by emitting a low, protective drone that made the garden's glass leaves tremble. For 3 solar cycles they avoided each other, Glimmer retreating to the Starlight Observatory dome, Hum finding solace near the station's harmonic core. The breakthrough came during a meteor shower that painted the observation dome with streaks of cosmic light. Both found themselves drawn to the spectacle, though they kept to opposite sides of the circular room. As a particularly brilliant meteor traced its path across the darkness, Glimmer unconsciously pulsed with soft silver light, their pattern for wonder. Hum, watching the same display, responded with a gentle harmonic hum that perfectly matched the silver light's rhythm. Slowly, tentatively, they began to build bridges of understanding. Glimmer learned that Hum's vibrations could help crystals grow more brilliant, while Hum discovered that Glimmer's light patterns could harmonize with their music to create new, beautiful frequencies. Together, they created a shared sanctuary in the station's neglected solarium, transforming it into a garden where light and sound danced together. There were moments of delightful misunderstanding. Hum once tried to express gratitude by harmonizing with the station's morning alarm, resulting in a cacophony that made Glimmer's light patterns flicker with what could only be described as cosmic laughter. Glimmer, attempting to reciprocate friendship, once pulsed such intense golden light that it temporarily reset all the station's chronometers. Their greatest challenge came when a solar flare disrupted the station's systems, dimming the lights and silencing the harmonic generators. In the semi-darkness, with emergency systems humming erratically, they huddled together in their garden sanctuary. Glimmer glowed with steady, reassuring violet light, while Hum produced a low, calming drone that stabilized the failing systems through resonance alone. In that moment of shared effort, they discovered they could understand each other perfectly, not through translation, but through intention. The warmth of Glimmer's light conveyed comfort as clearly as Hum's steady vibrations communicated protection. As the crisis passed, they returned to their favorite ritual, floating together in the observatory, watching distant stars being born and dying in brilliant supernova. Glimmer's light patterns would trace constellations, while Hum's harmonies echoed the music of the spheres. They needed no common language beyond the shared wonder in their hearts. The Starlight Haven became known throughout that sector as a place of peace and cross-cultural friendship. Travelers from many worlds would visit the garden where light and music grew together, learning that kindness needs no translation, that it shines through in every color, resonates in every frequency, and blooms in every heart across the vast, star-dusted darkness. And every evening, as the station rotated into the gentle shadow of a gas giant, the two friends would meet in their sanctuary. Glimmer would pulse soft golden patterns across the crystalline leaves, while Hum would hum the station to sleep with lullabies older than worlds, their friendship a quiet testament to the truth that across all the cold emptiness of space, warmth always finds warmth, and lonely hearts always recognize their counterparts in the light. Story 3. The cottage at the edge of the Whispering Woods stood quiet and still, its thatched roof dusted with the first silver of evening frost. Inside, by the hearth where embers sighed their crimson dreams into the darkness, a young soul named Kaelen sat wrapped in a worn woolen blanket. To any who might glance his way, he seemed an ordinary boy, but Kaelen carried a secret that hummed just beneath his skin. You see, Kaelen was changing. It had begun subtly, a shimmer like morning dew along his wrists when he felt particularly shy, a soft glow behind his eyes when a kind thought crossed his mind. At first it frightened him. Change often does. But as the days grew shorter and the nights longer, he began to understand that this was no curse. It was a quiet, patient becoming. One evening, as Kaelen traced the patterns of frost on his window pane, he noticed something new. Tiny, crystalline patterns had begun to form along his fingertips, delicate and intricate as snowflakes, fading in and out with each breath. He curled his hands into fists, hiding them away. It was then that a soft knock came at his door. An old woman stood there, her cloak the color of twilight, and her eyes holding the gentle patience of ancient stones. She introduced herself as Lyra, a traveler who had lost her way. Without a word, Kaelen's mother welcomed her in, offering tea and a seat by the fire. Kaelen watched her carefully. There was something about her, a stillness, a knowing, that made the shimmer along his arms settle like dust motes in a sunbeam. That night, as Lyra prepared to leave, she paused beside Kaelen. Change, she said softly, is only the world's way of asking us to grow. Do not fear what shines within you. And with those words, she was gone. The following morning, Kaelen awoke to find that a single, perfect white flower had bloomed on his windowsill, a flower that had not been there the night before. Its petals were edged in silver, and it seemed to pulse with a soft, inner light. He reached out, and as his still shimmering fingers brushed the bloom, it glowed a little brighter. This small, silent exchange became the first of many victories. Kaelen began spending more time outdoors, especially in the neglected garden behind the cottage. It was there that he noticed something peculiar. Where he walked, small patches of moss turned emerald and velvety. Where he paused to rest, shy buds pushed through the thawing earth. The garden, it seemed, was responding to him, or rather, to the change within him. One afternoon, as he sat beneath the old oak tree at the garden's heart, feeling particularly uncertain, Lyra appeared once more. She carried a small basket filled with seeds of every kind, some like pearls, others like drops of midnight. Every change begins with a seed, she told him, her voice like the rustle of leaves. Some are planted by choice, others by chance, but all must be nurtured with patience and kindness. She showed him how to press the seeds into the soft earth, how to whisper encouragement to them, how to trust that beneath the soil, silent and sure, transformation was already underway. Kaelen listened, and as he worked, the shimmer along his skin deepened from silver to a soft, gold-tinged light. With each passing day, Kaelen returned to the garden. He spoke to the seeds. He sang to the saplings. He learned to sit in stillness, watching as the world around him, and within him, shifted and bloomed. The flowers that grew where he tended were unlike any others. Roses that glowed like captured moonlight, violets that chimed softly in the breeze, and ivy that curled into patterns of comforting embrace. And Kaelen, too, continued to change. The crystalline patterns on his skin now covered his arms like delicate lacework, glowing softly in rhythm with his heartbeat. When he laughed, small lights like fireflies danced around him. When he was thoughtful, the air around him smelled of rain and fresh-turned earth. Yet there were still moments of doubt. Days when the changes felt too strange, too other. On one such gray morning, as Kaelen sat hunched on the garden bench, hugging his knees, Lyra came and sat beside him. She did not speak, but simply waited. After a long silence, Kaelen whispered, "What if I don't know what I'm becoming?" Lyra smiled. "Perhaps that is the most beautiful part. A caterpillar does not know the colors of its own wings until it emerges. Trust the process, dear one. You are not losing yourself. You are remembering what you have always been." She placed a small, smooth stone in his hand, a river stone, worn soft by time and water. "Carry this when you feel uncertain. Let it remind you that even the hardest of things can be shaped gently, over time." Kaelen clutched the stone, and as he did, he felt a warmth spread through his palm. The stone began to glow with the same soft light that now lived within him. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Kaelen walked to the center of the garden. He knelt on the soft earth and closed his eyes. For the first time, he did not fight the change. He welcomed it. He let the light within him rise and swell, spilling out into the world around him. And the garden responded. Flowers of every hue and fragrance burst into bloom, their colors shifting and swirling like liquid light. Trees swayed as if in dance, their leaves whispering secrets of growth and renewal. The very air hummed with magic, gentle, kind, and alive. When Kaelen opened his eyes, he found that he was surrounded by a soft, golden cocoon of light, a visible manifestation of his own transformation. It was not a barrier, but an embrace. Within it, he felt safe. Within it, he felt whole. Slowly, the cocoon began to fade, melting into the air like morning mist. And as it did, Kaelen saw that he had changed once more. The crystalline patterns were gone, replaced by a gentle, constant glow that seemed to emanate from within him. His eyes held the depth of forest pools, and when he moved, it was with a grace that spoke of roots and wings all at once. Lyra stood at the edge of the garden, her smile brighter than the emerging stars. "You see," she said, "you were never breaking, you were blooming." Kaelen looked down at his hands, no longer shimmering but steady and sure. He understood now. The changes were not something to be endured, but to be cherished. They were the language of his own growth, the map of his becoming. That night, as Kaelen prepared for sleep, he placed the glowing river stone on his windowsill beside the silver-edged flower. He knew that this was not an ending. It was a beginning, a quiet, gentle opening into a world of possibilities. And as he drifted into dreams, the garden outside continued to bloom, each petal and leaf whispering the same soft truth. Change is not something to fear. It is a kind of magic, a slow, patient, beautiful unfurling. And within each of us lies a seed waiting for the right moment to grow. Story 4. In a village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young person who felt slightly out of place with the world. Their hair was the color of moonlight, and their footsteps made no sound upon the earth. While other children laughed boisterously and played games of chase, they preferred the quiet company of books, the soft murmur of the stream, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. They often felt as though they were wrapped in an invisible cocoon, safe but separate. Each morning they would wake to find small, silvery scales dusting their arms like morning dew. At first they tried to brush them away, hiding them under long sleeves, but the scales always returned, shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. They didn't know it yet, but these were the first signs of a beautiful metamorphosis, one that mirrored the quiet, patient unfolding of a flower at dawn. One afternoon, while wandering at the edge of the forest where wild roses tangled with ivy, they came upon a garden unlike any they had ever seen. Flowers here did not bloom in ordinary ways. Some petals changed color with the shifting light, others hummed softly when the wind passed through them. In the center of this garden stood an old gardener with eyes the color of earth after rain and hands that seemed to know the language of every root and stem. "You look like you could use a friend," the gardener said, not turning from the lavender bush they were gently pruning. The young person hesitated, then nodded. "I don't feel like I belong anywhere." The gardener smiled, a slow and warm expression that felt like sunshine after a long winter. Belonging isn't about fitting in, it's about finding the soil where your own roots can grow. They gestured to a patch of earth where nothing seemed to be growing. "Why don't you try planting something?" So began their visits to the garden. Each day they would arrive with a new kind of seed, given freely by the gardener, and planted in that empty patch. At first, nothing happened. The earth remained dark and still. But the gardener was never impatient. Seeds need time, they would say. Just like people. One evening, as the young person sat quietly, feeling particularly lonely, they noticed a soft glow emanating from their palms. The silvery scales had spread, and now they pulsed with a gentle light. To their surprise, a single seed they had planted days before began to sprout. A slender green stem pushed through the soil, and at its tip a bud formed, small and tightly closed, but alive. The gardener appeared then, as if summoned by the moment. "Ah," they said softly, "it responds to you." "What does it mean?" the young person asked, their voice barely a whisper. "It means you're beginning to listen to yourself," the gardener replied. "This garden grows with understanding. The more you accept who you are, the more it will show you who you can become." And so, little by little, the garden began to change. With each small victory, a moment of courage, a spark of curiosity, a flicker of self-compassion, a new flower would bloom. When the young person finally admitted aloud that they loved studying the stars, a cluster of night-blooming jasmine unfolded, its scent sweet and mysterious. When they shared a story with the gardener, marigolds burst into fiery orange blossoms, swaying as if applauding. The silvery scales continued to spread, now tracing delicate patterns along their neck and cheeks. They no longer hid them. Instead, they began to see the beauty in this transformation, how the light they carried within was finally finding its way to the surface. One rainy afternoon, the young person arrived at the garden feeling heavy-hearted. They had tried to join the other villagers in a celebration, but had felt overwhelmed and out of place. The gardener was waiting beneath a willow tree, its leaves shimmering with droplets that caught the light like tiny prisms. "Some changes feel like storms," the gardener said gently. "But storms water the seeds we've planted." They walked together to the now vibrant garden patch. Flowers of every hue nodded in the rain, their colors deeper and richer than before. And there in the center was a cocoon hanging from a slender branch, not of silk, but of light and shadow, woven from something magical and unseen. "That's yours," the gardener said. "You've been building it all along." For the first time, the young person understood. The cocoon was not a barrier, it was a sanctuary. A place where they could gather all the parts of themselves, all the quiet dreams and hidden strengths, and prepare to emerge. Weeks passed. The garden flourished, and so did the young person. They began to spend more time among the villagers, not by changing who they were, but by sharing what they loved, reading stories to the children, pointing out constellations on clear nights, helping to tend other gardens. With each act of kindness, each moment of genuine connection, their inner light glowed brighter. Then came the morning when the cocoon began to shimmer with a radiance that rivaled the dawn. The young person stood before it, the gardener quietly beside them. There was no fear, only a sense of peaceful anticipation. Slowly the cocoon dissolved into 1,000 points of light, and from within emerged not a creature of wings or feathers, but a being wrapped in soft, luminous cloth that seemed woven from starlight and mist. Their skin still carried the silvery patterns, but now they gleamed with a gentle confidence, and their eyes held the quiet wisdom of someone who has learned to love their own transformation. The gardener placed a hand on their shoulder. You see, it was never about becoming someone else. It was about becoming more yourself. The young person looked around at the garden, now bursting with flowers that turned toward them as if in greeting. They understood then that this was not an ending, but a beginning. They had grown roots in this soil of self-acceptance, and now it was time to help others plant their own seeds. And so, they became the keeper of the garden. Villagers young and old would visit, sharing their worries and wonders, and the young person would offer them a seed, a kind word, or simply a listening presence. With each person who found a moment of peace among the blooming flowers, the garden grew just a little larger, its magic a little brighter. Under the moonlit sky, the young person, now a gentle guide, would sometimes pause and remember their own journey. They would trace the silvery patterns on their arm, no longer questioning them, but grateful for the light they carried, and the light they could now help others find. And in the quiet of the night, the garden hummed with a soft, contented melody, a lullaby of growth and grace, reminding all who listened that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise. Story 5. In a little house at the edge of a sleepy village, where the roof tiles were the color of weathered terracotta and the window boxes overflowed with fragrant lavender, there lived a quiet child who often felt the world was just a little too big. On this particular evening, a gentle rain had begun to fall, its soft pitter-patter a steady rhythm against the window panes. The scent of damp earth and blooming jasmine drifted through a slightly ajar window, carrying with it the distant, silvery chime of evening bells from the village square. Seeking a distraction from the lonely feeling that sometimes settled in their chest like a small, cold stone, the child decided to explore the one place in the house that still held mystery, the attic. It was a place of shadows and forgotten things, accessed by a creaking pull-down ladder that groaned a friendly protest as it was lowered. The air in the attic was thick and still, smelling sweetly of aged paper, dried lavender sachets, and polished wood. A single dust-filmed window let in the fading grayish light of the rainy evening, illuminating countless dancing dust motes. With a soft thump, the child's feet landed on the worn floorboards, and the exploration began. There were trunks filled with clothes from another time, their fabrics whispering secrets of long-ago parties. There were stacks of books with gilded spines, and a forgotten rocking horse with one glass eye missing, staring mournfully into the gloom. It was behind this old horse, tucked into a small, cedar-lined drawer they had never noticed before, that the child's fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. It was a compass. But it was unlike any compass they had ever seen. Its brass case was intricately engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change when looked at from the corner of the eye. Instead of pointing north, its single, pearlescent needle quivered and spun slowly, as if searching for something it had lost. It felt warm to the touch, and a low, comforting hum, almost like a cat's purr, vibrated gently against their palm. This was no ordinary compass. It was a seeker, a finder of things not found on any map. Just then, a soft rustle came from a stack of old quilts in the corner. A moment later, a sleek black cat with eyes the color of emeralds emerged, stretching luxuriously. This was the house's longtime resident, a creature of immense dignity and few words, who communicated mostly through expressive blinks and the occasional deliberate purr. "That," the cat said in a voice that was little more than a velvety rumble, "is not for finding places. It is for finding your way." The child started, for while the cat was a known and beloved friend, it had never before chosen to speak. "My way to where?" the child asked, their voice a hushed whisper in the quiet attic. The needle on the compass gave a sudden, decisive twitch, pointing not toward the attic door, but toward a far wall, behind a large, sheet-draped mirror. "It would seem," the cat purred, leaping gracefully down from the quilts to weave figure-eights around the child's ankles, "it wishes to show you. The journey is not measured in miles, little one. It is measured in heartbeats." Pushing aside the dusty sheet, the child discovered not a solid wall, but a small, low door they had never seen, its wood dark with age and its iron handle shaped like a sleeping fox. The compass's hum grew louder, a gentle, encouraging thrum. Taking a deep breath that smelled of courage and old cedar, the child turned the handle. The door did not open onto the other side of the house, or even onto the rainy evening outside. Instead, it opened onto a path. A path made of softly glowing stepping stones that wound a way through a twilight wood filled with the scent of pine needles and damp moss. The sounds of the rain were replaced by the gentle drip, drip, drip of water from leaves and the distant, melodic gurgle of a hidden stream. Their first steps onto the path were timid, but the compass felt warm and sure in their hand, its needle holding steady, pointing forward. The black cat followed, its tail held high like a banner. They hadn't walked for more than a few minutes when the path led them to a small, clear pond. Sitting on a mossy stone at the water's edge was a badger, wearing a tiny, round pair of spectacles and peering intently into the depths, as if reading a book written on the water's surface. "HMPH," the badger grunted without looking up. His voice was gruff but not unkind, like stones rubbing together in a friendly way. "Lost, are you?" I'm not sure," the child admitted. "This compass led me here." At that, the badger looked up, his spectacles glinting. "Ah, the heart's needle, it doesn't lead the lost, it leads the searching. What is it you seek?" The child thought for a moment. The cold stone of loneliness felt heavy. "I suppose I seek a place where I feel I fit, a feeling of being enough." The badger nodded sagely. "A worthy quest, but you cannot find what is already within you by walking outward. You must look inward. The path ahead is mirrored by the path inside. Patience is your guide now." He pointed a stubby claw toward the pond. "The water is still. Look, listen." The child knelt. Their reflection was there, but blurred by the soft twilight. They could hear their own heartbeat, a steady, reassuring drum in the quiet wood. They stayed there for what felt like a long time, just breathing, the cat purring softly beside them, the badger a silent, steady presence. The feeling of urgency began to melt away, replaced by a simple, patient calm. Thanking the badger, they continued on, the path now leading upward onto a hill. The trees began to thin, and a cool breeze carried the sound of tiny, tinkling bells. At the crest of the hill stood a small stone wall, and sitting upon it was a little owl with feathers the color of cinnamon and milk. "Woo-woo goes there?" the owl asked, her voice a soft, melodic chime that matched the bells on the wind. "It's just me," the child said. The owl swiveled her head nearly all the way around. "Just you, nonsense. You are a universe of thoughts and feelings and wonders. The compass chose you, did it not? It does not make mistakes." She hopped closer. "The next part of the path is dark. It winds through the whispering tunnel. The shadows there speak your doubts back to you. Your cleverness will be your light. Remember that the voices are just echoes. They have no power you do not give them." The child's grip on the compass tightened. The entrance to the tunnel was a dark archway woven from the roots of an ancient, enormous tree. Taking a deep breath, they stepped inside. It was instantly dark and cold, and the whispers began. They were their own thoughts, amplified and twisted. "You're not brave enough, you don't belong, you'll never find what you're looking for." For a moment, fear threatened to freeze them in place. But then they remembered the owl's words. "Your cleverness will be your light." They thought of the badger's lesson in patience. And they thought of the cat's steadfast presence, a soft swish of its tail against their leg in the gloom. Instead of fighting the whispers, the child did something clever. They began to answer them, kindly and firmly. "It's true," they whispered to the darkness, their own voice surprisingly steady. "I was scared to come up here, but I did it anyway. That is bravery." To the next whisper they said, "I may not fit everywhere, but I fit right here on this journey with my friends. That is belonging." And to the last they said, "I am already finding it. The journey itself is the finding." With every kind answer, a small, soft light bloomed within the compass's glass face, pushing back the shadows. Their words, filled with newfound wisdom and kindness, were the light the owl had spoken of. Soon the tunnel was no longer frightening, but simply a quiet passage, and at its end was a soft, golden glow. They emerged into the most wonderful place they had ever seen. It was a small, circular clearing. The ground was covered in a carpet of soft, luminous moss. In the center grew a tree with silver bark and leaves that chimed softly together in the breeze, creating the beautiful bell-like music they had heard. Fireflies drifted like living stars, and the air was warm and smelled of honey and vanilla. It was the very essence of safety and comfort. But the clearing was empty. There was no grand treasure, no secret answer waiting for them. For a moment the child's heart sank. Had the journey been for nothing? Then the cat spoke, its purr a contented rumble. "You have arrived." "But there's nothing here," the child said, confusion mingling with disappointment. "Look at your compass," the cat murmured. The child looked down. The pearlescent needle was no longer spinning or pointing. It was perfectly, utterly still. And as they watched, the engraved patterns on the brass case settled into a clear, simple message: "You are here." And in that moment, the cold stone of loneliness in their chest dissolved completely, replaced by a glowing warmth that spread all through them. The journey had not been to a place on a map, but back to themselves. The courage to explore the attic, the patience to listen by the pond, the cleverness and kindness to light their own way through the dark, these were the treasures they had been seeking all along. This feeling of peace, of being complete and enough, right here and right now, was the extraordinary secret the ordinary compass had revealed. They sat down in the soft moss, the cat curling up in their lap, its purring a vibration of pure contentment. They listened to the chiming leaves and watched the fireflies dance. They were, for the first time in a long time, perfectly and completely at home, because they were at home within themselves. After a long, peaceful while, they found the small door again, right there at the edge of the clearing. They stepped back through into the familiar, dusty attic, the compass now quiet and cool in their hand, its secret kept safe. They closed the little door, and it faded back into the wall, becoming once more a secret waiting for the next seeking heart. Descending the ladder, they returned to their room just as the rain outside slowed to a gentle drip, drip, drip from the overflowing gutters. The distant bells had fallen silent, and the world was hushed and ready for sleep. They placed the compass on their bedside table, and as they climbed under their quilt, they felt not small or lonely, but vast and connected, full of the courage and kindness they had discovered on their journey. And as they drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, they knew the most extraordinary secret of all, that the greatest adventures and the most magical treasures are never far away. They are always waiting, hidden in plain sight, within our own courageous, patient, and kind hearts. Story 6. The village of Willowbrook was a place where the ordinary and extraordinary danced together like fireflies on a summer evening. Nestled in a gentle valley where the river hummed lullabies and the clock tower chimed with the softness of a mother's whisper, it was known for two things: the kindest hearts in all the land and the most curious little mysteries. Our story begins on an autumn evening, just as the last rays of sun dipped behind the purple hills. A soft, misty rain had begun to fall, tapping gently on rooftops and leaves like tiny, invisible fingers. In her cottage at the edge of the village, a young baker was just closing her shutters when she noticed something peculiar. The stars above Willowbrook, usually so bright and plentiful, seemed fewer than usual. As she looked closer, she realized with a soft gasp that the constellation of the Silver Swan, which always watched over the village, was missing entirely. Now this baker, let us call her Cora, was known for her patience and her keen eye. Where others might have panicked, she simply pulled her woolen shawl tighter and pondered. She remembered an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the swan takes flight from sight, seek the map drawn in starlight. Follow where the rainbows sleep, secrets that the glen will keep. Cora hummed the tune softly, the words weaving through her thoughts like the scent of cinnamon through her warm kitchen. She decided she would look into the matter at first light. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz. Old Finn, the clockmaker, declared that his finest pendulum clock was now ticking backwards. Miss Lyra, the florist, rushed into the town square exclaiming that her entire patch of moon petals, flowers that normally glowed silver, had turned a deep, dreamy blue overnight. And young Leo, the shepherd boy, reported that the stream near the elderberry grove now flowed uphill. Cora listened to everyone with a gentle, attentive smile. She brought baskets of still warm hazelnut buns to share, and as the villagers nibbled and murmured, she noticed something. Each strange occurrence seemed tied to a place, mentioned in her grandmother's rhyme. She found Finn polishing his spectacles by the fountain. "The clock only turned backwards after you wound it with the silver key, didn't it?" she asked softly. Finn nodded, and Cora noticed the key had a tiny, almost invisible swan engraved on its bow. Next, she visited Miss Alara's garden. The moon petals were indeed a stunning sapphire blue, and they shimmered as if dusted with frost. "Did you use water from the western well to tend them yesterday?" Cora inquired. Miss Lyra blinked in surprise. "Why, yes, how did you know?" Cora simply smiled and patted her hand. Her wanderings led her next to the elderberry grove, where the stream gurgled merrily upwards. Leo was sitting on a mossy stone, looking puzzled but delighted. "It's warmer this way," he told Cora, "and it smells like honey." Cora dipped her fingers in the water and brought them to her lips. It did taste faintly of honey and something else, something like starlight. That evening, Cora spread an old map of Willowbrook on her oak table. The map was dotted with faded constellations, each marking a special place in the village. With a candle flickering beside her and the distant chime of the clock tower drifting through her window, she began to connect the points. The silver swan's wingtip touched the old well. Its beak pointed toward the elderberry grove. Its tail feathers brushed against Finn's clock tower, and its heart rested right over the village square. Just then, a thought struck her like a soft chime. What if the missing stars weren't lost, but hidden? What if they were waiting to be found? The next day, Cora gathered the villagers. "I believe," she said in her calm, clear voice, "that our village is not in danger, but on the verge of a wonderful discovery. The rhyme says to seek the map drawn in starlight. I think we must follow the path of the swan." And so, hand in hand, they did. First, they went to the western well. As they peered inside, they didn't see water, but a reflection of the night sky, complete with the missing swan constellation shimmering up at them. Finn, in his excitement, dropped his silver key into the well. instead of a splash, they heard a sound like wind chimes. Next, they followed the sound to the elderberry grove. The upside-down stream now glimmered with a soft, silvery light. Miss Lyra dipped a watering can into it and sprinkled the water on her blue moon petals. Instantly they turned not back to silver, but began to glow in shifting colors, rose, gold, violet, as if holding rainbows within their petals. Lastly, they arrived at the clock tower. Finn's backward-sticking clock now chimed in reverse, each tone unlocking a memory, the laughter of children, the scent of baking bread, the warmth of shared stories. And with the final chime, the silver swan constellation reappeared in the sky, brighter and closer than ever before. But the greatest surprise awaited them in the village square. There in the very center, a new flower had bloomed overnight. It had petals like liquid starlight and a center that shimmered like a tiny galaxy. Around it the cobblestones now glowed with soft, swirling patterns, the same constellations from Cora's map etched in light. They realized then what had happened. The peculiar happenings were not troubles but invitations, to look closer, to remember, to come together. The missing stars had hidden themselves so the villagers would seek them out and rediscover the magic in their own hearts and history. That night, as the gentle rain returned and the wind chimes sang their glassy songs, the people of Willowbrook gathered around the new starlight flower. They shared stories and sweets, and Cora passed around one last batch of hazelnut buns, now sprinkled with edible silver dust that glittered like captured starlight. And as they looked up at the silver swan, now shining more brightly than ever, they understood that some mysteries are not meant to frighten or confuse, but to remind us that wonder is always near, waiting for curious hearts and kind eyes to find it. The clock tower chimed softly, the stream hummed its upside-down lullaby, and one by one the villagers drifted to their homes, wrapped in the cozy certainty that their world was even more magical than they had dreamed. And high above, the stars twinkled in agreement, keeping their gentle watch over the little village where mysteries were solved with empathy, and every ending felt like a warm, welcoming beginning. Story 7. In a cozy valley where the rivers flowed backwards and the trees grew their leaves in polka-dot patterns, there lived 3 peculiar friends. First was a dragon with scales the color of a stormy twilight who collected teacups. Not gold or jewels, mind you, but delicate porcelain teacups with floral patterns and gilded edges. His name was Ponder, and his sneezes made little puffs of lavender-scented smoke. His best friend was a cloud shepherd named Nimbus, who wore a sweater knitted from actual sunset colors and carried a crook that hummed when it rained. Nimbus tended a flock of fluffy, docile clouds that drifted over the valley, occasionally dripping gentle rain that tasted faintly of lemonade. The third friend was a dream painter called Lumina, who carried a palette of soft, glowing colors and painted dreams onto children's windowsills at night. Her brushes were made of dandelion fluff and spider silk, and she always had a pocket full of stardust for particularly vivid nightmares that needed extra softening. One afternoon, the 3 friends gathered at the upside-down tea shop, where the tables hung from the ceiling and the chairs clung to the floor, and the teapots poured upwards. Ponder was particularly excited. He had just added a splendid new teacup to his collection, one with butterflies that seemed to flutter when steam rose from the tea. "Oh, it's simply splendid," Ponder exclaimed, holding the cup delicately between his claws. "I found it near the Whispering Wells, where the puddles reflect yesterday's weather." Nimbus nodded, sipping his tea which, true to the shop's nature, flowed upward into his mouth. "Lovely," he murmured. "But my clouds have been acting rather peculiar today. They keep hiccuping." As if on cue, one of Nimbus's clouds drifted too close to the tea shop and let out a soft hic-hic whoosh, releasing a shower of tiny, shimmering raindrops that tinkled like wind chimes as they fell. Lumina smiled, stirring her tea with a brush. "Perhaps they've caught a case of the giggles," she suggested. It's going around. I had to paint extra laughter into little Milo's dream last night. But just then, Ponder felt a tickle in his snout. "Oh dear," he said, his nostrils twitching. "I think I'm about to achoo." Now, a dragon's sneeze is no small thing. This one came with a puff of lavender smoke and a sound like a confused trumpet, honk-shoom. And it sent Ponder's new teacup flying from his claws. The cup soared through the air, spinning gracefully, before landing right side up on a floating saucer that had been drifting lazily near the ceiling. For a moment, everything was still. Then the butterflies on the cup began to flutter in earnest, and the teacup lifted gently into the air, floating like a tiny porcelain hot air balloon. "Oh my," said Ponder, his eyes wide. "I didn't know it could do that." Nimbus chuckled. "It seems your sneeze enchanted it." But their amusement turned to concern when the teacup drifted out the open window, bobbing merrily on the breeze. The three friends rushed outside, which, in the upside-down tea shop, meant climbing down from the ceiling and up from the floor, and watched as the cup floated toward the inside-out forest, where the bark grew on the inside of the trees and the leaves rustled on the inside of the branches. "We must retrieve it," said Ponder anxiously. "It's one of my favorites." So off they went, following the floating teacup on its whimsical journey. Nimbus whistled, and one of his clouds, a particularly fluffy one named Cumulo, drifted down to carry them. They climbed aboard, and Cumulo set off with a soft whoosh, floating after the enchanted cup. As they sailed over the backwards river, which flowed from the sea to the mountains, much to the confusion of the fish, they noticed something odd. The teacup seemed to be leaving a trail of sparkling, steam-like mist behind it. Where the mist touched the water, the river burbled happily and began flowing sideways for a moment before remembering itself and continuing backwards. "It's causing quite the stir," Lumina observed, her dream painter's eyes noticing the way the mist made the world just a little dreamier. Soon they reached the inside-out forest. The trees were indeed inside out, with the smooth, pale wood on the outside and the rough bark hidden within. The leaves rustled softly from inside the trunks, creating a sound like far-away whispers. The teacup floated gently between the trees, occasionally pausing as if admiring the view. But then, disaster. Well, a very gentle, silly disaster. The cup drifted too close to a sneezy, snapping tulip, a flower that, when approached, would let out a pollen sneeze that sounded like a tiny achoo-boing. The tulip sneezed, and the burst of pollen sent the teacup spinning off course, right into a thicket of giggle grass. Now giggle grass is exactly what it sounds like, grass that giggles when touched. As the cup landed among the blades, the whole patch erupted into soft, tinkling laughter. Tee-hee-hee-hick. The grass giggled so hard that it tangled around the teacup, holding it fast. "Oh dear," said Ponder, as they landed Cumulo nearby. "However will we get it out?" Nimbus tried using his crook to gently untangle the grass, but the grass just giggled harder and wrapped itself tighter. Lumina attempted to paint a calming dream onto the grass, but the giggles were too contagious, and soon she was chuckling too. Ponder had an idea. "Perhaps if I sneeze again," he suggested. "The first sneeze made it float, maybe another will reverse it." So he concentrated, thinking of ticklish feathers and fuzzy caterpillars, until he felt a sneeze building. Chew. This sneeze was even more powerful than the last. It came with a burst of peppermint-scented smoke and a sound like a kazoo being sat on, FOOMP honk. The force of it blew the giggle grass flat, and the teacup, freed from its tangled prison, shot straight up into the air. But now it had too much energy. Instead of floating gently, it zipped around like a confused bumblebee, buzzing past their heads and leaving loops of sparkly mist in its wake. "It's gone hyper," cried Nimbus, ducking as the cup whizzed by his ear. Lumina watched the cup's chaotic path, her head tilted. You know, she said thoughtfully, I think it's not the sneeze that's the problem. It's their excitement. The cup is overstimulated. Ponder blinked. Overstimulated. How do we calm down a teacup? With tea, of course, Lumina replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. So they hurried back to the upside-down tea shop, with a hyperactive teacup zipping and zooming behind them. Once there, Ponder quickly prepared a pot of his most soothing tea, sleep-a-time lavender with a hint of honeyed moonbeam. As the tea steamed upwards from the pot, Lumina gently guided the frantic cup with her brush, herding it toward the soft, rising steam. The cup hesitated, then dipped slightly, as if sniffing the aroma. Slowly it descended until it was hovering right above the teapot, basking in the warm, calming vapors. The butterflies on its surface stopped their frantic fluttering and began to move in slow, graceful patterns. The sparkly mist trailing behind it faded to a gentle glow. With a soft plink, the cup settled onto the table, right side up and perfectly calm. Ponder let out a sigh of relief. Oh, thank goodness. He carefully poured tea into the cup, and they all watched as the steam rose in lazy curls. Nimbus smiled. It just needed a little stillness, he said. Lumina nodded. Sometimes when things get too hectic, all we need is a warm cup of tea and a quiet moment. They sat together, sipping tea as the upside-down shop gently swayed. Outside, Nimbus's clouds drifted peacefully, no longer hiccuping. The backwards river flowed serenely on its confusing but cheerful path, and the inside-out forest whispered its inside-leaf secrets. That night, as Lumina painted dreams onto windowsills, she made sure to include a little floating teacup in each one, drifting calmly through a starlit sky. And if the children smiled in their sleep, well, that was exactly as it should be. And so, in that valley where rivers flowed backwards and trees wore polka dots, three friends learned that even the most frantic of days could be softened with patience, friendship, and a good cup of tea. The fire crackles softly now, and the stars twinkle outside your window. May your dreams be gentle and your rest be deep. Good night. Story 8. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane, a soft pit-pat that seemed to count the quiet heartbeats of the evening. Inside, the fire crackled and popped, casting dancing orange shadows that leapt across the room like playful spirits. It was on such an evening that a young boy, feeling the peculiar emptiness that sometimes follows a long day, found himself drawn to the attic. The stairs groaned a gentle protest as he climbed, each step releasing the sweet, dusty scent of forgotten things and dried lavender. A single bare bulb hung from the rafters, its light pale and hesitant, as if apologizing for disturbing the slumber of memories. In the far corner, tucked beneath a moth-eaten quilt that smelled of cedar and thyme, sat an old trunk with brass fittings that gleamed dully in the faint light. His fingers traced the cool metal of the lock, which sprung open with a satisfying click. Inside, nestled among yellowed letters and faded photographs, lay a music box. It was carved from dark wood, polished smooth by generations of touch, with inlaid patterns of silver that swirled like captured starlight. On its lid was a scene of a forest at twilight, with tiny crystal dewdrops scattered among the leaves. When he lifted the lid, instead of a tinkling melody, a soft, warm light spilled out, accompanied by the faint, sweet smell of honey and autumn apples. The light coalesced into the form of a tiny, shimmering creature no larger than his thumb, with wings like stained glass and eyes that held the deep, patient wisdom of ancient trees. "Ah," the creature said in a voice like wind chimes. "I wondered when someone might come." The boy, whose name was Leo, could only stare, his breath caught somewhere between wonder and disbelief. "I am the keeper of the unfinished song," the creature explained, alighting on the edge of the music box. "Long ago a piece of music was begun here, a melody of courage and kindness, but it was never completed. Without its final notes, the world has grown a little colder, a little more uncertain. Leo found his voice, soft as thistledown. How can it be finished? The one who completes it must journey to the heartwood, said the keeper. But the journey is not measured in miles. It is measured in moments of true courage, the kind that whispers rather than shouts. And so Leo's extraordinary journey began not by stepping out the door, but by sitting cross-legged on the dusty attic floorboards, the music box cradled in his lap. His first helper arrived with a soft thump and a questioning MRO. It was the old house cat, a ginger tabby with fur like autumn leaves and one ear slightly crumpled from a long-ago adventure. She settled beside him, purring like a tiny engine, her tail twitching with curiosity. Old Whiskers knows the way to patience, the keeper chimed softly. Listen to her purr, each rumble is a lesson in waiting without worry. Next came a faint scratching from the wall, followed by the appearance of a small field mouse with bright, bead-like eyes and whiskers that quivered with nervous excitement. She carried a tiny acorn cap filled with dew, which she offered with a shy squeak. Pip knows the way of small kindnesses, the keeper said. Watch how she shares what little she has without hesitation. Thus accompanied, Leo's journey unfolded in the cozy confines of the attic. The challenge came when they reached a dark corner where shadows clung thick and heavy like cobwebs. From within the darkness came a faint, trembling sound, a whimper of fear. There lies the guardian of doubt, whispered the keeper. It feeds on uncertainty and grows strong on fear. Old Whiskers arched her back and hissed, but Leo placed a gentle hand on her head. No, he said softly. That's not the way. Remembering Pip's lesson, he took the acorn cap of dew and carefully placed a drop of water in his palm. Then, thinking of Old Whisker's patience, he sat quietly and waited. A moment passed, then two. Slowly a shadow detached itself from the darkness, a small, trembling creature made of smoke and moonlight, with eyes wide with fright. I'm lost, it whispered, its voice like rustling leaves. The shadows are so cold. Instead of recoiling, Leo extended his hand, the dewdrop catching the faint light. You can share our warmth, he said. The shadow creature hesitated, then slowly, carefully, touched the droplet. As it did, the shadow began to shimmer, transforming into a being of soft, silver light. The dark corner filled with a gentle radiance, and from within the light came the clear, sweet note of a bell. That was the first note of the song, the keeper said, its own light brightening. Courage that offers comfort instead of conflict. The next challenge appeared as a tangle of forgotten knitting yarn that seemed to shift and rearrange itself into an impossible maze. The path of confusion, the keeper announced. Many turn back here, frustrated by what seems unsolvable. Pip the mouse squeaked excitedly and scurried into the yarn maze. She moved without hesitation, following some inner knowledge, her tiny body slipping through gaps invisible to the eye. Follow her trust, the keeper advised. Not every path must be understood to be traveled. Leo took a deep breath and closed his eyes, letting his fingers trail along the yarn. Instead of trying to solve the maze, he simply followed the feeling of Pip's confident path, trusting that the way would reveal itself. When he opened his eyes, he stood on the other side, and a second bell-like note joined the first. The final challenge awaited at the very center of the attic, where the light from the single bulb barely reached. Here sat a small, locked box made of dark wood, with no visible keyhole. Carved into its surface were the words, "What opens when nothing else will?" Old Whiskers rubbed against the box, purring loudly. Pip circled it, sniffing thoughtfully. The silver-light creature hovered nearby, casting a soft glow. Leo studied the box, turning it over in his hands. He tried pressing the carvings, whispering words his grandmother used to say, even blowing gently on the lock as his father did with steaming soup. Nothing worked. He sat back, feeling the first flutter of disappointment. The attic seemed suddenly quieter, the rain outside having softened to a gentle sigh. Then he noticed old Whiskers, who had settled into a contented ball beside the box, her purrs vibrating through the floorboards. He saw Pip, who had found a crumb of cookie from someone's long-ago secret stash, and was offering it to the silver-light creature. He saw the way the light from the bulb caught the dust motes, making them dance like tiny fairies. And he understood. Leo didn't try to open the box. Instead, he began to hum, a wordless, gentle melody that rose from somewhere deep within him. It was a tune of attics and rain, of purring cats and brave mice, of shadows transformed to light. As he hummed, the carvings on the box began to glow with a soft, golden light. With a quiet snick, the lid swung open. Inside lay not a thing, but a space filled with swirling colors and the scent of rain-washed earth. From this space emerged the final notes of the song, a cascade of sound that wrapped around them all like a warm blanket. The music box in Leo's lap began to play, its melody now complete, a lullaby of courage found in quiet moments, of kindness offered without expectation, of patience rewarded not with fanfare but with peace. The notes hung in the air like fireflies, weaving through the dust motes and settling gently on everyone present. Old Whiskers purred in contentment. Pip curled up in the hollow of Leo's slipper. The silverlight creature danced patterns in the air that told stories without words. And the keeper of the unfinished song glowed with a light that filled the attic with warmth and understanding. "The journey is complete," the keeper said, its voice now blending with the music. "The song is whole again. Remember, little one, the greatest adventures often happen in the smallest spaces, and the bravest moments are those where we choose kindness over fear." One by one the helpers drifted to sleep, the cat's purrs softening to sighs, the mouse's whiskers stilling in dreams, the light creature dimming to a soft glow. The music box played its completed lullaby, each note a promise that the world was, and would always be, filled with more wonder than worry. Leo closed the lid, the final note hanging in the air like a captured sigh of contentment. The attic no longer felt like a place of forgotten things, but a treasury of remembered magic. As he descended the stairs, the rain outside had ceased, leaving only the distant drip 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 from the eaves, a gentle rhythm to accompany the memory of the song now etched upon his heart. And somewhere in dreams, or perhaps just beyond the corner of your eye, the music still plays, a melody of courage measured in kindness, of journeys taken without moving, of ordinary spaces revealing extraordinary magic, just waiting for someone willing to listen. Story 9. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a window pane, there lived two beings from worlds so distant they should never have met. One was from the crystalline planet of Luminara, where inhabitants communicated through shifting hues that danced across their semi-transparent forms. The other hailed from the harmonic world of Melodia, where thoughts were expressed through gentle vibrations that hummed through the air like wind chimes. The Luminaran, whom we might call Gleam, had found their small exploration vessel caught in the gravitational pull of a wandering asteroid field. Meanwhile, the Melodian, whom we might call Hum, had been drawn to the same sector by the peculiar musical resonance of the cosmic debris. Their ships, one shaped like a floating droplet of mercury, the other like a blossoming metallic flower, drifted silently toward each other until they came to rest side by side on a large, stable asteroid. When they first stepped out onto the asteroid's surface, their forms could not have been more different. Gleam shimmered with anxious silver streaks, their bodies shifting between worry blue and caution yellow. Hum responded with a low, concerned thrum that vibrated through their 6 delicate limbs. Neither could understand the other's language, but both recognized the universal signs of being stranded far from home. The asteroid offered little shelter from the cosmic winds that occasionally whispered through the void, so together they began to build a refuge. Gleam used their natural ability to shape crystalline structures, drawing minerals from the asteroid's core and weaving them into translucent walls. Hum contributed by finding the perfect harmonic frequencies that strengthened the crystals, their vibrations causing the structure to grow in elegant, arching patterns. What emerged was a sanctuary unlike any other in that sector of space, a grotto of living crystal that pulsed with soft inner light, its walls singing faintly with the memory of Hum's harmonies. Through the transparent ceiling, the nebula outside painted everything in hues of violet and gold, while star clusters glittered like scattered diamonds. Their first misunderstandings were many, and often quite amusing. Gleam once turned a brilliant shade of approval green when Hum arranged glowing moss in symmetrical patterns, not realizing that on Melodia, this pattern meant dangerous precipice. Hum responded with a cheerful ascending scale that meant foolish mistake on their world, which Gleam interpreted as musical praise. They spent a full cycle arranging the moss in increasingly elaborate warning patterns before realizing their confusion, their mutual embarrassment expressed in Gleam's flickering pink hues and Hum's wobbling bass notes of laughter. Another time, Hum arranged floating orbs of light in what they considered a comforting constellation, only to learn that on Luminara, this particular formation meant profound sorrow. Gleam had spent hours trying to comfort their friend with sympathetic indigo patterns, wondering why Hum kept adding more orbs to the sad formation. Yet through these mishaps they learned. Gleam discovered that when Hum's vibrations settled into a C minor resonance, it meant contentment, not sadness. Hum realized that Gleam's silver sparkles indicated curiosity, not alarm. They developed their own language, a beautiful combination of color and sound that belonged solely to them. Their favorite times were the quiet hours when the asteroid rotated to face the galactic core. They would sit together in their crystalline sanctuary, watching star systems being born in clouds of luminous gas. Gleam would pulse softly in rhythm with the distant light, while Hum would harmonize with the faint electromagnetic songs of passing comets. In those moments, words were unnecessary. Understanding flowed between them like starlight through clear water. One particularly memorable evening, as they watched a binary star system perform its eternal dance, Hum noticed Gleam's light dimming slightly, a sign of homesickness on Luminara. In response, Hum began to vibrate at a frequency that caused the crystals around them to project images of their homeworld's musical forests. Then, remembering how much Gleam loved patterns, Hum arranged floating light particles to mimic the dancing auroras of Luminara. Touched beyond measure, Gleam responded by finding a rare mineral that, when struck, produced the exact harmonic tone of Hum's favorite childhood melody. Together they created something new, a light and sound sculpture that captured the essence of both their worlds, a testament to their friendship. As cycles turned, they learned each other's stories through their shared language. Gleam communicated through cascading colors how their people measured time by the shifting hues of their planet's 3 suns. Hum responded with vibrational poems about the great chorus that occurred when their world's tidal forces created natural harmonics across the crystal oceans. They discovered that despite coming from different worlds, they shared the same wonder at the universe's beauty, the same curiosity about other life forms, and the same capacity for kindness that needs no translation. When rescue finally came, a Luminaran scout ship following Gleam's energy signature, both friends knew their time together in their crystalline sanctuary was ending. As a farewell gift, they spent one last cycle perfecting their shared language, creating a complete lexicon of color and sound that could bridge their worlds. The scout ship's crew watched in amazement as their missing compatriot communicated with the musical being through complex patterns of light and vibration. Before departing, Gleam and Hum pressed their forms together, crystal against harmonic resonance, in a gesture that needed no translation. Though light years would soon separate them, they had built something more permanent than their crystal sanctuary, a connection that transcended species, language, and space itself. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the cosmic winds were just right, they could still sense each other's presence, gleam in the particular way starlight refracted through atmosphere, hum in the specific resonance of solar winds against planetary magnetic fields. For true friendship, they had learned, is not limited by distance or difference. It flows between souls like starlight through the void, connecting all who are willing to listen beyond words, see beyond appearances, and understand with the heart rather than the mind. And in the vast, beautiful darkness of space, such connections shine brightest of all. Story 10. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the room as the last embers of daylight faded beyond the window. The scent of pine logs and warm wool blankets filled the air, and if you listened closely, you could hear the gentle sigh of the evening wind outside, telling stories of its own journeys through the sleeping world. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a great whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Anya. She was a quiet child with thoughtful eyes the color of forest pools, and she often felt that there was a piece of herself missing, a small, quiet emptiness that she couldn't quite name. While other children played boisterous games in the village square, Anya would wander to the forest's edge, listening to the way the leaves spoke to one another in rustling tongues, watching how the light changed between the branches as day turned toward evening. One autumn afternoon, when the air had grown crisp and carried the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, Anya discovered something unusual half-buried beneath the roots of an ancient oak. It was a smooth, palm-sized stone that seemed to glow with its own gentle light, the warm, pulsating glow of embers in a dying fire. When she picked it up, it felt strangely warm against her skin, as if it had been resting near a hearth rather than in the cool earth. That night, as she lay in bed with the stone resting on her windowsill, she noticed something remarkable. The stone's glow intensified, pulsing softly like a heartbeat, and it began to emit a low, humming sound, a melody so faint it seemed woven from moonlight and memory. It called to her in a language without words, and Anya felt that quiet emptiness within her stir in response. The following evening, as the first stars pricked the violet sky, Anya wrapped herself in her warmest cloak, tucked the glowing stone into her pocket, and stepped beyond the familiar path into the deepening shadows of the forest. The stone pulsed rhythmically against her thigh, its light casting a golden pathway between the trees where no path had been before. She walked for what felt like both moments and eternities, the forest changing around her with each step. The ordinary oaks and birches gave way to trees with silver bark and leaves that chimed softly in the breeze. Luminescent mushrooms clustered at their roots, casting pools of blue and green light that shimmered like underwater jewels. The air grew warmer, carrying scents of cinnamon and damp earth, and the usual night sounds of the forest were replaced by a symphony of soft chimes and distant, melodic whispers. Anya had heard tales of the Glimmerwood, a hidden world within the forest that only revealed itself to those who knew how to look, but she had always believed them to be just stories. Yet here she was, walking through a realm that felt both wonderfully strange and deeply familiar. Her journey led her to a clearing where a small stream chuckled over smooth stones, its water glowing with the same soft light as her stone. Sitting beside the stream was a creature unlike any Anya had ever seen. It had the general shape of a fox, but its fur shimmered with colors that shifted like oil on water, and its eyes held the warm glow of her stone. It was humming the same melody that had called to Anya from her windowsill. "Hello," Anya said softly, not wanting to startle the creature. It turned its graceful head toward her, its eyes kind and knowing. "You heard the song," it said, its voice like wind through reeds. "Not many do." "I found this," Anya said, holding out the glowing stone. "It showed me the way." The creature nodded. "That is an ember stone. It finds its way to those who need to find their way to themselves. I am Kaelen." Thus began an unexpected friendship that warmed Anya's heart in ways she hadn't known were possible. Kaelen explained that the Glimmerwood was a place between worlds, where things lost or forgotten sometimes found their way. The Emberstones were fragments of starlight that had fallen to Earth, and they had a peculiar magic. They resonated with the missing pieces within people's hearts. "I feel like there's something I'm supposed to find here," Anya confessed as they walked along the glowing stream. "A piece of myself that's been missing." Kaelen's shifting fur rippled with understanding. "Many who come here feel that way. The Glimmerwood has a way of showing us what we need to see, though rarely what we expect to find." Their journey through the enchanted forest unfolded like the gentle unraveling of a cherished mystery. They passed through meadows where flowers bloomed with soft, lantern-like light, their petals closing with soft sighs as Anya and Kaelen passed. They climbed gentle hills where the trees grew crystals that chimed in harmonic sequences when the wind stirred them. They crossed bridges woven from living vines that hummed with contentment beneath their feet. Along the way, Kaelen shared stories of the Glimmerwood, how the northern lights sometimes dipped low enough to dance between the trees, how the rain here tasted of memories and possibilities, how every creature, from the smallest glowing insect to the great, slow-moving bears made of moss and stone, had a role in maintaining the delicate balance of this hidden world. Anya found herself sharing things with Kaelen that she had never spoken aloud to anyone. Her quiet loneliness, her sense of not quite fitting in her village, her fascination with small, beautiful things that others overlooked, her secret belief that there was magic in the world if only one knew how to look for it. "Those aren't shortcomings," Kaelen told her as they rested beneath a tree whose leaves changed color with each breath of wind. "They're the very things that made you able to hear the Emberstone's song. The world needs those who notice what others miss." As they traveled deeper into the heart of the Glimmerwood, Anya began to notice changes within herself. The emptiness she had carried for so long wasn't filling up. Rather, it was transforming into a space of possibility. She found herself noticing details she would have previously overlooked. The particular way light caught in dewdrops on spiderwebs, the subtle variations in the forest's melodies, the hidden patterns in bark and leaf and stone. One evening, as they prepared to rest in a hollow lined with soft moss that glowed with a comforting blue light, Anya noticed that her Emberstone's pulse had changed. Instead of its steady rhythm, it now flickered with varying intensity, as if trying to communicate something specific. "It's responding to something nearby," Kaelen observed. "The stones grow more animated when they're near what their bearer needs to find." The next day, the stone led them off their meandering path toward a grove of trees with bark that looked like polished silver. In the center of the grove stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide enough that 10 children holding hands could not have encircled it. Its branches reached toward the sky like open arms, and hanging from one particularly graceful limb was something that made Anya catch her breath. It was a wind chime crafted from crystalline fragments that caught the light and fractured it into rainbows. But unlike any wind chime Anya had ever seen, this one wasn't moving, though the air around it stirred the leaves of other trees. It hung perfectly still, silent, as if waiting. "That's it," Anya whispered, though she didn't know how she knew. "That's what we're looking for." As they approached, Anya noticed that several of the crystalline tubes were cracked, and the string that held them seemed frayed with age. The Emberstone in her pocket glowed so brightly that light seeped through the fabric of her cloak. "It's broken," she said, her heart sinking. "Not broken," Kaelen corrected gently. "Waiting, some things aren't meant to stay the same forever. They're meant to be remade." With Kaelen's guidance, Anya set about repairing the wind chime. She used threads from glowing vines that Kaelen showed her how to harvest without harming the plant. She found replacement crystals that had fallen from the chiming trees and now lay scattered on the forest floor like forgotten treasures. As she worked, she found herself humming the melody her Emberstone had first sung to her, the same melody Kaelen had been humming when they met. When the last crystal was carefully tied in place, something remarkable happened. A gentle breeze swept through the grove, the first wind that had stirred in that silent place, and the chime began to move. As the crystals touched one another, they didn't produce the clear ringing Anya expected, but rather the same melodic humming that had called her into the Glimmerwood. The music grew, spreading through the grove, and as it did, the silver-barked trees began to chime in harmony. The very air seemed to shimmer with the sound, and Anya felt the vibration in her bones, in her blood, in the empty spaces that were no longer empty but filled with music and light. In that moment, understanding washed over her like warm sunlight. The missing piece she had carried wasn't something to be found, but something to be created. Her sense of not quite belonging in her village wasn't a flaw, it was because she carried music others couldn't hear yet. Her purpose wasn't to find where she fit, but to help create spaces where different kinds of beauty could be appreciated. As the chiming melody filled the grove, Anya's emberstone rose from her pocket of its own accord and floated toward the ancient tree. It settled into a hollow in the trunk, fitting perfectly, and its light spread through the tree's veins like liquid gold. The tree itself began to glow with the same warm light, becoming a beacon in the Glimmerwood. "You've restored the Heartwood's song," Kaelen said, their voice filled with wonder. "This tree hasn't chimed in 100 years. The forest has been waiting for someone who could hear its silent music." Anya realized then that her journey hadn't been about finding a missing piece of herself, but about discovering that the emptiness she carried was actually a space meant for creating, for understanding, for holding beauty that others might overlook. Her difference wasn't a lack, it was a capacity. The journey back through the Glimmerwood felt different to Anya. Where before she had seen magic, now she understood that she was part of that magic. The way the light caught in dewdrops wasn't just beautiful, it was a conversation she could now understand. The patterns in bark and leaf weren't just interesting, they were stories waiting to be read. When she and Kaelen reached the border where the Glimmerwood faded back into the ordinary forest, Anya felt a pang of sadness. "Will I be able to return?" she asked. Kaelen nuzzled her hand gently. "The Glimmerwood is always here for those who know how to look, and now that you've left your light in the Heartwood, a part of you will always be here too." As Anya stepped back into the familiar world, the first rays of dawn were painting the sky in hues of rose and gold. She turned back to say goodbye to Kaelen, but her friend had already melted back into the forest, becoming one with the shifting light and shadow between the trees. When Anya returned to her village, she didn't try to explain where she had been. Instead, she began collecting small, beautiful things that others overlooked, interestingly shaped stones, feathers with unusual patterns, seeds that caught the light in particular ways. She started creating wind chimes and mobiles, weaving into them the patterns and melodies she had learned in the Glimmerwood. At first, people didn't understand her creations. But slowly, something began to happen. Children would pause to watch how her chimes caught the light. Elderly villagers would sit near them and remark on how the sounds reminded them of half-forgotten dreams. People began to notice the beauty in ordinary things they had previously overlooked. The pattern of frost on a window pane, the particular melody of rain on different surfaces, the way light changed through the seasons. Anya never again found an emberstone, nor did she see Kaelen or the Glimmerwood again, at least not in the same way. But sometimes, when the light was just right between the trees at the forest's edge, she would catch a glimpse of shifting colors that reminded her of her friend. And on still nights, if she listened very carefully, she could hear a faint humming on the wind, the same melody that had called to her from a glowing stone on her windowsill. She came to understand that her journey had transformed her as surely as fire transforms wood, not by destroying what was there, but by revealing what had always been waiting within. The emptiness she had carried was now filled with the understanding that sometimes what we think is missing is actually space for growth, for creation, for holding more light than we knew was possible. And so, as the fire crackles softly and the night deepens outside your window, remember Anya's story. Remember that within you too, there are spaces waiting to be filled with your own unique light. The world is full of hidden magic for those who know how to look, and sometimes the most important journeys are those that help us find the music we carry within ourselves. Sleep now, and may your dreams be filled with gentle light and the soft chiming of possibilities waiting to be discovered. The night holds its breath in anticipation of the beauty you will bring to the world when morning comes. Story 11. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathers like snowflakes in a cosmic breeze, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of soft, humming lights and gentle gravity, where travelers from distant worlds could rest their weary hearts and share stories beneath the blanket of the universe. It was here that two very different souls found one another. The first was a being from the crystalline world of Veridia, where communication happened not through words, but through shifting colors that danced across one's skin. His name was Kaelen, and his form was slender and graceful, with skin that shimmered like mother of pearl. When he was curious, soft azure patterns would ripple across his arms. When he was joyful, his entire being would glow with warm gold. He had come to the Starlight Haven to study the rare star blossoms that grew in its garden dome. The second was a creature from the harmonic planet of Lyra, where thoughts were shared through gentle, resonant hums. Her name was Lyra, and she was covered in soft, velvety fur the color of twilight. Where Kaelen expressed himself in colors, Lyra spoke in melodies, a low hum for contentment, a rising chime for excitement, a soft warble for curiosity. She had journeyed to the station to listen to the music of the nebulae. They met in the garden dome, a place where flora from 100 worlds grew in peaceful coexistence. Luminescent vines curled around pillars of softly glowing quartz, and flowers that chimed in the artificial breeze dotted pathways of smooth, warm stone. It was a sanctuary of life and light, a shared shelter where all were welcome. At first, their differences were a barrier. Kaelen, upon seeing Lyra, glowed a cautious lavender, a color that on his world meant both curiosity and uncertainty. Lyra, in turn, emitted a low, questioning hum that vibrated through the air. They circled each other warily, two creatures who had never encountered a being quite like the other. But the garden called to them both. Kaelen gently touched the petals of a star blossom, and it responded by glowing a soft pink. Lyra hummed a note, and a nearby crystal vine resonated in harmony. They began to understand that this place, and perhaps they themselves, were meant to connect. Their first true interaction came over a misunderstanding that would later make them both shimmer with laughter. Kaelen, hoping to show friendship, extended a hand glowing with what he believed was a welcoming sunflower yellow. But on Lyra's world, that particular shade was associated with warning, a signal of danger. She responded with a sharp, high-pitched chime of alarm and skittered backward, her fur bristling. Kaelen immediately dimmed his glow to a soft, apologetic blue. Lyra, sensing his distress, slowly stilled her humming. Tentatively, she reached out a paw and touched his hand. Her fur was incredibly soft and her touch was gentle. Kaelen's skin shifted to a hopeful, shimmering silver. They spent cycles together in that garden, learning one another's languages. Kaelen would show Lyra the meanings of his colors by pointing to flowers that shared their hues, crimson for passion, mint green for peace, violet for wonder. Lyra would hum notes that matched the garden's natural music, teaching him the language of her heart. A low C meant comfort, a rising G meant joy, a soft E-flat meant sadness soothed. They discovered that they could blend their ways of being. When Kaelen glowed a particular shade, Lyra could hum a harmony that complemented it. When Lyra expressed a complex emotion through a cascade of notes, Kaelen could respond with a swirl of color that deepened its meaning. Together they created something entirely new, a symphony of light and sound that was theirs alone. One evening, as the station drifted through a ribbon of nebulous light, they found a quiet nook in the observatory dome. Here the ceiling was clear, offering a breathtaking view of the cosmos. Distant stars glittered like diamonds strewn across velvet, and galaxies spun their slow, graceful dances. They sat together on a cushioned bench, Kaelen's glow casting a soft light, Lyra's hum providing a gentle soundtrack to the stellar display. In these quiet moments, words were unnecessary. Kaelen would point a shimmering finger at a particularly bright star, and Lyra would hum a note of appreciation. She would gesture toward a swirling nebula, and he would respond with a swirl of indigo and silver across his skin. It was during one such evening that a challenge arose. An energy fluctuation caused the garden's climate systems to falter, and the delicate star blossoms, Kaelen's cherished subjects, began to wilt. Their light dimmed, their petals drooped. Kaelen's skin flushed with a distressed gray, a color Lyra had come to understand meant deep concern. Lyra, seeing her friend's distress, hummed a steady, comforting note. She led him to the heart of the garden where the oldest and wisest plant grew, the harmony tree, whose roots tapped into the station's energy core. Lyra remembered stories from her world of plants that responded to song. She began to hum a complex, soothing melody, one that spoke of growth and resilience. Kaelen, understanding, joined her. He placed his hands on the tree and let his skin flow through colors of healing green and nurturing gold. Together their light and sound wove around the tree, which began to pulse in response. The energy spread through the garden, and one by one the star blossoms lifted their heads, their light returning, brighter than before. In that moment they realized that their friendship had created something powerful, a bond that could heal and nurture, a language that needed no translation. As time passed, others came to the Starlight Haven, beings from worlds near and far. Some communicated through scent, others through gentle electrical pulses, still others through the language of touch. Kaelen and Lyra became keepers of the garden, teachers of connection. They showed all who visited how to find common ground, how to listen with more than ears, how to see with more than eyes. And always, when the station grew quiet and the stars shone their brightest, the two friends would return to their observatory nook. There they would share the peaceful silence, broken only by Lyra's contented hum and the soft shimmer of Kaelen's skin. They would watch the constellations drift by, knowing that across the vastness of space they had found a home not in a place, but in each other. For in the end they learned that kindness needs no dictionary, that friendship requires no common tongue. It flows like starlight, resonates like harmony, and grows like the most tender of star blossoms, reaching always toward the light. Story 12. In the quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a murmuring brook, there lived a young soul named Liora, who carried change within her like a secret. Each morning she would wake to find tiny silver scales dusting her wrists, and when she spoke, the air around her shimmered with colors no one else could see. These changes frightened her, for she did not understand their meaning, and so she kept to the edges of the village, speaking in hushed tones and wrapping her arms in soft woolen sleeves. Her small cottage stood at the forest's edge, with a garden that seemed to mirror her uncertain heart, petals half closed, colors muted, as if waiting for permission to bloom. It was here, one evening when the moon hung like a pearl in a lavender sky, that an elderly woman appeared at her gate. Her hair was the color of moonlight on snow, and her eyes held the gentle knowing of ancient trees. "Young one," she said, her voice like wind through reeds, "your garden sleeps when it might sing. Would you allow an old traveler to rest here a while? I have knowledge of growing things." Liora, though timid, felt an unexpected warmth bloom in her chest. She welcomed the woman inside, and as they sat by the hearth, the stranger spoke of seeds and seasons, of how the mightiest oak begins as something small and vulnerable, protected by the dark earth until it is ready to reach for the sun. The most beautiful transformations, the woman said, stirring her tea, are those we cannot see happening, like the caterpillar wrapped in its silken cradle, changing in darkness until it is ready for wings. Over the following days, the woman, who called herself simply Willow, returned each twilight. She showed Liora how to tend the soil, how to listen to what the earth wanted to become. And as they worked, Liora began to notice something remarkable. When she felt a spark of courage, a cluster of closed buds would shiver open, revealing petals the color of dawn. When she laughed, a rare sound like wind chimes, the garden seemed to sigh with pleasure, and new shoots would unfurl toward the light. One afternoon, as Liora was carefully transplanting a shy violet, she noticed that the silver scales on her wrists had multiplied, now tracing delicate patterns up her arms like lacework. Frightened, she showed Willow, who smiled and touched the markings with reverence. "These are not flaws, dear heart," she whispered. "They are maps, stories written on your skin of the person you are becoming. Each one appears when you learn something new about yourself." Encouraged, Liora began to pay closer attention. She noticed that when she mustered the bravery to speak to the baker's daughter without stammering, the scales shimmered with a soft gold light. When she helped a lost fawn find its way back to the woods, they pulsed with a gentle green glow. Small victories, Willow called them, each one a step toward understanding her own magic. As the moon waxed and waned, Liora's garden transformed into a living tapestry of her emotional landscape. When she felt uncertain, mist flowers would bloom in hazy blues and purples. When she felt joyful, sundaisies would turn their faces to the sky in brilliant yellows. The garden became her mirror, reflecting back the beauty of her inner world. One evening, as the first stars pricked the velvet sky, Willow led Liora to a quiet corner of the garden, where a silk cocoon hung from a willow branch. "Watch," she said softly. For hours they sat in companionable silence as the cocoon began to tremble. Slowly, painstakingly, a creature emerged, damp-winged and new. As it stretched its wings to dry, Liora gasped. The butterfly's wings were patterned with the same silver markings that graced her own skin, and when it took flight, it left a trail of stardust in its wake. "Change is not something to fear," Willow said, placing a gentle hand on Liora's shoulder. "It is the universe's way of asking us to become more ourselves than we were before." That night, Liora stood before her mirror and truly looked at herself for the first time. The silver patterns now covered her arms and crept along her collarbones like delicate vines. Instead of hiding them, she wore a sleeveless dress the color of midnight, and the markings glowed softly in the dim light, beautiful and strange and entirely her own. The next morning, she walked into the village square without wrapping her arms. People paused to look, but instead of fear or confusion, she saw wonder in their eyes. The baker's daughter approached and gently touched one of the shimmering patterns. "They're like constellations," she whispered in awe. Liora smiled, and as she did, the air around her blossomed with colors, sapphire blues, emerald greens, and golds that danced like sunlight on water. The villagers watched and chanted, as emotions became visible art around the once timid girl. In the weeks that followed, Liora's garden became a place of gathering. People would come to sit among the flowers that changed color with her moods, finding comfort in the visible proof that growth could be beautiful. Children would ask her to tell stories just to see the air sparkle with rainbows, and elders would come to meditate among the peace blossoms that bloomed when she felt content. Willow visited less frequently now, appearing only occasionally with a knowing smile and a basket of seeds for new possibilities. "You have learned the most important lesson," she told Liora one evening as fireflies danced around them. "That we are all gardens in progress, always growing, always changing." On the first day of autumn, Liora stood in her transformed garden, now a symphony of color and fragrance that shifted with her breath. The silver patterns on her skin had settled into a permanent glow, no longer appearing with each new emotion, but having become part of her essential being. She planted a circle of moonflowers that would bloom only at night, their silver petals mirroring her own transformation. As she pressed the last seed into the earth, she felt not an ending but a beginning, the comfortable understanding that her changes would continue, each season bringing new growth, new discoveries. That night, as she lay in bed, Liora watched through her window as the moonflowers opened to the stars, their luminous petals breathing in the darkness. She thought of cocoons and seeds, of patient becoming, and how the most profound transformations often happened quietly, in the spaces between heartbeats. She closed her eyes, breathing in the scent of night-blooming jasmine that had woven through her window frame, and smiled. Somewhere in the distance, she thought she heard the faint sound of wind chimes, or perhaps laughter, carried on a breeze that smelled of possibilities. And in the comfortable darkness, Liora drifted into dreams of wings and wonder, knowing that tomorrow would bring another small victory, another gentle unfolding, another beautiful beginning. Story 13. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars bloomed like silver flowers and nebulae drifted in gentle, pastel swirls, there sailed a small, lonely vessel known as the Stardust Weaver. Its lone occupant was a being from the planet Luminara, where the people spoke not in words, but in ripples of light and color that danced across their skin. His name, in the shimmering language of his home, translated roughly to gentle glimmer, and he was a collector of cosmic wonders, drifting from system to system in search of beauty. One evening, as his ship drifted near a ribbon of amethyst gas known as the Twilight Veil, his sensors hummed softly, a distress signal, faint but clear. Following the gentle pulse, he came upon a small, disabled craft shaped like a spiraling seashell, its hull scored by a recent meteor shower. Inside was a being from the world of Harmonia, where communication flowed not in light, but in soft, melodic hums and resonant harmonies. Her name in the language of song meant quiet resonance. Glimmer approached with care, his skin glowing in soft, reassuring hues of gold and blue, the Luminaran way of saying, "You are safe, I am friend." Resonance, though frightened, responded with a low, calming hum that rose and fell like a lullaby, the Harmonian signal for trust. With great patience, and using the gentle tools aboard the Stardust Weaver, Glimmer helped repair her vessel. But it would take time for her ship to fully restore its energy. And so, he invited her aboard his own. At first, their differences were a source of gentle confusion. When Glimmer offered her a drink of shimmering starlight dew, a Luminaran delicacy, Resonance mistook the glowing liquid for a cleansing agent and hummed in alarm, her tone sharp like a struck bell. Glimmer, in turn, glowed a flustered shade of pink before realizing his error. He then demonstrated, sipping slowly as his skin pulsed with soft contentment. Resonance understood, and her next hum was one of amusement, like wind chimes dancing in a soft breeze. They soon discovered a small, crystalline cave on a nearby moon, a place where the walls refracted light into rainbows and echoed sound into gentle, layered harmonies. It was perfect. Together they decided to make it their temporary shelter, a shared space where both could feel at home. Glimmer used his ship's energy to grow a garden of bioluminescent moss and star-petaled flowers that responded to sound, while Resonance arranged harmonic stones that hummed when touched, filling the cave with a soft, ever-present music. They called it the Harmony Grotto. In one corner they placed a viewing lens made of clear crystal, through which they could watch the slow dance of distant suns and far-off galaxies. There were more misunderstandings, of course, each rooted in the beautiful peculiarities of their cultures. Once Resonance noticed Glimmer's light dimming, a sign of fatigue among luminarians, and began humming what she thought was a soothing tune. But on Harmonia, that particular melody was used to wake children for morning lessons. Glimmer glowed a startled silver and jolted upright, much to Resonance's embarrassment. When she realized her mistake, her hum shifted into what could only be described as laughter, a rising, bubbling scale of notes that Glimmer soon learned to recognize. He responded by flashing playful patterns of light across the walls, and they spent the next hour teaching one another their versions of rest and alertness. Evenings were their favorite time. They would sit together before the crystal lens, watching the stars drift like distant lanterns. Glimmer would pulse softly in patterns that told stories, tales of constellations being woven by cosmic spiders, or of sleepy comets dreaming their long dreams. Resonance would answer in harmonies that spoke of star whales singing to their young, or of planets humming in orbital resonance. They didn't need to understand the specifics. They felt the emotion behind each expression, the wonder, the peace, the gentle melancholy of beautiful things that must someday end. One night, a particularly brilliant nebula bloomed on the horizon, a cascade of emerald and sapphire light that seemed to breathe. Glimmer glowed in awe, his colors shifting in a silent poem of admiration. Resonance answered with a soft, sustained chord that trembled with feeling. In that moment, something shifted between them. They weren't just exchanging stories, they were sharing a moment of pure, wordless connection. Glimmer reached out a slender, luminous hand, and Resonance placed her own upon it. Light and sound merged, his glow pulsed in time with her hum, and for a heartbeat they understood each other perfectly. When the time came for Resonance's ship to be fully restored, there was no sadness in their parting, only a deep and quiet gratitude. They had built more than a shelter, they had built a friendship that needed no translation. As she prepared to leave, Resonance placed one of her harmonic stones in Glimmer's hand. It hummed softly, a recording of their evenings spent stargazing. Glimmer in turn gave her a small vial of starlight dew that would forever glow with the soft gold and blue of his calming presence. And though their paths diverged once more into the vast and silent deep, they knew they had learned the universe's oldest and kindest language, one that required no words, no colors, no notes, but simply a heart willing to listen, to understand, and to glow alongside another in the dark. Story 14. Story 14. In a quiet valley nestled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her cottage sat at the edge of a whispering forest, where pine needles carpeted the ground, and the air always carried the scent of damp earth and distant rain. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the western ridge, Anya would sit by her window and watch the fireflies begin their dance, tiny living lanterns blinking their golden code across the gathering dark. But Anya often felt a quiet loneliness in her heart, a hollow space that even the beauty of her valley couldn't quite fill. She wondered if there was more to the world than her small corner of it, more than the familiar paths she walked each day to gather herbs or fetch water from the silver stream. One autumn evening, as a crisp wind whispered secrets through the drying leaves, something unusual happened. A shower of falling stars streaked across the velvet sky, not the brief flashes she sometimes saw on summer nights, but a proper storm of silver light that made the heavens shimmer. And as she watched, breathless at her window, one star seemed to fall much closer than the others, tumbling down toward the deep heart of the forest. Without thinking, Anya pulled on her warmest cloak and slipped outside, following the memory of that falling light. The forest at night was a different world, full of rustling mysteries and watchful shadows. But Anya knew these woods well, and she walked without fear, her path lit by the gentle glow of the moon filtering through the canopy. After some time, she came upon a small clearing where the air hummed with a strange, warm energy. There, nestled in a bed of soft moss, lay what looked like a perfectly smooth stone about the size of her palm. But this was no ordinary stone. It pulsed with a soft, golden light, like a captured ember breathing slowly in the darkness. As Anya reached out to touch it, a voice spoke from the shadows. "That's not meant for human hands, you know." She turned to see a fox stepping into the clearing, but this was no ordinary fox either. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes held a knowing light that seemed older than the mountains themselves. I didn't mean to take what isn't mine, Anya said softly, her hand hovering above the glowing stone. I only wondered what it was. The fox tilted its head. It's a piece of the falling sky. They come down sometimes when the world needs reminding of the light. It stepped closer, its paws making no sound on the forest floor. My name is Rowan, and you're the girl from the Edgewood cottage. Anya nodded, surprised the fox knew her. I'm Anya. Does this piece of sky have a name? Rowan's whiskers twitched. It's called an ember heart. They're rare things, contain just enough starlight to guide someone who's lost their way. The fox looked at her thoughtfully. You've been feeling a little lost lately, haven't you? How could a fox know such things? Anya wondered. But there was such kindness in Rowan's eyes that she found herself nodding again. Sometimes I feel like there's a whole world just beyond my sight, and I'm missing it. Rowan nudged the ember heart with its nose. The stone glowed brighter at the touch. This might be able to show you that world, but the journey would change you. All true journeys do. Anya looked from the glowing stone to the fox and back again. Without another word, she made her decision. She carefully lifted the ember heart, surprised to find it warm but not hot against her skin. The moment her fingers closed around it, the clearing seemed to grow brighter, the shadows retreating to reveal hidden pathways between the trees that she'd never noticed before. Those paths were always there, Rowan said, following her gaze. You just needed the right light to see them. The fox began to walk toward one of the newly revealed trails. Shall we? And so began their journey, a girl with a lonely heart, a fox with ancient eyes, and a stone that pulsed with captured starlight. The path led them deeper into the forest than Anya had ever ventured. The trees grew taller and closer together, their branches weaving patterns against the night sky. The ember heart cast a warm circle of light around them, revealing wonders Anya had never imagined. Fungi that glowed with soft blue light, moths with wings like stained glass, and streams that shimmered with what looked like liquid silver. As they walked, Rowan told her stories of the hidden world, of tree spirits who whispered through the leaves, of badgers who could read the future in the patterns of roots, of owls who carried messages between the moon and the earth. Does everyone know about this world except me? Anya asked, her voice full of wonder. Rowan chuckled, a soft, rustling sound. Most humans stopped seeing it long ago. They became too busy with their own concerns to notice the magic breathing right beside them. The fox glanced at her. But some still have the eyes to see, if they remember how to look. They walked for what felt like hours, yet Anya didn't feel tired. The ember heart seemed to fill her with its gentle energy, and Rowan's company warmed the lonely places in her heart. They paused by a silver stream to drink, and Anya noticed how the water reflected the stone's golden light in dancing patterns on the surrounding trees. Where are we going? She asked as they continued. To the heart of the forest, Rowan replied. Where the oldest trees keep the memories of the world. The ember heart needs to return to its resting place before the next sunrise, or its light will fade completely. Anya looked at the stone in her hand, suddenly protective of its gentle glow. What happens if its light fades? Then a little bit of magic leaves the world forever, Rowan said quietly. And heaven knows we need all the magic we can keep. The path began to slope upward, taking them toward the higher reaches of the forest where the air grew cooler and carried the scent of pine and cold stone. Anya noticed that the ember heart's glow had begun to flicker occasionally, like a candle fighting a breeze. It's growing weaker, she said with concern. Rowan nodded. We need to hurry. Dawn isn't far off. They quickened their pace, following a trail that wound around massive boulders and ancient trees whose roots dug deep into the mountainside. Anya's legs began to ache, but she pushed on, cradling the ember heart close to her chest. Just as the first hints of pink began to color the eastern sky, they reached a massive stone archway hidden behind a waterfall that cascaded down the mountain face. The water shimmered in the pre-dawn light, throwing rainbows into the misty air. "Through there," Rowan said, nodding toward the archway. Anya hesitated. "The water." "Have faith," the fox said gently. Taking a deep breath, Anya stepped through the waterfall and found herself not wet at all, but standing in a hidden grotto that took her breath away. The cavern glowed with its own soft light, coming from crystals embedded in the walls and ceiling. At the center stood a pedestal of smooth, dark stone, and around it grew flowers that shimmered with dewdrops that looked like tiny stars. "This is the place," Rowan said softly. "The heart of the forest." Anya approached the pedestal and saw that it had a depression exactly the size and shape of the ember heart. As she placed the stone into its resting place, it flared with a brilliant golden light that filled the entire grotto, making the crystals blaze like captured sunlight. For a moment, everything was still and silent. Then the light from the ember heart began to pulse outward in gentle waves, flowing through the walls of the grotto and into the forest beyond. Anya could feel the energy washing over her, a warmth that seeped into her bones and filled her with a profound sense of peace. Rowan moved to stand beside her. "Watch," the fox whispered. As they watched, the light reached the flowers around the pedestal, causing them to bloom fully, their petals unfolding to release a fragrance that smelled like rain and starlight. The light continued outward, flowing through the waterfall and into the forest beyond. "What's happening?" Anya asked in awe. "The ember heart is sharing its light with the forest," Rowan explained. "This happens each time one returns home. The trees will remember this light through the coming winter, and the animals will carry a little extra warmth in their hearts against the cold." Anya looked down at the fox. "Why did you bring me here? You could have brought the ember heart yourself." Rowan's eyes softened. "Because you needed to see that you're part of something larger than yourself, and because the forest needed to remember that there are still humans who care about its magic." They stood together in comfortable silence as the ember heart's light gradually settled into a soft, steady glow. Outside, the sun had properly risen, and shafts of morning light filtered through the waterfall, creating dancing patterns on the grotto floor. "It's time to go back," Rowan said eventually. "Your family will be waking." Anya felt a pang of sadness at the thought of leaving this magical place. "Will I ever see it again?" "The path will be there whenever you need it," Rowan said, "now that you know how to look." As they stepped back through the waterfall, again staying perfectly dry, Anya noticed that the forest seemed different in the daylight, brighter, more vibrant, as if the trees themselves were smiling. The journey back passed quickly, with Rowan pointing out hidden wonders she'd missed in the darkness. A tree with bark that looked like puzzle pieces, a family of deer watching them from a clearing, a patch of flowers that turned to follow the sun's path. When they reached the edge of the forest near her cottage, Anya knelt to be at eye level with Rowan. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick with emotion, "for showing me." Rowan nudged her hand with a warm nose. "The magic was always there, Anya. You just needed to remember how to see it." The fox turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and one more thing." Rowan nodded toward her pocket. Confused, Anya reached into her cloak pocket and pulled out a single flower petal that shimmered with the same starry dewdrops she'd seen in the grotto. As she watched, the petal dissolved into soft light that settled over her like a gentle blessing. "So you'll remember," Rowan said softly before turning and disappearing into the forest. Anya stood there for a long moment, watching the place where the fox had vanished. Then she turned toward her cottage, where smoke was beginning to curl from the chimney. The world looked different to her now, not changed but revealed. She noticed how the morning light caught the dew on spider webs, turning them into necklaces of diamonds. She heard the music in the bird songs and the poetry in the rustling leaves. The loneliness that had lived in her heart was gone, replaced by a warm certainty that she was part of something vast and beautiful and connected. That night, as she sat by her window watching the fireflies dance, she didn't feel alone anymore. She knew now that just beyond sight, magic breathed in the world, in the forests, in the mountains, in the falling stars, in the heart of a fox. And she knew that whenever she needed reminding, the path would be there, waiting for her to remember how to see. The Ember Heart was home where it belonged, sharing its light with the forest. And Anya carried its warmth in her own heart, a steady glow that would never completely fade. Outside, the fireflies danced their golden dance, blinking their code across the gathering dark. And if anyone had been watching very closely, they might have noticed a fox with autumn-colored fur watching from the edge of the trees, its eyes holding the light of 1,000 stars, smiling a fox smile before turning to walk back into the magic. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth. It was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. An old grandfather mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossbeck basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossbeck, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen, the balance shifts, the amber season's magic is waning, but this is different, a blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. Willow, Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream, near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish. Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. I saw it from above, he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. Grandfather Mossbeck said we need to help, but how? It looks too big. Willow patted the water gently. Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet. She looked at Pip. Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones. Pip bobbed his head. On my way. He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. And Fern, Willow continued, find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared. Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots, Acorn mused, tapping a claw. The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines. By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. "Careful now," rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. "Don't let the mudslide downstream, steady." The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. "Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free." Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots, trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. "Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already." Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. "Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored." As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmerflies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. "See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the whispering woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. Story 81. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured her silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. It was a place untouched by the frantic pace of the sunlit hours, a kingdom of whispers and shadows, where the very air hummed with a quiet, old magic. The trees here were not merely wood and leaf, they were living libraries, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, their roots drinking from deep, secret springs that remembered the first rainfall. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvety black sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Kaelen, and though he was clever and curious, a restless feeling had settled in his heart, a feeling like a pebble in his paw, unnoticed by others but impossible for him to ignore. He felt out of rhythm, as if his own small life was out of tune with the great, slow song of the forest. The clearing was awash in a gentle, ethereal light. Tiny glowworms nestled in the moss pulsed with a soft, greenish radiance, and above, will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced lazy patterns in the air, their movements as fluid as water. The air itself was a symphony of soothing sounds, the distant hush of a waterfall, the delicate plink of dew dripping from a fir needle onto a broad leaf below, the rustle of the night breeze combing through the pine boughs, a sound like a mother's gentle sigh. It was here that Kaelen heard it, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself, through the pads of his paws and into his very bones. It was the ancient oak, grandfather oak, the eldest of all the trees, whose branches scraped the stars and whose roots cradled the stories of the world. But the hum was not one of contentment. It was a note of longing, a melancholy tune that spoke of a forgotten promise. Drawn by the sound, Kaelen padded softly across the clearing. The moss beneath his feet was cool and spongy, releasing a sweet, earthy scent with every step. As he neared the great tree, a shadow detached itself from a high branch and descended on silent wings. It was Orla, the great gray owl, her feathers edged in moonlight, her eyes two pools of bottomless, knowing amber. "The forest sings a wistful song tonight, little traveler," she said, her voice a soft hoot that blended perfectly with the night's melody. "You hear it too, I see, the tremor in the great song." Kaelen nodded, his whiskers twitching. "It feels incomplete, like the moment between the in-breath and the out-breath stretched too long." Orla blinked slowly. "You have a listening heart, that is a rare gift. The imbalance you feel is in the seasonal heart of the forest. The magic that turns the wheel of rest and renewal has grown faint. The moon petals refuse to bloom, and without their light, the dreams of the woodland creatures will grow thin and restless." She explained that the season turner, a luminous orb woven from the first frost of winter, the first bud of spring, the longest ray of summer sun, and the most crimson leaf of autumn, was kept alight by a special nectar. This nectar came from the moon petals, rare flowers that bloomed only one night a year in a hidden grove, bathed in the light of the full moon. But the path to the grove was lost, and the petals had not bloomed for several cycles. "The grove is guarded," Orla murmured, "not by malice but by silence. To find it, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone, but with your entire being. You must understand the languages that are not made of words." And so Kaelen's quest began. His first guide was not Orla, but the chattering stream that giggled over smooth, gray stones. He lay down on the bank, his chin on his paws, and simply listened. At first it was just noise. But as he let his busy thoughts settle, like sediment in a pond, the noise resolved into a language. The water wasn't just babbling, it was telling stories. The gurgle was a tale of the high mountain snows it had come from. The splash was a joke about a ticklish trout. And the gentle swish around a half-submerged log was a lullaby. Within its flowing song he heard a consistent refrain: "Follow the silver, find the stone that dreams." Trusting the water's wisdom, Kaelen followed the stream deeper into the forest. The canopy grew thicker, but the bioluminescent fungi on the tree trunks provided a soft, blue guide light. He came to a place where the stream pooled before tumbling down a small cascade. There in the center of the pool lay a large, moss-covered stone. It was humming, a deep, resonant sound that made the water around it vibrate in concentric rings. This was the stone that dreams. Kaelen approached it respectfully. "Great stone," he whispered. "The water sent me. I seek the way to the hidden grove." The stone's hum changed, deepening into a voice that was felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled through the earth. "Little fox," it rumbled. "The path is not walked but remembered. The trees hold the map. Ask the one who wears the stars." Thanking the stone, Kaelen looked up. All around him, the trees stood tall and silent. How does one ask a tree? Remembering Orla's words, he didn't speak. Instead, he pressed his flank against the trunk of a mighty silver birch. He closed his eyes and poured his intention into the touch, his hope, his purpose, his request for guidance. The tree's response was not a sound, but a sensation. A memory imparted through the bark, the feeling of cold, bright starlight on its highest branches. It was a direction, a pulling sensation towards the north, where the trees grew thinner and the stars shone brightest. He traveled north, the pull growing stronger. The forest began to change. The air grew cooler and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine and frozen earth. Then he saw it, a magnificent fir tree, so tall it seemed to hold up the sky. Its needles were dusted with a frost that glittered like a million diamonds under the starlight. This was the one who wore the stars. At its base, sitting calmly and watching him with intelligent, dark eyes, was a badger. Her fur was striped with the wisdom of years, and her claws were caked with the dark, rich soil of the deep forest. "The tree speaks of your coming," the badger said, her voice a low, gravelly comfort. "You seek the language of the roots, the final key." She nudged a fallen cone with her nose. "The grove is protected by a weave of roots. They will not part for one who does not understand the sacredness of rest. All things must sleep, little fox. The seed in the earth, the bear in its den, the sun beneath the horizon. The magic of renewal is born from the depth of rest. Show them you understand this. Be still, be silent, listen to the deepest rhythm." Kaelen understood. He didn't try to find a path or a door. Instead, he found a cozy nook between two great surface roots of the star-wearing fir, curled his tail over his nose, and simply rested. He let the sounds of the forest night wash over him, the crunch of a beetle in the leaves, the distant call of a nightjar, the deep, almost imperceptible sigh of the earth itself. He wasn't sleeping, but participating in the quiet sacrament of rest. As he lay there in a state of deep, wakeful peace, a soft blue light began to emanate from the ground. The intricate web of roots beneath the moss began to glow, tracing a labyrinthine pattern. They shifted not with a noisy wrenching, but with the gentle sigh of someone turning over in sleep, revealing a downward path into the earth. With a grateful nod to the badger, Kaelen descended. The tunnel was lined with glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. The air was cool and smelled of wet clay and old, sweet roses. It opened up into a cavern so breathtaking he gasped. This was the hidden grove. It was not under the open sky, but the cavern's ceiling was a mirror-still underground lake, reflecting the full moon above so perfectly it seemed another moon lived in the earth. And all around, growing from the cavern floor, were the moon petals. Their closed buds were like sculpted alabaster, and they began to quiver as the true moon's light, reflected through the water, touched them. One by one, they began to unfurl. There was no sound, only the breathtaking visual symphony of pearlescent petals opening to reveal a soft, golden stamen that glowed with its own light. A fragrance filled the air, a scent that was like honey, moonlight, and deepest peace all at once. This was the nectar of renewal. Kaelen carefully collected the glowing nectar from several blossoms in a broad leaf Orla had given him, folded into a cunning cup. As he did, the melancholy hum that had echoed through the forest ceased, replaced by a deep, contented thrum of harmony. His restless heart stilled, finally in tune with the great song. When he emerged, the forest felt different. The air was sweeter, the shadows less deep, the sounds more melodic. Orla was waiting for him. Together they went to the base of Grandfather Oak, where a small, crystalline depression held the dormant season turner. Kaelen poured the glowing nectar into it. The orb flared to life, cycling through the hues of ice blue, new leaf green, sunshine yellow, and russet red, before settling into a steady, soft white glow. A wave of palpable magic rippled out through Eldermere. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the streams to sing a little clearer, and a profound sense of peace settled over everything. Orla looked at Kaelen, her eyes warm. "You did not learn a new language, little one. You remembered the one you were born knowing, the language of being, of listening, of resting. That is the truest magic. It turns all seasons." Kaelen made his way back to his den as the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky lavender. The journey had been long, and a pleasant tiredness weighed on his limbs. He curled up on his bed of soft leaves and dried ferns, the gentle, rhythmic glow of the renewed season turner, a soft pulse in his mind's eye. Outside his den, the first drops of a gentle rain began to fall, pit-patting a soothing rhythm on the broad leaves above. The wind whispered through the pines, a constant, shushing lullaby. Somewhere the stream chuckled softly over its stones, telling a new story, the story of a little fox who listened, and in doing so, saved the dreams of the forest. And as Kaelen drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that rest was not an emptiness to be filled, but a cup to be drunk from deeply. And his dreams were full of silver moonbeams, glowing petals, and the deep, contented hum of a forest perfectly at peace, forever turning its gentle, magical wheel. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently, "for in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like melted gold through ancient canopies, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew thick as velvet pillows, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. At the forest's heart stood the grandmother oak, her bark etched with centuries of stories, roots weaving deep into the world's magic. She was the keeper of seasons, her branches holding the delicate balance between spring's blush, summer's hum, autumn's sigh, and winter's hush. Among her roots dwelled Thistle, a silver-furred badger whose paws knew every hidden pathway. His den smelled of dried lavender and warm soil, where fireflies nested in jars like living constellations. High in the oak's branches lived Pip, a quick-pawed squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns. Her nest was lined with thistle down and moonbeam silk, and she spent dawns watching dew transform spiderwebs into necklaces of light. Nearby, in a burrow fringed with bluebells, lived the hedgehog family, Bramble, Moss, and their 3 prickly youngsters, who tended the glow-cap mushrooms that pulsed softly at twilight, recycling fallen leaves into starlight. The forest thrived on rituals. Every first frost, Thistle would lead the creatures to the crystal stream, where they'd place river-smooth stones in spirals to thank the water for its songs. In spring, Pip organized the blossom dance, where butterflies scattered pollen that made the air taste like honey. The hedgehogs sang nightly lullabies to the grandmother oak, their voices harmonizing with the wind so her roots drank melodies instead of rain. All things breathed together, Elder Fern, the oldest turtle, would murmur from her sun-warmed rock. Upset one thread and the whole tapestry trembles. But one sultry summer evening, as fireflies painted the dusk, an unnatural chill crept in. Frost feathered over ferns that should have been lush, silencing crickets mid-chirp. Pip shivered on her branch, watching her breath mist in the air. Thistle emerged from his den, whiskers stiff with ice crystals. "The seasons are knotted," he rumbled, nose pressed to the trembling earth. The grandmother oak's roots feel cold. They gathered beneath the oak, where moonlight usually pooled like liquid silver. Now the clearing was eerily still. Bramble nudged a frostbitten glowcap, its light guttered weakly. The balanced stone, whispered Moss, her spines drooping. Deep in the oak's roots lay a geode older than the forest, a stone that pulsed with the forest's heartbeat, warming the earth in winter and cooling it in summer. Thistle's grandfather had shown it to him as a cub, warning, harm it, and the seasons unravel. A frantic woodmouse brought news. Near the stone, the earth had cracked. Young foxes, new to the forest, had chased a rabbit into the roots, clawing at the soil where the stone lay hidden. Their playful digging had exposed it to the night air, freezing its magic. Pip scampered down, her tiny paws tracing the fissure. Cold seeped from it, withering nearby flowers. "They didn't know," she said softly. "The stone's song is fading." Thistle nodded. "Ignorance is a wound only wisdom can heal." He sought Elder Fern, who sunned herself on a mossy log, her shell patterned with lichen like ancient maps. "Ah," she sighed, her voice a dry rustle. "The stone remembers warmth. It needs summer's breath to thaw." She described the sun petals, golden flowers that bloomed only on the highest sunbeam, storing sunlight in their velvet cores. "But they wilt by twilight, you must move as one." Hope flickered. Pip scrambled up the grandmother oak, leaping across branches toward the canopy's sunlit crown. Thistle dug tunnels through frosted soil, creating safe passage. The hedgehogs rolled glowcaps into the cracks, their faint light guiding the way. When Pip reached the sun-drenched treetops, she found the sun petals, a cluster of golden blooms warm as baked bread. But as she gathered them, a gust shook the branches. One precious petal tumbled downward. Below, the young foxes watched, ears flat with shame. The smallest, her fur russet as fallen leaves, saw the falling petal. With a yip, she darted forward, catching it gently in her mouth. Pip froze, but the fox placed the petal in Thistle's paw, whimpering, "We didn't mean to still the seasons." "Come," said Thistle gently. "Help us reweave what was frayed." Together they hurried to the exposed balanced stone, now glazed with ice. The hedgehogs lined the fissure with glowing mushrooms. Pip laid the sun petals on the stone's frozen surface, their warmth seeping into the geode. Thistle and the foxes pushed rich, dark soil over the roots, their paws working side by side. As the last shovelful settled, bramble and moss began a low, humming song, joined by the fox's hesitant yips and Pip's chittering melody. The grandmother oak's leaves shimmered, absorbing their voices. Slowly, the frost retreated like a shy creature. Warmth radiated from the stone, melting ice into dewdrops that glittered on spiderwebs. Flowers straightened, crickets resumed their symphony, and the glowcaps brightened, casting buttery light over the smiling faces. Elder Fern crept close, nudging the young foxes. "Remember this night, wisdom isn't knowing everything, it's listening to the world's whispers." The foxes bowed their heads. "We'll protect the balanced stone," promised the russet one, "and teach others its song." Seasons flowed smoothly once more. Autumn arrived in a cascade of amber and crimson, leaves pirouetting to the hedgehog's harvest hymns. Winter wrapped the forest in snowy silence, the foxes now guarding the oak's roots while Thistle told tales of stars by the hearth. When spring returned, painting the woods in wildflower confetti, the creatures gathered beneath the grandmother oak. Pip strung dewdrop necklaces for the fox kits, while bramble and moss served nectar-sweetened hazelnuts on birch bark plates. As twilight deepened, fireflies rose like embers in a gentle wind, their light blending with the glowcaps and the oak's soft luminescence. Thistle watched them, his old bones warmed by contentment. The forest breathed, a sigh of soil, rustle of leaves, ripple of stream, each note a thread in an eternal harmony. High above, the first star winked, casting silver over creatures curled in drowsy heaps, their dreams woven from the safety of roots and the promise of tomorrow's sun. And deep in the earth, the balanced stone pulsed steadily, a warm, silent lullaby for the sleeping woods. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds, and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. "Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away," Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. "They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket, it's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch." He held up the music box, its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. "Sometimes," Silas added, "letting go is how we keep things alive." The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. "You carry old wisdom in young bones," the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. "Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place." Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present. The four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. "The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma," Silas whispered. "It's in us, and now we have a new one to share." That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys. The gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end. They bloom inside you forever. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make," Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge, as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. Forgive us, she piped, her voice like wind chimes. The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong. Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. Keep what helps you, she said softly. But let's find something better than scales for warmth. Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. The little village of Bramblebrook was the sort of place where cobblestones remembered every footfall, where chimney smoke curled into lazy spirals, and where everyone knew that Mrs. Higgins' apple tarts tasted best on Tuesdays. It was ordinary in the most comforting way. And in this ordinary village lived a quiet boy named Leo, whose greatest treasures were the smooth stones he collected from the brook and the stories his grandmother told by the hearth. Leo's grandmother had a small cottage tucked away at the edge of the village, where the fields met the whispering woods. It was filled with the comforting scent of drying herbs, beeswax, and memories. Amongst her possessions was an old copper kettle. It wasn't particularly beautiful, dented in places, tarnished where the years had touched it, and possessing a spout that curved like a curious bird's beak. It sat unused on a high shelf, gathering dust alongside jars of buttons and faded photographs. That old thing belonged to my great-aunt, grandmother would say with a dismissive wave. Never could get it to whistle properly. One crisp autumn afternoon, while grandmother napped in her rocking chair, Leo was tasked with dusting the high shelves. Reaching for the kettle, his fingers brushed its cool surface. As he lifted it down, a faint, almost imperceptible hum vibrated through the metal and into his hand. It felt warm, alive. Startled, Leo nearly dropped it. He peered inside. Nothing but darkness and a faint scent of was that cinnamon and damp earth. Curiosity, that quiet spark, flared within him. He carried the kettle to the small kitchen pump, filled it with cold water, and placed it carefully on the stove. He watched as the flame licked the copper base. Minutes ticked by. The water began to bubble, then simmer, then boil with a furious energy. But no whistle came. Instead, the kettle began to glow with a soft, internal light, like a captured sunset. And then from its spout, instead of steam, poured a ribbon of shimmering, golden mist. The mist didn't dissipate. It swirled lazily in the air, forming shapes, miniature trees, a winding path, a distant, star-shaped peak. It felt warm and smelled of pine needles and distant rain. A gentle, melodic humming filled the room, resonating from the kettle itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt deep in Leo's bones, an invitation, a call. Leo knew with a certainty that surprised him that the mist was a map and the humming was a song meant only for him. The kettle held a secret, and it was asking him to follow. He carefully lifted the still glowing kettle from the stove. It felt warm, not scalding, wrapped it in his thickest woolen scarf, and tucked it into his worn canvas satchel alongside his favorite skipping stone and a crust of bread. He left a quick note for his grandmother, gone exploring. Back soon. Love, Leo. The golden mist led him past Mrs. Higgins' fragrant bakery, past the chattering blacksmiths, and straight towards the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were usually a place of dappled sunlight and birdsong, but today, as Leo stepped beneath the ancient oaks, the mist map intensified, glowing brighter, and the kettle's humming grew stronger, thrumming softly against his back. The woods felt different, deeper, older, watching. His journey began easily enough, following the mist path through sunlit glades carpeted in emerald moss. But soon the path led into a denser part of the woods, where the trees grew close together, their gnarled roots forming intricate patterns on the forest floor. Here the mist map faltered, swirling confusedly, unable to find a clear route. Leo stopped, feeling a prickle of unease. The humming kettle felt suddenly heavy in his satchel. A rustle came from behind a large, moss-covered boulder. Leo froze. Slowly, a badger emerged. He wasn't just any badger. He wore tiny spectacles perched precariously on his nose and carried a small, knotted walking stick. His fur was silver-tipped, and his eyes held a deep, patient wisdom. HMMPH, grunted the badger, peering at Leo and then at the swirling mist. Lost the scent, have you, or rather the path? His voice was a low rumble, like stones shifting in a brook. I have a map, Leo stammered, gesturing to the mist. But it's confused here. The badger, who introduced himself as Thorn, tapped his spectacles. Maps are tricky things. They show the way, but they don't always show the why of the way. These roots, he gestured with his stick, they remember every step taken here for 1,000 years. They're tangled with memory. Your mist map means well, but it's trying to take the shortest path. Sometimes the wise path is the one that wins. Thorn showed Leo a hidden trail, barely visible, that skirted the worst of the root tangle. Patience, young traveler, look for the moss on the north side of the stones. It points the truer way when the obvious path fails. Grateful, Leo followed Thorn's advice. The mist map settled, flowing smoothly again along the winding trail. He thanked the old badger, who merely nodded sagely and shuffled back into the ferns, muttering about misplaced earthworms. Deeper into the woods Leo traveled. The air grew cooler and the light dimmed. The mist map now pointed towards a steep ravine, spanned by a rickety rope bridge. It swayed ominously in the breeze, its wooden slats looking rotten and precarious. The chasm below was deep and shadowed. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. How could he cross this? A flash of brilliant blue darted past his ear. It was a small finch, her feathers like shards of summer sky. She landed on the frayed rope handrail, tilting her head. Squeaky, squeaky, she chirped, her voice surprisingly loud and clear. Not strong, wind sings bad song. It looks unsafe, Leo agreed, eyeing the bridge warily. The kettle hummed anxiously in his bag. The finch, whose name was Pip, fluttered down and landed on Leo's shoulder. Listen, she urged. Listen to the wind, not just noise, feel. Leo closed his eyes, forcing his fear to quiet. He focused past the rushing sound of the wind. He felt it. It wasn't just blowing, it was pulsing. Strong gusts, followed by moments of eerie calm. Pip was right. The wind wasn't constant, it came in powerful, rhythmic bursts. It gusts. Leo realized aloud. It pushes hard, then stops. Pip bobbed excitedly. Yes, yes, run when quiet, hold tight when loud, like skipping stones, wait for the whoosh to pass. Taking a deep breath, Leo waited for the next powerful gust to roar through the ravine. He felt the bridge strain. When the wind abruptly died, leaving an unsettling silence, he ran. He dashed across the fragile slats, heart pounding, as Pip darted ahead, calling encouragement. Just as the next gust began to build, He reached the solid ground on the other side, gripping the post tightly as the bridge groaned and swayed violently behind him. Pip landed triumphantly on his head, chirping a happy little tune. The kettle hummed a note of profound relief. The mist map glowed brighter than ever now, leading Leo and Pip up a winding path towards the star-shaped peak he'd seen earlier. It was a small, ancient hill crowned with a circle of standing stones, weathered smooth by time. At its center stood an immense, ancient oak tree, its bark deeply fissured, its branches spreading wide like sheltering arms. This, the map seemed to pulse, was the destination. But as Leo approached the stone circle, a profound sense of stillness descended. The forest sounds faded. The mist map dissipated. The kettle's humming ceased, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that seemed to emanate from the great oak itself. Leo felt a wave of awe, but also confusion. He'd arrived. Now what? What was the kettle's secret? What was he supposed to do? Pip flitted nervously. "Old tree sleeps deep," she whispered. "Very deep." Leo approached the oak, placing his hand gently on its ancient bark. It felt cool and rough, humming with a slow, ancient energy. He remembered Thorn's words, "Maps show the way, but not the why." The kettle had brought him here, but what wisdom was needed now? Force wouldn't wake an ancient tree. Shouting wouldn't help. He sat down on a mossy stone at the oak's base, taking the copper kettle from his satchel. It felt warm but inert. He thought about its journey unused, forgotten, dismissed as broken. He thought about the map of mist, the song of invitation. It hadn't demanded, it had offered. It hadn't forced a path, it had needed guidance, patience, and listening. Perhaps the kettle wasn't broken. Perhaps it was just different. Its magic wasn't in whistling a loud alarm, but in singing a quiet song and painting a path only the patient could see. Its purpose wasn't to announce boiling water, but to guide towards something deeper. Leo closed his eyes again, tuning into the deep silence of the place. He remembered the kettle's warm hum, the scent of cinnamon and earth. He poured a little water from his flask into the kettle, not to boil it, but simply to fill it. He held it in his lap, his hands warming the copper. Slowly, softly, he began to hum. Not the kettle's song, but his own, a simple, wordless melody his grandmother sang while knitting. He poured his feelings into it, his wonder at the journey, his gratitude for Thorn and Pip, his awe for the ancient tree, his understanding of the kettle's quiet magic. As he hummed, a faint, answering vibration began in the kettle. A soft, golden light seeped from its spout, not as mist this time, but as a gentle, warm radiance. It flowed over the moss, touched the roots of the great oak, and rose like luminous dust motes in the still air. The ancient oak tree shivered. Not a violent shake, but a deep, slow sigh, like a sleeper stirring. One massive root shifted slightly, revealing a hollow Leo hadn't seen before. Nestled within, glowing softly with the same golden light as the kettle, was a cluster of crystal acorns. They pulsed with a gentle, comforting warmth. A deep, resonant voice, like the earth itself speaking, filled the clearing, though no mouth moved on the tree. You have listened, young one, not just with ears, but with your heart. You understood the song of the forgotten vessel. You sought not to take, but to understand. The voice wasn't loud, but it vibrated through Leo's bones. The kettle of whispers was not broken. It was waiting. Waiting for one who would hear its quiet song, who would value guidance over force, patience over haste. Its magic is the map of the heart's true journey. The crystal acorns glowed brighter. These are seeds of stillness. They hold the quiet wisdom of the ancient woods. Take one. Plant it where the heart is open, and it will grow a sanctuary of peace, a place where the lost may find their way by listening inward, not by seeking loud answers. Leo, his heart full, carefully reached into the hollow. The crystal acorn felt warm and smooth in his hand, humming with a soft, steady pulse. The other acorns faded slightly, sinking back into the protective embrace of the root as the hollow closed. The great oak settled, the deep hum subsiding into its eternal slumber, but Leo felt its awareness linger, warm and approving. Pip chirped softly, a sound of pure wonder. The kettle of whispers in Leo's lap gave a final, contented sigh, its glow fading to a warm copper sheen. It felt complete. Its secret had been shared, its purpose fulfilled. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The path seemed clearer, the woods friendlier. Thorn was waiting near the ravine, a knowing glint in his eye behind his spectacles. He simply nodded as Leo passed, a silent salute. Pip accompanied Leo all the way to the edge of the woods, singing a bright, complex song that seemed to tell the whole tale before she zipped back into the green depths. Grandmother was waiting on her cottage doorstep, her face etched with worry that melted into profound relief as she saw Leo. He rushed to her, showing her the now ordinary-looking copper kettle and the glowing crystal acorn nestled safely in his palm. He poured out his tale, the map of mist, Thorn's wisdom, Pip's guidance, the ancient oak, and the seeds of stillness. Grandmother listened, her eyes wide with wonder, tears glistening at the corners. She touched the kettle with reverence. "My great-aunt," she whispered, "she was the quietest soul, always listening, always knowing the right thing to say without raising her voice. She cherished this kettle. Now I understand why." Together they planted the seed of stillness in grandmother's small, sun-dappled garden. As Leo placed it in the rich earth and covered it gently, the crystal acorn pulsed once, sending a wave of warm, calming energy through the soil. Almost instantly, tiny, shimmering green shoots emerged, curling towards the light. The kettle of whispers found a new place of honor, not on the dusty shelf, but on grandmother's sturdy kitchen table. They discovered it still wouldn't whistle, but when filled with water and placed near warmth, it would sometimes emit a soft, comforting hum and a faint scent of cinnamon and earth, filling the cottage with a sense of peace and gentle guidance. Villagers who felt lost or troubled sometimes found themselves drawn to grandmother's cottage. Sitting near the kettle, sipping chamomile tea, they often found their worries softening, a quiet clarity replacing their confusion. The small sapling in the garden grew steadily, its leaves shimmering with a faint inner light, a beacon of quiet wisdom. Leo still collected stones from the brook, but now he listened to their smoothness, feeling the stories they held within their silent forms. He understood that the world was filled with quiet magic, hidden in plain sight in an old kettle, in the patience of a badger, in the courage of a finch, in the deep sleep of an ancient tree, and within the stillness of his own listening heart. The greatest journeys, he knew, weren't always across ravines and through woods, but into the gentle, extraordinary secrets held within the ordinary, waiting only for a patient ear and a kind spirit to discover them. And as the fire crackled low in the hearth, the scent of earth and peace lingering in the air, Leo knew that true wonder was always just a quiet whisper away. The embers in the hearth glowed like sleepy fireflies as the chill of twilight settled over the village of Willowbrook. Young Finn, whose quiet footsteps barely disturbed the dew-kissed grass, paused at the edge of the whispering woods. His fingers traced the smooth surface of the pebble of embers nestled in his pocket, a curious stone passed down from his grandmother, cool to the touch by day, but pulsing with gentle warmth by night. Tonight it glowed faintly through the worn fabric, casting amber shadows on his palm. "Guide me," he whispered, though he knew not what he sought. Only that the woods called to him with a rustle like pages turning in an old book. Finn's journey began beneath a crescent moon, silver light filtering through ancient oaks whose leaves shimmered like fish scales. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, and the crunch of fallen acorns underfoot echoed in the stillness. He followed the pebble's soft pulse, a heartbeat against his thigh, leading him deeper where the trees grew gnarled and wise. Soon the path vanished, replaced by thick ferns that brushed his cheeks with velvet coolness. Lost, murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Finn spun around to find nothing but shadows. Then a pair of luminous eyes blinked open, a fox with fur the color of burnt sienna, watching him from a mossy stump. Not lost, Finn replied, surprising himself. Just following the warmth. The fox tilted its head. Warmth is a fine compass. Come, small traveler, the valley stirs. They wound through a tunnel of weeping willows, their tendrils parting like curtains to reveal a hidden world. Moonlight hollow lay before them, a sunken valley bathed in perpetual twilight, lit not by stars but by thousands of glowing mushrooms carpeting the ground like fallen constellations. Bioluminescent moths drifted lazily, trailing sparks of blue and gold. At the valley's heart stood a crystalline lake, its surface reflecting the shimmering fungi so perfectly it seemed a second sky lay beneath the water. It's beautiful, Finn breathed, the pebbles' glow swelling in response. The fox nosed his hand. Beautiful, yes, but listen. A discordant note hung in the air, a faint, sorrowful hum that made the moths flutter erratically. The heartstone dims, the fox sighed. Without its song, the hollow sleeps too deeply. Winter creeps where it shouldn't. Finn learned the heartstone was a pillar of living crystal at the lake's center, the source of the valley's gentle light and warmth. Lately its glow had waned, leaving patches of frost on the mushrooms. The fox, named Sorrel, explained that the stone's energy was sustained by harmony, by the laughter of streams, the chorus of crickets, the rustle of creatures sharing stories under the moon. But a shadow had settled over the hollow, a lonely, ice-coated creature named Rime, whose touch froze everything it loved, had retreated into silence, its despair choking the heartstone's song. Rime hides in the frost caves, Sorrel said, whiskers drooping. It believes its coldness is a curse, but cold is just warmth waiting to be found. For days, Finn and Sorrel explored the hollow. They gathered stories like treasures. The tale of the badger who knitted moonlight into scarves, the song the willow trees sang to the tadpoles, the recipe for starlight tea brewed by elderly hedgehogs. Each night Finn pressed the pebble of embers to the heartstone, sharing memories of his grandmother's kitchen, the scent of cinnamon rolls, the crackle of her fireplace, her voice humming lullabies. The stone's pulse strengthened, melting small circles of frost. Yet the sorrowful hum persisted, echoing from the northern cliffs. Rime fears it will shatter everything it touches, murmured a badger, her paws deep in glowing moss. Even kindness. Finn knew he must face the caves. Sorrel guided him up treacherous paths where ice flowers bloomed sharp and fragile. The air grew biting, and Finn's breath fogged before him. Deep within a cavern glittering with frozen tears, he found Rime, a creature like an overgrown snow hare, with fur like frosted glass and eyes like chips of Arctic sky. It huddled around a tiny, dying glowworm, its paws encased in ice. Go away, Rime whispered, voice cracking like thin ice. I'll only bring you frost. Finn knelt, ignoring the cold seeping through his trousers. He placed the pebble of embers between them. Its light spread in a pool of butterscotch warmth. My grandmother gave me this, he said softly. She said warmth isn't just for keeping, it's for sharing. He told Rime about the hollow's fading songs, about the badger's scarves, about the hedgehog's tea. They miss you, he finished. The cold isn't you, it's just what happens when warmth is locked away too long. Tentatively, Finn reached out. Rime flinched, but as Finn's fingertips brushed its icy paw, the pebble flared. A cascade of ember-bright sparks danced up Rime's arm, not melting the frost, but softening it into dewdrops. Rime gasped, a sound like icicles falling into water. I didn't know, it stammered. I thought my touch harmed. Finn smiled. Show me. Together, they stepped onto the frozen lake. Where Rime's paws touched, intricate frost patterns bloomed, Ferns, snowflakes, constellations, not desolate but breathtakingly delicate. Finn placed the pebble on the ice. "Sing with me," he urged. And rhyme sang, a trembling, crystalline note that soared over the water. The Heartstone answered, blazing like a captured sunrise. The valley erupted in light. Moths spiraled in jubilant clouds, mushrooms pulsed in time to the song, and the very air shimmered with released warmth. In the days that followed, rhyme learned to weave frost into art, not isolation. It traced shimmering murals on cave walls and crafted ice lenses that magnified the mushroom's glow. Finn and Sorrel often sat by the lake, sharing starlight tea with the hedgehogs, while rhyme sculpted ephemeral castles on the water. The pebble of embers, now nestled in a niche of the Heartstone, pulsed steadily, a testament that even the smallest warmth could thaw the deepest cold. Finn felt a quiet change within himself, too. The boy who'd entered the woods with hesitant steps now carried the Vala's harmony in his bones, understanding that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to offer kindness anyway. When it was time to leave, the willow curtains parted once more. Sorrel nuzzled Finn's hand. "Remember," she said, "warmth returns to those who carry it." Finn walked home under a dawn-streaked sky, the pebble's absence light in his pocket, replaced by a profound stillness. Back in Willowbrook, he knelt by his grandmother's rose bush, touched a frost-nipped bud, and breathed softly. A tiny, perfect ice crystal bloomed on the petal, a fragile, fleeting gift. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the hearth's embers winked like familiar eyes. In his dreams, he heard a fox's chuckle, the chime of ice melodies, and the deep, resonant hum of a stone singing the world awake. And in that warmth, woven from friendship and quiet courage, Finn slept, a boy forever changed, cradled by the gentle certainty that no heart is too cold to be reached, and no night too dark to hold a hidden glow. The village of Wicker Hollow was the sort of place where cobblestones held the warmth of the afternoon sun long into the evening, and the scent of baking bread and wood smoke wove through the air like invisible ribbons. In a small cottage tucked beneath a willow tree's sighing branches lived a quiet boy named Silas. Silas noticed things others missed, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, the different songs of the wind through the oak versus the pine, and the way misses. Thimble's cat, Marmalade, always blinked twice before pouncing. But mostly, Silas noticed the forgotten things: the chipped teacup at the back of the cupboard, the single button gleaming in the dust beneath the dresser, the worn-out boot left by the garden gate. One misty Tuesday, while searching for a lost marble near the old stone bridge, Silas noticed something truly forgotten. Half buried in the mossy bank, nestled amongst smooth river stones, lay a book. It wasn't grand or leather-bound. It was small, its cover faded to a soft, indeterminate gray, the edges worn smooth as sea glass. There was no title, no author. When Silas picked it up, it felt unexpectedly warm, like a stone left in the sun, and it hummed faintly against his palms, a vibration more felt than heard. Intrigued, Silas brushed off the damp moss and carried it home. That evening, curled in his favorite armchair beside the crackling hearth, the orange firelight dancing on the worn pages, he opened it. The first page was blank. So was the second. Disappointment prickled, but then, as he turned the third page, something shimmered. Not ink, but light. Delicate, silvery lines began to weave across the paper, forming not words, but pictures. They were fleeting, like reflections on water, a glimpse of a soaring bird, the curve of a winding path through tall grass, the wink of a distant star. As Silas watched, mesmerized, the images shifted, responding to his quiet thoughts. When he thought of the river, the page showed minnows darting over pebbles. When he thought of the willow tree, its long leaves swayed in an unfelt breeze across the paper. The book, he realized with a gasp, didn't contain stories, it showed them. It reflected the world, but only the parts unseen, the hidden wonders, the secret heart of things. This discovery sparked a quiet yearning in Silas. The book showed him glimpses of places beyond Wicker Hollow, a forest glowing with bioluminescent mushrooms, mountains capped with clouds that looked like spun sugar, a meadow where flowers chimed like tiny bells. He longed to see these wonders himself, to understand the book's silent language. So one crisp morning, with the book tucked safely in his worn satchel, Silas set off, following the faint, shimmering path the book had shown him winding eastward from the village. His journey began gently, through sun-dappled woods. He hadn't gone far when he encountered his first helper. A large, rather drowsy badger named Barnaby was attempting to dig up a particularly stubborn truffle near the path. Barnaby had spectacles perched precariously on his snout and spoke in a slow, rumbling voice. "Trouble with the subterranean aromatics," he grumbled, blinking at Silas. "The scent is strong, but the earth, she clings. Can't quite triangulate the epicenter, you see." Silas, remembering the book, gently opened it. The page shimmered, showing not the truffle, but the intricate network of roots around it, and a single, bright earthworm wriggling near its location. Silas pointed. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles, squinted, then dug with renewed vigor. "Ah, foundational disturbance, excellent cartography, young fellow." Barnaby, grateful for the help and intrigued by the shimmering book, decided Silas's quest sounded far more interesting than truffles. He became Silas's guide through the deeper woods, his knowledge of hidden trails and edible roots invaluable. Deeper into the ancient forest, where the trees grew tall and silent, they met Thistle. Thistle was a hedgehog, but unlike any Silas had seen. Her spines weren't just brown, they shimmered with tiny flecks of iridescent green and gold, like moss catching the light. She moved with surprising swiftness, darting between ferns. Thistle was incredibly observant, but terribly forgetful. "Oh, hello, lovely morning for the thing with the leaves," she'd chirp, then zoom off, only to circle back moments later. "Barnaby, Silas, have you seen the shiny pebble? No, oh well." She remembered every hidden spring, every patch of rare moon mint, and the exact location of the singing stones, which hummed when the wind blew just right, but couldn't recall what she'd had for breakfast. The book helped Silas understand her fragmented thoughts. It would show fleeting images of the things she'd forgotten: a blue pebble near the oak stump, a patch of clover she'd admired. Silas, with gentle patience, would help her find them, and Thistle, delighted, shared her knowledge of the forest's secret paths and moods in return. The trio traveled for days. The book showed them wonders: a waterfall where the water fell upwards into a cloud, a grove where trees whispered ancient secrets in rustling tongues only the book seemed to translate into shimmering images of long-gone travelers, and a lake so still it reflected not the sky, but a sky from another time, dotted with unfamiliar constellations. Silas felt himself changing. He grew braver navigating unknown paths, quieter in his observations, and kinder in understanding his companion's quirks. The world felt larger, yet more intimately connected, every rustle and scent holding potential magic revealed by his humble book. Their journey led them to the Whispering Peaks, jagged mountains veiled in perpetual mist. The book showed a path winding steeply upwards, towards a hidden valley where the most wondrous sight shimmered faintly. A tree made entirely of light, its branches holding tiny, pulsing stars. But the mist wasn't just mist. It was thick, swirling, and alive with confusion. It was the gray murk. As they entered its embrace, disorientation struck like a physical blow. Paths seemed to shift underfoot. Sounds became distorted echoes. Barnaby's usually precise directions faltered. East, or was it southwest, the olfactory markers are, scrambled. Thistle darted in frantic circles. "My pebble, I mean the path, it was here, or was it there?" Even the book flickered uncertainly, its images blurring and fading, reflecting only the swirling gray confusion surrounding them. Panic threatened to rise in Silas's chest. Force was useless against the formless murk. shouting only made the echoes louder and more confusing. Pushing forward blindly led them in exhausting circles. Silas sat down on a cold rock, pulling the book close. He closed his eyes, ignoring the disorienting swirl. He thought not of the destination, but of his journey. He remembered the warm hum of the book in his hands that first day. He pictured Barnaby's earnest face as he studied his truffle maps, Thistle's spines shimmering like captured sunlight. He thought of the willow tree sighing outside his window, the scent of misses, thimbles baking, the comforting crackle of his hearth. He focused on the feelings, warmth, kindness, quiet wonder, friendship. He poured these feelings into his thoughts, holding them steady like a candle flame in the disorienting gray. He opened the book. Instead of showing the confusing mist or the distant light tree, the pages began to glow with a soft, steady, golden light. It wasn't a bright beam, but a gentle, unwavering radiance that emanated warmth and calm. The light didn't push the mist away, it simply held its space. Barnaby stopped his frantic sniffing. Thistle stopped her dizzy circling. They both looked at the book, then at Silas, whose face was calm, reflecting the golden glow. The disorienting whispers of the mist seemed to soften, the swirling slowed. The golden light from the book acted like a beacon of clarity, not by fighting the confusion, but by offering a calm center. "Follow the warmth," Silas said softly, his voice steady amidst the muffled echoes. He didn't shout directions, he simply held the book aloft, its gentle light a focal point. Barnaby, taking a deep, calming breath, focused on the light. Thistle, her forgetfulness momentarily stilled by the calm, darted not randomly, but towards the warmest patches of light reflecting on the damp rocks. Step by deliberate step, focusing only on the calm, golden light and the feeling of quiet connection it represented, they moved through the murk. The path didn't magically appear. They found it by ignoring the confusion and moving towards the warmth and steadiness Silas held within him and projected through the book. The swirling gray thinned, the disorientation faded, and finally they stepped out of the murk onto a sunlit ledge. Below them lay the hidden veil. It was bathed in soft, pearlescent light. Flowers like spun glass chimed softly in the breeze. And in the center, its roots deep in starlight, stood the tree of Lumina. It wasn't merely bright, it pulsed with a gentle, living light, each branch a constellation, each leaf a tiny captured sunbeam. The air hummed with pure, peaceful energy. The book in Silas's hands blazed with a matching light, no longer showing images, but resonating with the tree's serene song. They spent hours in the vale, resting in the peaceful glow. The tree didn't speak, but Silas understood. It wasn't just a wonder to be seen, it was a reminder. A reminder that the greatest light comes from within, from kindness, from calm, from friendship, and from truly seeing the quiet magic woven into the ordinary world. The book hadn't just shown him hidden wonders, it had helped him see with his heart. The journey back to Wicker Hollow was easier. The book still shimmered, showing hidden wonders, a family of foxes playing in moonlit ferns, an owl with feathers like polished moonstone, but Silas saw them differently. He saw the connection, the quiet beauty inherent in everything. Barnaby returned to his truffles with a new appreciation for the subterranean cartography. Thistle still forgot her pebbles, but now she'd forget them with a happy chirp, remembering instead the feeling of the Lumina tree's light. Silas returned to his cottage beneath the willow. The worn gray book sat on his windowsill now, catching the morning sun. It still shimmered sometimes, showing the dew on a spiderweb like diamonds, or the secret path a ladybug took across a leaf. But Silas didn't need it to see the magic anymore. He saw it in the steam rising from Mrs. Thimble's teacup, in the way marmalade blinked twice before purring, in the familiar creak of the floorboards. The world hadn't changed, he had. He'd learned that the most extraordinary secrets aren't found in distant, hidden valleys, but in the quiet noticing, in the warmth of friendship, and in the gentle light of kindness that can guide you through any fog. And sometimes he'd open the book for a child visiting Mrs. Thimble, and together they'd watch the shimmering story of a dandelion seed sailing on the breeze, or the secret dance of fireflies in the twilight, a reminder that wonder is always just a heartbeat away, waiting to be seen with a quiet and kind heart. The gentle hum of the book blended with the crackle of the hearth, a soft lullaby of hidden wonders and peaceful hearts, perfect for drifting into dreams. The fire crackled softly, its flames dancing like golden memories against the stone hearth. In the flickering light, shadows stretched and curled into shapes that almost looked like faces, like hands reaching across time. And in that warm, ancient glow, a story begins to unfold, a story of roots that run deep and remembrance that bridges generations. Lena lived in a small apartment in the city, where the stars were often hidden behind the glare of streetlights, and the past felt like something that happened to other people. She was a weaver of tapestries, her fingers skilled at threading colors into patterns, yet she often felt a peculiar emptiness, as if her own life's pattern was missing a crucial thread. One autumn afternoon, a package arrived from her grandmother's old house in the countryside, a house Lena hadn't visited since she was a child. Inside, swathed in tissue paper that smelled faintly of lavender and thyme, was a music box. It was carved from dark, rich wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. Tucked beside it was a note in her grandmother's elegant script, "For you, my dear. May it help you find your song." Lena lifted the lid. Instead of a melody, the box played a soft, rhythmic ticking, like a heartbeat or the gentle fall of rain on leaves. And with that sound came a whisper, so faint it might have been the wind sighing through an unseen crack. "Remember, remember." That night, Lena dreamed. She stood in a forest she somehow knew, though she had never walked there in waking life. Ancient oaks stretched toward a sky scattered with stars clearer and brighter than any she had ever seen. A woman was waiting beneath the largest tree, her form woven from dappled moonlight and shadow. She wore a dress patterned with constellations, and her eyes held the patient depth of roots delving deep into the earth. "You've come," the woman said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Lena. I have been waiting." Waiting for what? Lena asked, her own voice small in the vast, quiet wood. "For you to listen," Lena replied. "The music box does not play a tune, it holds time. It holds stories, and it is time for you to hear them." She placed a hand on the oak's bark, and the tree seemed to hum in response. "Our family has always been keepers of stories," Lena said. "We are the rememberers, but remembering is not about holding on to old things. It is about understanding why they mattered and carrying their meaning forward." Then she began to sing, her voice low and soothing, a melody that wove through the dream like a silver thread. "Where the roots run deep and the memories sleep, listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep the tales of old in actions bold. A story lived is a story told." When Lena woke, the words of the lullaby lingered in her mind, gentle and persistent. The music box sat on her bedside table, silent now. But she could still feel the forest's cool breath, still see Lena's starry eyes. Over the following days, Lena found herself drawn to the music box. Sometimes, when the light hit it just right, she would catch glimpses in the mother-of-pearl, not her own reflection, but other faces, other places. A young woman stitching a quilt under a lantern's glow, a man charting stars onto parchment, a child learning to knead dough for bread that had been made the same way for generations. One evening, as the first winter frost painted her window pane, Lena opened the music box once more. The rhythmic ticking began, and this time she felt herself slipping not into sleep, but into a waking dream. She was no longer in her apartment. She stood in a cozy kitchen where the air smelled of yeast and honey. A woman with kind eyes and flour-dusted hands was teaching a little girl how to braid a loaf of bread. The woman hummed as she worked, and Lena recognized the melody, the same lullaby from her dream. "Now, my dove," the woman said to the child, "remember, the bread is not just flour and water. It is patience. It is care. It is the warmth of your hands giving life to the dough. This is your great-grandmother's recipe, but it becomes yours each time you make it with love." Lena watched, mesmerized, as the woman shaped the dough with practiced hands, her movements a dance of grace and purpose. She sang softly, "Knead the dough with gentle hands, as time itself like hourglass sands. Through generations does softly flow. What we make with love will grow." Then the scene shifted. Lena was in a garden at twilight, where an old man was showing a boy how to plant seeds. "Every seed holds a story," the man said, his voice raspy but warm. "It remembers the rain that fell, the sun that shone, the hands that saved it from last year's harvest. When you plant it, you are not just growing food, you are continuing a conversation that began long before you were born." He touched the soil reverently. "This is how we speak to the future, not with words alone, but with actions, with planting, with nourishing." Again the familiar lullaby wove through the air, sung by the man this time, his voice a low, steady rumble. Lena drifted through more visions, a woman mending a quilt, each patch a memory stitched together with intention. A young man learning to read the night sky, connecting stars into stories that guided travelers home. A girl listening to her grandfather's tales of kindnesses given and received, each one a pebble creating ripples across time. In every vision the same themes echoed. Heritage was not a static thing to be preserved behind glass. It was alive, breathing in the daily acts of making, nurturing, guiding, comforting. It lived in the bread shared with a neighbor, in the seeds planted for a season not one's own, in the stories told to soothe a fearful child. And always the lullaby was there, a thread connecting them all. Where the roots run deep and the memories sleep. Listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep. One night, Lena found herself back in the moonlit forest with Elena. This time other figures stood among the trees, the bread maker, the gardener, the stargazer, the quilt mender. They were all smiling, their eyes holding the same gentle light. "You see," Elena said, her voice blending with the whisper of the leaves. "We are not just memories, we are the choices we made, the love we gave, the wisdom we passed on. The music box does not hold our voices, it holds the echo of our actions, and now it is your turn." Lena looked down at her own hands, the hands that wove tapestries but had never planted a seed, never baked bread, never guided anyone by the stars. "But I don't know how," she whispered. "I've spent so long feeling disconnected. What if I forget? What if I fail?" The bread maker stepped forward. "You already remember," she said. "You have been listening. The remembering is in the doing." The gardener nodded. "You do not need to live in the past to honor it. You need only live with purpose in the present." Then from among them, a figure emerged that made Lena's breath catch. It was her grandmother, looking just as she had when Lena was small, her eyes crinkled with warmth. "My dear Lena," her grandmother said, "I always feared you would feel alone in the city, cut off from where you came from. That is why I sent you the music box, not to tie you to the past, but to show you that you carry it with you, in your hands, your heart, your choices." She reached out and touched Lena's cheek, her fingers cool and real. "I regret that I did not teach you these things myself while I had the chance. I thought there would be more time, but see, the stories find their way, the love finds its way." Lena felt a tear trace a warm path down her cheek. "I miss you," she said softly. "And I you," her grandmother replied. "But I am not gone. I am in the bread you will bake, the seeds you will plant, the stories you will tell. I am in the lullaby you will sing to your own child one day." She began to sing, and the others joined her, their voices weaving together into a tapestry of sound that filled the forest, filled Lena's heart, where the roots run deep and the memories sleep. Listen close, dear heart, and you shall keep the tales of old in actions bold. A story lived is a story told. When Lena opened her eyes, she was back in her apartment, the first light of dawn tinting the sky. The music box was silent, but she could still feel the warmth of her grandmother's hand on her cheek. She rose and went to the kitchen. She found a recipe for honey oat bread, one she had never made before, and began to measure and mix. As she kneaded the dough, she hummed the lullaby, her hands learning the rhythm of emotion that was both new and ancient. She planted herbs in pots on her windowsill, whispering blessings into the soil as she had seen the gardener do. She began a new tapestry, weaving into it patterns of stars and seeds, trees and bread loaves, and all the stories she had been given. And that evening, as the fire crackled in her hearth, she opened the music box one last time. The ticking began soft and steady, but now it felt like a companion rather than a mystery. She knew she didn't need the box to remember. She carried the memories in her actions now. She closed the lid and the ticking faded. But the lullaby remained, singing softly in her heart. Years later, Lena would sit with her own daughter on her lap before a fire, weaving stories of star-guided travelers and bread that tasted of love. And she would sing the lullaby, the words now as familiar as her own breath. And sometimes in the flickering light she would see faces in the flames. Lena, the bread maker, the gardener, her grandmother, all smiling, all nodding, their legacy alive not in objects, but in the warm, daily acts of remembering and nurturing. For heritage is not a thing to be stored away. It is a seed planted in the soul, tended by love, and blooming in every kind choice, every shared story, every passed-down song. And so the roots grow deeper. And so the remembering continues. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta 7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The viewscreen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris they'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. Careful, he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed their scientific fascination, momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. Safe, they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. That when pull up. Thank you, Kip said, flashing the gold again. Big thank you, friend. Friend, Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar, but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy. They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken. It was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryoblooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. Borvan, come see. Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. Warm, he rumbled appreciatively. Good. He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color, Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryo-blooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped, to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling starbase. But the vastness of space felt different now. You stay on ship. Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. After repairs, new mission, maybe. Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. Yes, Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might light. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, the memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected gardens friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft gray blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kaelen. Their cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and though the world around them was full of ordinary wonders, Kaelen often felt as though they were wrapped in a cloak of stillness that muted the colors of life. Each day they moved through their routines with a quiet heart, tending to their small garden, mending nets by the creek, and watching the world from their window seat as the seasons turned. Yet deep within, Kaelen sensed a longing, a soft, persistent whisper that spoke of something more, something waiting to unfold. One evening, as the last light of day faded into violet twilight, Kaelen noticed a subtle change. A single strand of their hair, which had always been the color of dark earth, now shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen when touched by candlelight. At first they thought it a trick of the fading day, but the next morning another strand gleamed with the pale gold of dawn. Though puzzled, Kaelen felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, like the first stirring of a seed deep in the soil. It was on such an evening, as Kaelen sat by the hearth tracing the new silver threads in their hair, that a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that held the warmth of countless summers. She introduced herself as Lyra, a traveler in need of shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Kaelen welcomed her in, offering a seat by the fire and a bowl of steaming broth. As they sat together in the fire's gentle glow, Lyra's gaze fell upon Kaelen's hair. Ah, she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. The change has begun. Kaelen looked at her, bewildered. What change? Ilara's eyes twinkled. The change that comes when the heart is ready to bloom. Tell me, child, have you felt lately as though you are standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, yet unknown? Kaelen nodded slowly, their fingers tracing the rim of their bowl. I have felt like a caterpillar wrapped in its cocoon, waiting for a season that never comes. Lyra smiled. Then it is time you visited my garden. The next morning, Lyra led Kaelen through the woods along a path they had never noticed before, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. At the end of the path stood a gate woven from living willow branches, and beyond it lay a garden unlike any Kaelen had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in hues that shifted with the light, petals that glowed softly in shades of understanding, leaves that rustled with whispers of courage, and vines that curled like gentle questions waiting to be answered. This, said Lyra, is a garden that grows with the heart. It responds to the quiet transformations within us. In the center of the garden stood a tree with bark like polished amber, its branches heavy with seed pods that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Lyra plucked one and placed it in Kaelen's palm. Plant this where you feel most still, she said, and tend to it with kindness. Kaelen returned home that evening, the seed cradled carefully in their hand. They chose a spot near the creek where the soil was rich and dark, and there they buried the seed, whispering a wish into the earth. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing seemed to happen above the soil, Kaelen continued to visit the spot each morning, offering a few words of encouragement or simply sitting in quiet companionship. Meanwhile, the changes within Kaelen continued to unfold. One morning they awoke to find that their fingertips left faint trails of light when they moved them through the air, soft, shimmering patterns that faded like breath on glass. Another day they noticed that when they hummed a tune their grandmother had taught them, the flowers in their own modest garden seemed to lean closer, their colors deepening with warmth. Each small shift felt like a victory, a step toward understanding the quiet language of their own heart. Kaelen began to spend more time in the garden with Lyra, learning to listen to the whispers of the plants and to recognize the subtle ways emotions could shape the world around them. They discovered that when they felt courage, the roses bloomed a fiercer red. When peace settled over them, the lavender released its scent more freely. One afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the leaves, Kaelen confessed to Lyra a fear they had carried for years, a fear of being too quiet, too still, too unlike the vibrant, rushing world beyond the valley. Lyra took their hand, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. You are like the seed beneath the soil, she said. Change does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it is the patient unfurling of a root, the slow turning of a leaf toward the sun. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fertile ground. That night Kaelen dreamed of a cocoon woven from strands of moonlight, and in the dream they could feel the gentle stirring of wings within. When they awoke, the first thing they saw was a tender green shoot rising from the place where they had planted the seed. It grew quickly, as if nourished by the hope taking root in Kaelen's own heart. Each day the plant stretched taller, its stem sturdy and its leaves broad and velvety. Buds formed, tightly closed fists of potential that seemed to hold their breath. Then came the morning when Kaelen stepped into the garden and found the plant covered in blossoms that had opened overnight. Each flower was a work of living art, petals the color of dawn-streaked clouds, centers that shimmered with captured starlight, and a fragrance that carried the essence of belonging. As Kaelen reached out to touch one, a soft gasp escaped their lips. Their hands, which had once traced faint trails of light, now left behind delicate swirls of color that lingered in the air like watercolor brushstrokes. They ran to find Lyra, who was waiting by the willow gate, her expression one of deep contentment. "You see," she said, "the garden always knows." but the greatest change was yet to come. That evening, as Kaelen sat beneath the emerging stars, they felt a strange warmth spreading through their chest, not uncomfortable, but like the sun warming a stone after a long winter. They looked down and saw that their skin had begun to glow with a soft, golden light, as though they had swallowed a piece of the moon. And when they glanced into the still waters of the creek, they saw that their hair had transformed completely, no longer dark earth, but a cascade of silver and gold that shimmered like a river under starlight. For a moment, fear flickered in their heart. But then they remembered Lyra's words, "Change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed like an old friend." They closed their eyes and breathed deeply, and as they did, the light within them steadied, becoming a gentle, constant radiance. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the entire garden had responded, flowers glowing in harmony, leaves trembling with soft music, and the very air seeming to dance with invisible joy. Lyra approached, her own form now shimmering faintly at the edges, as though she were made of light and memory. "It is time for me to continue my journey," she said. "But remember, Kaelen, this is not an ending. It is a beginning. You have learned to tend the garden within, and now you must help others find their own light." She placed a hand on Kaelen's shoulder, and for a moment their lights merged, gold and silver weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Then, with a smile that held all the warmth of the world, Lyra turned and walked toward the woods, her form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. Kaelen stood alone in the garden, but they did not feel alone. The light within them felt like a companion, a quiet certainty that had always been waiting to emerge. They knew that there would be more challenges, more seasons of doubt and growth, but now they also knew that change was not a storm to be weathered, but a dance to be joined. In the days that followed, Kaelen began to notice others in the valley who carried their own quiet longings. A young child who spoke to animals but feared being misunderstood, an elderly man who painted visions only he could see, a woman who heard music in the wind but had no one to share it with. One by one, Kaelen welcomed them into the garden, showing them how to plant their own seeds of potential, how to listen to the whispers of their hearts. And as they did, the garden grew, spreading its magic beyond the willow gate, weaving through the valley like a promise. New flowers bloomed, each one unique, each one telling a story of patience and courage. Kaelen's own light never faded. Instead, it learned to dance with the lights of others, creating patterns of connection and understanding that stretched toward the horizon. On quiet evenings, when the world settled into stillness, Kaelen would often sit by the creek, watching their reflection in the water, a being of gentle radiance, surrounded by a world waking to its own beautiful possibilities. And in those moments they would feel the truth settle deep within their soul, that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, whispered wish, planted in the dark, fertile soil of a waiting heart. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than velvet and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between what is and what could be shimmered like heat haze on a summer afternoon. Here, beneath the watchful gaze of stars, seen only through the leafy canopy, lived creatures who understood the forest's quiet heartbeat. Among them was Pip, a young squirrel with fur the warm brown of freshly turned earth and eyes that held the sparkle of dew-kissed cobwebs. Pip loved the turning seasons. He thrilled to the crisp crackle of autumn leaves underfoot, the sleepy hush of winter snows muffling the world, the vibrant explosion of green and blossom in spring, and the drowsy, sun-drenched hum of high summer. Each shift was marked by subtle magics known only to the forest's inhabitants. Spring arrived on the breath of the zephyr sprites, tiny beings woven from wind and pollen, who danced through the branches, coaxing buds to unfurl with their laughter. Summer was ushered in by the sunfire beetles, whose glowing carapaces cast warm, shifting patterns on the forest floor at dusk, encouraging berries to plump and sweeten. Autumn belonged to the amber weavers, spider-like creatures spinning threads of pure golden light that painted the leaves in fiery hues and guided them gently earthward. And winter was the domain of the frost whisperers, gentle spirits who breathed intricate frost patterns on frozen streams and tucked seeds safely beneath a blanket of white. This delicate balance, this intricate dance of magic and nature, was the forest's lifeblood. It was wisdom passed down through generations, from the oldest, gnarled badger in her deep-set burrow to the newest hatchling in a robin's nest. Pip learned it from Bramble, a wise old hedgehog whose spines held fragments of forgotten moonlight and whose voice was as comforting as the rustle of dry ferns. "The forest breathes, little Pip," Bramble would murmur, her dark eyes kind. "Each season is an inhalation and exhalation. The magic is the rhythm, the creatures the steady beat. Disturb one and the song falters." One unusually warm autumn, Pip noticed something amiss. The air, usually crisp and smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, felt thick and sluggish, tasting faintly of dust. The vibrant tapestry woven by the amber weavers seemed muted, patches of leaves turning a sickly brown instead of gold and crimson. The streams, normally chuckling over stones smoothed by centuries, ran low and silent. Most worrying, the zephyr sprites were nowhere to be seen, and the sunfire beetle's glow was dim, casting long, melancholy shadows instead of warm light. The forest felt tired. Perched high in his oak tree home, Pip felt a prickle of unease. He remembered Bramble's words about the rhythm faltering. Gathering his courage, he scampered down to the mossy clearing where Bramble often rested near the great heartstone, a smooth, moss-covered boulder that pulsed with a faint, warm light, said to be the forest's anchor. Bramble was already there, her snout twitching as she sampled the heavy air. "The song is off-key, Pip," she sighed, her voice thick with concern. "The amber weavers grow weak, the pools of seasonal essence they are not filling as they should. The connection is blocked." Pip knew of the pools. Deep within the whispering woods, hidden in root-choked grottos or beneath waterfalls, were sacred places where the pure essence of each season pooled. These pools fed the magic that sustained the sprites, the beetles, the weavers, and the whisperers. If they were blocked. "We must find out why," Pip declared, his small chest puffing out. "For the forest." Bramble nodded slowly. "Wisdom lies in seeking, little one, but remember, harmony requires many voices. Seek the elder." The elder was Thorn, an ancient owl who lived in the hollow heart of the oldest oak, a tree whose roots were rumored to touch the very soul of the world. Pip journeyed towards the sentinel oak, the path unfamiliar in the oppressive stillness. The usual symphony of bird calls was muted. The rustle in the undergrowth sounded hesitant. The scent of decay hung heavier than the scent of fallen leaves. Reaching the sentinel oak felt like stepping into a cool, green cathedral. Moonbeams, even in daylight, seemed to filter through the dense canopy, illuminating the intricate carvings of lichen on the bark. Pip chirruped a soft greeting. Slowly, with immense dignity, Thorn emerged from the shadowed hollow. His feathers were the color of storm clouds in ancient silver, and his eyes, large and luminous, held the depth of star-strewn skies. "Little Pip," Thorn hooted, his voice a soft rumble like distant thunder. "The forest whispers of imbalance. You feel it too in the heavy air, the fading colors." "Yes, Elder Thorn." Pip chattered urgently. "Bramble says the seasonal pools are blocked, the amber weavers are weak, autumn isn't singing right." Thorn closed his great eyes for a moment, as if listening to a voice only he could hear. "The spring pool," he intoned. "Deep within the fern grotto, where the zephyr sprites draw their first breath, a great stone, shaken loose by the grumbling earth in the deep places, has fallen across its mouth. The essence cannot flow. Spring's renewal is stifled, weakening the chain that follows. Summer cannot fully wane, and autumn cannot fully awaken." "But how can we move a great stone?" Pip asked, his heart sinking. He was just a squirrel. alone. Thorn opened his eyes, a spark of gentle wisdom within them. No creature of the whispering woods stands truly alone. Strength lies in the root, not just the branch. Seek the diggers, seek the lifters, seek the clearers. Remember the harmony. Pip understood. He raced back through the unnervingly quiet woods, his small heart pounding not just with fear, but with purpose. He found Badger Clan near their set. Brock, the sturdy leader, listened gravely to Pip's tale, the scent of disturbed earth clinging to his fur. A blockage. Brock grunted. Badgers know the ways of earth and stone. We will dig for the forest. Next, Pip sought the mighty stags. Orion, the herd leader, stood tall and proud, his antlers like a crown of polished wood catching the weak sunlight. The stone is large. Orion mused, his voice deep and calm. Strength we have, we will lift for the forest. Finally, Pip scurried to the banks of the silver thread stream, where the water voles lived. Their matriarch Willow, sleek and quick-eyed, listened intently. Debris clogs the path, she chittered. Water voles know the flow we will clear for the forest. Guided by Thorn's silent wisdom carried on the wind, the unlikely procession made its way to the fern grotto. It was a hidden sanctuary, usually vibrant with maidenhair ferns and the sound of trickling water. Now it felt choked. The air was stale. At its heart, where crystal-clear water should have bubbled from a cleft in the rock, a massive, moss-slicked boulder lay lodged, completely blocking the entrance. Behind it, a faint, struggling blue-green light pulsed weakly the trapped essence of spring. Without a word, the Badger clan set to work. Powerful claws, used to digging deep burrows, scraped and pulled at the earth around the base of the boulder, loosening its grip. The scent of damp soil filled the grotto. Orion and the strongest stags lowered their magnificent heads. With a collective grunt of effort that echoed softly off the stone walls, they pressed their broad foreheads and mighty shoulders against the boulder. Muscles strained, tendons stood out like ropes. The stone groaned, shifted infinitesimally. But it was not enough. Soil and smaller rocks, dislodged by the badger's digging, threatened to tumble back and block the path further. This is where Willow and her water voles sprang into action. With incredible agility and teamwork, they darted in, their small, strong paws swiftly pushing aside loose earth and pebbles, clearing channels for the water that would eventually flow, ensuring the path remained open. Pip, feeling a surge of determination, joined them. He might not move mountains, but he could carry small stones, clear tiny paths, chirp encouragement to the straining stags. It was hard, slow work. The air grew thick with effort and the smell of damp fur and earth. Moonlight began to filter into the grotto, painting the struggling creatures in silver. Pip's paws ached, his fur was matted with mud, but he looked around at the badgers digging tirelessly, the stags straining with noble effort, the voles darting with precise purpose, and felt a profound sense of belonging. This was the forest harmony, different strengths, different skills, working together for the whole. Finally, with a deep, grating rumble that vibrated through Pip's small bones, the boulder yielded. It rolled ponderously aside, crashing onto the soft earth the badgers had prepared. A gasp seemed to go through the grotto. Then, with a sound like 1,000 tiny sighs of relief, the trapped spring essence surged forth. It wasn't water, but pure, liquid light, cool, blue-green, smelling of snowmelt and crocuses and the very first breath of dawn. It flowed over the stones, soaking the earth, revitalizing the drooping ferns instantly. They unfurled, glowing with renewed life. The effect was immediate and magical. Outside the grotto, the oppressive warmth began to lift, replaced by the true, crisp kiss of autumn air. A gentle breeze, carrying the faintest giggle, rustled the leaves the zephyr sprites, revived, darting through the canopy. High above, the dim glow of the sunfire beetles flickered, then brightened steadily, casting warm, dancing patterns once more. And most gloriously, Pip saw the amber weavers emerge from hidden crevices. They moved with renewed energy, their spinnerets glowing. Where their threads touched the leaves, the sickly brown vanished, replaced by vibrant golds, fiery oranges, and deep, regal reds. Autumn's true colors began to blaze across the whispering woods. Exhausted but elated, the creatures gathered near the now freely flowing spring pool. The blue-green light pulsed healthily, reflecting in their weary but happy eyes. Orion dipped his great head to drink the cool, magical essence. Brock nodded solemnly. Willow chittered softly with her kin. Pip scampered up onto Bramble's back, who had arrived silently to witness the restoration. "See, Pip," Bramble murmured, her voice thick with emotion, as she watched the amber weavers paint a nearby maple in brilliant crimson. No single root holds up the tree, no single note makes the song. It is the harmony, the digging, the lifting, the clearing, the caring that keeps the forest breathing. The wisdom passed down is not just knowledge, but the understanding of connection. High in his sentinel oak, Elder Thorn watched the transformed woods. The air hummed with the restored magic, clean and sharp. The leaves rustled a joyful chorus in the proper autumn breeze. The silver thread stream chuckled over its stones, reflecting the brighter glow of the sunfire beetles and the newly vibrant canopy. He gave a soft, satisfied hoot that echoed like a benediction through the trees. Pip snuggled into his nest later that night, woven from soft moss and lined with thistledown. The air drifting in was properly cool, carrying the rich, comforting scent of damp earth and wood smoke. Through his little window in the oak, he saw the forest bathed in moonlight. The leaves, now ablaze with the amber weaver's artistry, shimmered like stained glass. The gentle chirp of crickets, the distant hoot of thorn, the rustle of a badger settling into its set, it was the sound of balance restored, a deep, peaceful sigh from the ancient woods. He thought of the straining stags, the digging badgers, the darting voles, the wise guidance of bramble and thorn. The lesson wasn't loud or preaky. It was woven into the very fabric of the night, as tangible as the moonlight on his fur. True strength wasn't about size or power alone. It was about knowing your part in the great, interconnected web of life and acting with kindness and cooperation to preserve its delicate, beautiful harmony. The forest breathed evenly once more, its magical rhythm steady and sure. And as Pip drifted into a deep, contented sleep, the whispering woods cradled him in its timeless, peaceful embrace, whispering its ancient secrets of balance on the gentle autumn wind. The story of the blocked pool and the creatures who mended it would become another thread in the tapestry of wisdom passed down, a quiet reminder that even the smallest paw, guided by a kind heart and joined with others, could help heal the world. Silas tended his moon-petal garden with trembling fingers. Each morning he checked the exact height of the silvery blooms, the precise angle of their glowing faces towards the east, the moisture level of the deep violet soil. Change was Silas's quiet dread. It whispered in the shifting wind and lurked in unexpected clouds. He preferred the gentle predictability of his walled garden, where everything stayed exactly as he nurtured it to be. Beyond the weathered stone walls, the whispering woods pulsed with wild magic and untamed growth, a thought that tightened Silas's chest. One crisp autumn morning, Silas found his prized moon petals drooping. Their usual radiant silver glow had dimmed to a dull pewter, and the soft chime they made at dawn was silent. Panic fluttered in his throat like a trapped moth. He checked the soil, the sunlight, the alignment of the protective crystals. Everything was exactly as it should be. Yet the plants were fading, their magic waning. The fear of losing them, the fear of this unwanted change, felt like a cold stone in his stomach. His friend Bryn, whose cottage nestled at the very edge of the whispering woods, found him staring helplessly at the wilting flowers. Bryn's hair was perpetually tangled with leaves, and her eyes held the deep green wisdom of the forest. They feel your fear, Silas, she said softly, her voice like rustling parchment. Moon petals thrive on gentle acceptance, not rigid control. They sense the storm inside you. But I haven't changed anything. Silas protested, his voice tight. Everything is perfect. Bryn knelt, brushing a fingertip against a drooping petal. It shivered faintly. Perhaps perfect isn't what they need anymore. Perhaps they need to change and you need to let them. The woods might hold an answer. The Heartstone Glade is stirring. The Heartstone Glade. Silas had heard whispers of it, a place deep within the Whispering Woods where the oldest magic pooled, reflecting the inner state of those who entered. Legend said it could show your true self in its crystalline waters. The thought of venturing so deep into the unknown, where paths shifted and shadows danced, filled him with icy dread. Yet the sight of his beloved moon petals, their light flickering like a dying candle, pushed him. He couldn't lose them. With a deep, shuddering breath, he agreed. Bryn led the way, her steps sure and silent on the mossy path. Silas followed, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air in the woods smelled rich and ancient damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet tang of unseen berries. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns, illuminating vibrant emerald ferns and clusters of luminous blue mushrooms. Every rustle, every creak of a branch felt amplified. Silas flinched when a squirrel chattered overhead, scattering acorns. "Breathe, Silas," Bryn murmured, pausing by a stream where water chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The woods sense tension, they respond to openness. She dipped her hand into the cool water, and tiny, phosphorescent fish darted around her fingers, leaving trails of soft light. See, no harm, only curiosity. As they walked deeper, the path became less defined. Silas stumbled over a hidden root, catching himself on the rough bark of an ancient oak. He felt a gentle thrum beneath his palm, a slow, steady pulse that echoed the beat of his own heart, calming him slightly. He looked up. High in the branches, a figure made of woven twigs and autumn leaves watched him with eyes like polished amber. Kaelen, the forest guardian, rarely seen but always present. "You carry winter in your spring," Kaelen's voice whispered, not from the figure but from the rustling leaves all around. "The garden fears the wild, yet the wild nourishes the garden. Let the walls down, little caretaker. Let the light find its new shape." Silas shivered, the words resonating deep within his fear. Was his own rigidity, his terror of change, what was truly harming the moon petals? Was he the wall stifling their light? Finally, they reached the Heartstone Glade. It was a small clearing bathed in ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very air. In its center lay a pool of water so clear it was almost invisible, reflecting the vibrant canopy above like a perfect mirror. Ringing the pool were smooth, milky white stones that pulsed with a soft, internal light. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, peaceful yet profoundly alive. "Look into the waters, Silas," Bryn said, her voice barely a breath. "See what the Heartstone shows you." Trembling, Silas stepped to the edge of the pool. He saw his own reflection first, pale face etched with worry lines, eyes wide with apprehension. But as he focused, the image shimmered. He saw his walled garden, but the walls were impossibly high, thick with thorns, casting deep shadows over the moon petals within. He saw himself frantically measuring, pruning, trying to force the plants into unchanging forms, while their light dimmed under his anxious touch. The reflection shifted again, showing the Whispering Woods vibrant, chaotic, teeming with life in constant, beautiful flux. Vines embraced trees, flowers bloomed in unexpected bursts of color, streams changed course, and everything felt interconnected, pulsing with healthy, dynamic magic. He saw the fear in his own mirrored eyes, fear of the wildness, fear of losing control, fear of becoming something different. Tears welled in Silas's eyes, blurring the vision. The truth was undeniable. His fear wasn't protecting the garden, it was suffocating it. He had built walls not just of stone, but of rigid expectation, shutting out the very elements of growth and renewal. He sank to his knees beside the pool, the cool moss soft beneath him. "I'm afraid," he whispered, the admission carried away by the glade's gentle hum. "I'm afraid of what happens when things change, when I might need to change." As he spoke his fear aloud, something remarkable happened. A single tear fell from his cheek into the crystalline water. Where it landed, a tiny, perfect silver flower bloomed instantly on the surface, a miniature moon petal, glowing with pure, soft light. It floated for a moment, then dissolved into shimmering motes that drifted upwards like fireflies. The water rippled. Silas's reflection shimmered once more. This time he saw the garden walls crumble gently, not into ruin, but into low, moss-covered borders. Sunlight streamed freely onto the moon petals. He saw himself not rigidly measuring, but sitting peacefully among the plants, observing them with wonder as they stretched towards the light, their shapes slightly different, uniquely beautiful. He saw vines from the whispering woods curling over the low walls, bearing unfamiliar, star-shaped blossoms that complemented the moon petals' silver glow. He saw himself smiling, a quiet joy replacing the anxious lines on his face. He saw Bryn and Kaelen nearby, their presence a steady, supportive warmth. The reflection radiated peace and acceptance. A profound sense of calm washed over Silas, deeper than any he had ever known. It wasn't the absence of fear, but the understanding that change wasn't an enemy. It was the rhythm of life itself, the very force that allowed growth and beauty. He felt the rigid knot inside his chest loosen and dissolve, replaced by a gentle warmth, like the first rays of dawn after a long night. He looked up at Bryn, his eyes clear. "They need to grow," he said, his voice steady now, filled with a quiet wonder. "And so do I." Bryn smiled, a sunrise spreading across her face. "Then let's go home." The journey back felt different. The shifting shadows no longer seemed threatening, but playful. The rustling leaves sounded like welcoming whispers. Silas noticed details he'd missed before: the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the vibrant red flash of a cardinal's wing, the sweet scent of decaying wood nurturing new fungi. He felt connected, part of the vast, changing tapestry, not separate from it. Kaelen's twig and leaf figure watched them pass from a high branch, its amber eyes gleaming with quiet approval. When they reached the walled garden, Silas didn't rush to the moon petals. He stood before the heavy wooden gate, placing his palm flat against the weathered wood. He closed his eyes, remembering the vision in the Heartstone glade. He thought not of control but of trust, not of rigidity but of flow, not of fear but of possibility. He pushed the gate open. The change was immediate, magical. As Silas stepped inside, a gentle wave of silver light pulsed from the center of the garden, washing over the drooping moon petals. They shuddered, then slowly, gracefully, lifted their faces. Their glow intensified, not back to its old state, but into a richer, deeper silver, shimmering with hints of blue and violet. New buds swelled on stems that had seemed barren, unfurling into larger, more intricate blooms that chimed softly, a melody more complex and beautiful than before. The air hummed with their renewed magic, smelling like cool moonlight and fresh rain. Silas didn't measure. He walked slowly among them, feeling the cool, velvety petals brush his fingertips, listening to their gentle song. He saw that some stems leaned slightly, others curved uniquely, each bloom a distinct expression of moon petal beauty. He noticed tendrils of Bryn's wild honeysuckle, which she'd planted long ago outside the wall, now finding tiny cracks in the stone and curling inward, their golden flowers adding warm counterpoints to the silver light. It wasn't the sterile perfection he'd clung to. It was vibrant, diverse, harmonious chaos. It was alive. He spent the afternoon simply being with his garden. He watered with a light touch, not a strict measure. He hummed along with the moon petal's chime. He welcomed the buzzing bees drawn to the honeysuckle. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, deeper than the quiet of routine. It was the peace of acceptance, of trusting the process of growth, both in his garden and within himself. That evening Bryn joined him, carrying 2 steaming mugs of spiced cider that smelled of cinnamon and cloves. They sat on a low stone bench Silas hadn't used in years, watching as the moon petals' glow intensified under the twilight sky, casting dancing silver shadows on the mossy ground. The low walls, now softened by vines and moss, felt welcoming, not confining. "They're more beautiful than ever," Bryn observed, her voice warm. Silas sipped the sweet, warm cider, feeling its comforting heat spread through him. "They needed to change," he said softly, watching a particularly large bloom slowly rotate to follow the rising moon. "And I needed to learn that change isn't loss, it's transformation. It's how we grow into who we're meant to be. Like the garden needed the wildness, I needed to let go of the walls I built." He looked at Bryn, his eyes reflecting the moon petal's gentle light. "Thank you for showing me the way." Bryn simply smiled and nudged his shoulder gently. Above them, in the branches of the old oak just outside the garden, Kaelen's amber eyes glowed softly, a silent guardian witnessing the quiet, magical bloom of courage and acceptance. The air was filled with the soft chime of moon petals, the hum of night insects, the comforting crackle of Bryn's small fire pit nearby, and the deep, peaceful sigh of the forest beyond the walls. Silas leaned back, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, no longer afraid of the changing seasons, the shifting winds, or the wild magic that flowed through everything. He had discovered the greatest magic of all, the courage to grow, held safe in the gentle embrace of friendship and the enduring beauty of a world forever renewing itself. The moon rose higher, bathing the transformed garden and the quiet watchers in its serene, silver light, a perfect lullaby for a heart finally at peace. Deep within the ancient forest of Eldermere, where the moon poured its silver light like liquid through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true nature when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic as old as the stars themselves. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young fox named Kaelen ventured further than he ever had before. His russet fur was brushed with silver moonbeams, and his paws made no sound on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. He was following a trail of softly glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle blue light, their bioluminescence creating a pathway through the deepening shadows. Kaelen had heard the elders speak of the Heartwood Glade, a place where the magic of the forest gathered most strongly, where the trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Though his heart beat with a mixture of trepidation and wonder, he felt drawn forward by an invisible thread of curiosity. As he walked, the forest came alive around him. Fireflies wove patterns of gold in the air, their light mingling with the silver moonbeams filtering through the leaves. The stream that meandered through the woods babbled a soothing melody, each ripple and eddy forming words in the ancient language of water, a language that spoke of journeys to distant lands and the comfort of returning home. Kaelen paused by the stream, dipping his nose to the cool, clear water. As he drank, he heard the stones beneath the surface humming a low, resonant tune. They told of patience, of being worn smooth by time and water, of holding fast through seasons of flood and drought. The young fox felt a sense of peace wash over him, as refreshing as the water itself. But soon the path grew darker, the trees closer together. Kaelen realized he had wandered into a part of the forest where the moonlight struggled to penetrate. The glowing mushrooms had faded, and an unease settled in his chest. The gentle rustle of leaves now sounded like whispers of warning, and the familiar creak of branches seemed like sighs of concern. It was then that a soft voice spoke from above, gentle as the rustle of silk. "You have journeyed far from your den, little one." Kaelen looked up to see a great horned owl perched on a moss-covered branch. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held the depth of the night sky, sprinkled with flecks of gold that seemed to capture the starlight. This was Lyra, the eldest of the nocturnal guardians, whose wisdom was as vast as the forest itself. "I was following the light," Kaelen explained, his voice barely a whisper. "I wanted to see the Heartwood glade." Lyra blinked slowly, her gaze kind. "The path to wisdom is not always illuminated, young seeker. Sometimes we must walk through shadows to appreciate the light." She extended one wing, gesturing for him to continue alongside her. "Come, the forest has lessons for those willing to listen with more than just their ears." Together they moved deeper into the woods. Lyra flew silently from tree to tree, while Kaelen followed below. As they traveled, the owl taught him how to listen to the language of the forest, how the different rustles of leaves conveyed messages, how the pitch of the wind through pine needles differed from its song through oak leaves, how the pattern of rainfall on various surfaces created a symphony of soft percussion. "Every element has its voice," Lyra explained as they paused by a particularly ancient oak. "Place your paw here against the bark." Kaelen did as instructed, and to his amazement, he felt a gentle vibration through his pads, a slow, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the forest itself. The trees' whispers filled his mind, not with words but with feelings. The joy of spring buds unfurling, the contentment of summer shade, the release of autumn leaves, the deep rest of winter dormancy. "All things move in cycles," Lyra said softly. "To everything there is a season of growth and a season of rest. Neither is more important than the other." As they continued, the forest began to change around them. The trees grew taller and broader, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral overhead. Bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated their path. Then, through a natural archway of weeping willow branches, they stepped into the Heartwood glade. Kaelen caught his breath. The clearing was circular, surrounded by ancient trees whose bark shimmered with what appeared to be embedded starlight. At the center stood a magnificent silver birch that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The air hummed with magic, and the very ground beneath his paws felt alive with energy. But as Kaelen stepped forward to approach the birch, he noticed something concerning. One side of the glorious tree appeared slightly faded, its leaves lacking the vibrant silver sheen of the others. A cluster of the glowing mushrooms at its base had dimmed to a faint pulse rather than their steady glow. "The tree is unwell," Kaelen observed, his heart sinking. Lyra alighted on a low branch nearby. "The seasons have been unkind this year. The rains came too fiercely in spring, washing away much of the nutrient-rich soil from its roots. Then the summer sun burned too hot for too long. The tree has given its energy to protect the younger saplings around it, and now it struggles to replenish itself." Kaelen looked at the weary tree, then at the vibrant forest around them. "What can be done?" "The forest knows how to heal itself," Lyra said, "but sometimes it needs assistance from those who walk its paths. Listen, what do you hear?" Kaelen closed his eyes, focusing all his attention. Beyond the obvious sounds of rustling leaves and distant owl calls, he began to discern subtler notes, the soft patter of beginning rainfall on leaves, the gurgle of a nearby spring, the faint crackle of energy from the bioluminescent plants. Then he heard it, a whisper from the stream that bordered the glade. It spoke of minerals and nourishment that flowed from the mountain peaks, of how the water could carry healing properties to where they were most needed if only something would guide it. "The stream," Kaelen said, opening his eyes. "It can help, but it needs to be directed to the tree's roots." Lyra's golden eyes gleamed with approval. Wisdom often comes when we listen to the world around us rather than only to our own thoughts. With newfound purpose, Kaelen set to work. Using his paws, he began to dig a small channel from the stream toward the silver birch. The earth was soft and fragrant, rich with the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. As he worked, other nocturnal creatures emerged from the shadows, drawn by the energy of the glade. A badger with stripes that shimmered like moonlight came to help move larger stones. Moths with wings like stained glass fluttered overhead, their gentle wing beats stirring the air. Even the fireflies gathered, forming a living chandelier that provided light for the work. As the gentle rain continued to fall, its patter on leaves creating a soothing rhythm, the stream began to flow along the new channel Kaelen had created. The water swirled around the base of the silver birch, carrying with it the minerals and nourishment from distant mountains. Almost immediately, a change began to occur. The tree's faint glow intensified, pulsing in time with the forest's heartbeat. The faded leaves regained their silver sheen, catching the moonlight like countless tiny mirrors. The mushrooms at its base brightened, their blue light becoming steady and strong. But the most miraculous transformation happened next. As the tree drew nourishment from the water, it began to release tiny, glowing seeds that floated upward like reverse snowfall. Each seed pulsed with soft light as it rose, joining the fireflies and moths in a dazzling aerial dance. When they reached the height of the canopy, the seeds burst into delicate silver sparks that drifted slowly downward, settling on every plant and creature in the glade. Where the sparks landed, new bioluminescent flowers bloomed, their petals glowing with soft hues of blue, violet, and silver. The moss covering the stones brightened to an emerald green that seemed to radiate its own light. Even the animals found their fur or feathers dusted with temporary starlight that slowly faded to a soft glow. Kaelen watched in awe as the entire glade transformed into a living tapestry of light and magic. The air itself seemed to shimmer, and the previously faint magical hum grew into a harmonious chord that resonated in his very bones. Lyra flew down to perch beside him. "You see, young one, the forest gives freely to those who understand its language. By helping one tree, you have strengthened the entire glade." Kaelen looked around at the revitalized clearing, then up at the wise owl. "But I only dug a small channel, the stream did the healing." Lyra's beak seemed to curve in what might have been a smile. "The stream contains the medicine, but direction was needed. Just as the forest provides wisdom, but we must choose to listen. Just as the seasons bring change, but we must learn to adapt." They sat in comfortable silence for a time, watching as the nocturnal creatures celebrated the renewal of the glade. The silver birch now stood radiant and strong, its branches swaying gently in a breeze that carried the scent of rain-washed forest and blooming night flowers. "Remember this night," Lyra said softly. "Remember that even in darkness there is light to be found. That rest is not idleness but preparation. That helping one part of the whole strengthens everything. And that the greatest magic often comes not from grand gestures, but from listening to the quiet voices around us." Kaelen nodded, storing each word in his heart. He realized that his journey had not really been about reaching the Heartwood Glade, but about learning to hear the forest's song and understanding his place within its eternal cycles. As the night deepened toward dawn, the creatures began to return to their homes, their temporary starlight glow fading gently. The bioluminescent plants maintained their soft radiance, ensuring the glade would never again be without light, even on the darkest nights. Lyra offered to guide Kaelen back to the familiar territory near his den. As they traveled, the young fox noticed that his understanding of the forest had changed. He could now distinguish the different whispers of trees, comprehend the babbling messages of streams, and feel the ancient patience in stones. The forest was no longer just a place he lived in. It was a living, breathing companion. When they reached the edge of his home territory, Lyra alighted on a low branch. The night wanes and dawn approaches. Time for rest, little sage. Kaelen looked up at the wise owl. Thank you for guiding me. Lyra blinked slowly. The guidance was always there in the forest itself. I merely helped you learn to listen. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with starlight and whispered wisdom. With that, the great owl took flight, disappearing silently into the pre-dawn shadows. Kaelen returned to his den, a cozy space between the roots of a grandfather oak. As he curled up on his bed of soft leaves and moss, he could still hear the gentle sounds of the waking forest, the softening rainfall, the distant stream's song, the sigh of wind through leaves. Each sound wove together into a lullaby of natural ASMR that eased him into peaceful slumber. Outside, the first hints of dawn tinted the eastern sky with shades of rose and gold. The nocturnal creatures settled into their daytime rest, while the diurnal animals began to stir. The forest prepared for its daily transformation, just as it had for countless seasons before and would for countless seasons to come. And deep in his dreams, Kaelen wandered through starlit clearings where trees shared ancient stories, streams offered refreshing wisdom, and stones hummed melodies of patience and persistence. He understood now that magic wasn't something rare or distant. It was present in every leaf, every drop of water, every breath of wind. It was the interconnectedness of all things, the cyclical dance of rest and renewal, the quiet language of nature that awaited only listening ears and willing hearts. The ancient forest of Eldermere continued its eternal rhythms, now with one more creature who understood its secret language, one more guardian who would listen to its whispers and help when needed. And in the heart of the woods, the heartwood glade pulsed with renewed energy, its silver birch standing tall and radiant, a testament to the power of listening, helping, and the magic that blossoms when creatures great and small work in harmony with the natural world. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between ancient oaks and silver-barked birches, lay the village of Elderwood Hollow. Here, cobblestone streets wound like ribbons between cottages with thatched roofs, each window glowing with the warm light of lanterns. Wind chimes made of seashells and polished stones sang soft melodies in the evening breeze, and the gentle patter of rain on leaves was as familiar as a lullaby. At the center of the village stood a great clock tower, its chimes marking the hours with a deep, resonant tone that seemed to hug the village in a blanket of time. The people of Elderwood Hollow were a gentle folk, known for their kindness and their love of stories. They tended glowing gardens where flowers hummed when the moon rose and trees that shed leaves like falling stars. But lately, something peculiar had begun to happen, something that set the village whispering behind closed doors. Every night, just as the clock tower struck 10, a single star would vanish from the sky. It began subtly. Old Finn, who loved to stargaze from his rocking chair on the porch, was the first to notice. "The swan is missing a wing tip," he murmured one evening, pointing a gnarled finger at the heavens. Then young Lyra, who spent her evenings sketching constellations on parchment, realized the crown had lost its central jewel. Night after night, another star winked out, leaving behind a tiny void in the tapestry of the night. The village was not frightened, but deeply intrigued. Where were the stars going? And why? In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of cinnamon and baking bread always lingered, lived a young baker named Rowan. Rowan had a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way honey drizzled just so on a scone, or how the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds. She was known for her empathy, often leaving baskets of warm muffins on the doorsteps of those who seemed sad or lonely. One evening, as Rowan was closing her bakery, she overheard two children singing an old nursery rhyme near the clock tower. "When the clock strikes 10, hold your breath and count again, for a star may slip from the sky so deep, where the silver river does not sleep. Find the map the moonbeams keep, and mind the guardian who does not weep." Rowan paused, her flower-dusted hands stilling. She had heard the rhyme before, sung by generations of village children, but never thought much of it. Now, with the stars disappearing exactly at 10 o'clock, the words seemed to shimmer with hidden meaning. That night, as the clock tower began its deep, resonant count to 10, Rowan stepped into her garden and watched the sky. True to the rhyme, as the final chime faded into the night, a tiny star from the constellation of the Lyra flickered and vanished. A soft sigh seemed to ripple through the woods. Determined to solve the mystery, Rowan decided to seek the map the moonbeams keep. She recalled an old tale about a pool in the heart of the woods where moonbeams gathered on windless nights, painting liquid silver on the water's surface. Perhaps there a clue could be found. The next evening, armed with a lantern and a basket of gingerbread cookies, for courage and for sharing, Rowan ventured into the whispering woods. The trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling secrets. Fireflies blinked like earthbound stars, and the distant sound of the Silver River, which flowed backward every full moon, hummed a gentle tune. After a time she found the pool, its surface so still it looked like a mirror to another world. As the moon rose, beams of light drifted down, settling on the water until it glowed. And there on the shimmering surface, patterns emerged, not a map of places, but of stars swirling and shifting as if drawn by an invisible hand. Rowan knelt, studying the patterns. They resembled the missing constellations, but with lines connecting them in ways she had never seen. In the center of the pool, the stars formed a shape like a key. As she reached out, her fingertips barely brushing the water, the image dissolved, and the moonbeams scattered. Puzzled but hopeful, she made her way back to the village, the clock tower chiming midnight as she arrived. The next day, Rowan shared her discovery with the villagers. Some were skeptical, others were eager to help. Old Finn suggested the pattern might relate to the clock tower's ancient design, which was rumored to have been built with celestial alignments in mind. A young painter named Kaelen thought the key shape might represent the old iron key that unlocked the tower's topmost room, a place no one had entered in decades. This seemed a promising light, and soon the whole village was abuzz with theories. But when Rowan and Kaelen climbed the tower stairs and unlocked the dusty room, they found not answers, but a delightful red herring. Hundreds of tiny, star-shaped cookies, made from a forgotten recipe, hidden away by a long-ago baker who believed they brought sweet dreams. The village celebrated with a spontaneous tea party, sharing the rediscovered treats and laughing at the unexpected turn. Yet the stars continued to disappear. Rowan, though disappointed, did not lose heart. She returned to the nursery rhyme, pondering the line, "Mind the guardian who does not weep." Who or what was the guardian? And why did it not weep? That evening, as rain began to fall, a soft, whispering rain that tapped on roofs like gentle fingers, Rowan noticed something odd. Near the edge of the village, where the Silver River curved close to the woods, stood an ancient stone statue of an owl. It was known as the guardian of the glen, and moss clung to its weathered features. Village legend said it had been carved to protect Elderwood Hollow from sorrow, and thus it never wept, even in the rain. Rowan approached the statue, her lantern casting a warm circle of light. There, tucked into a crevice beneath the owl's wing, she found a small, rolled parchment. With careful hands, she unrolled it. It was a star chart, beautifully illustrated, with tiny notes in elegant script. One note beside the lyre read, "When harmony fades, a star must fall to restore the balance." Suddenly, the pieces began to fit together. The stars were not being stolen, they were being given. But why? Following the chart, Rowan saw that the missing stars corresponded to places in the village where sadness had recently lingered: the garden of old Mrs. Nettle, who had lost her songbird; the workshop of Elias the woodcarver, who had been too ill to create; the little bridge where children no longer played because a plank was loose. That night, as the clock struck 10, Rowan stood by the Silver River and watched. Instead of a star vanishing, she saw a tiny light drift down from the sky like a feather, settling into the waters of the river, which glowed briefly before returning to its gentle flow. She understood then. The stars were falling to mend places where joy had faded, sinking into the earth or water to restore warmth and light. But the balance was off, too much sadness had gathered, and the stars were leaving the sky too quickly. The next morning, Rowan gathered the villagers in the square near the clock tower. She explained her discovery, her voice gentle but firm. "The stars are trying to help us," she said, "but they cannot do it alone. We must restore the harmony ourselves." Inspired, the village set to work. Children repaired the bridge with help from Elias, who felt well enough to offer guidance. They sang songs with Mrs. Nettle, filling her garden with music again. Rowan baked special Starlight cookies, shaped like the missing stars, and shared them with everyone, weaving warmth back into the heart of the village. That evening, as the clock tower chimed 10, the villagers gathered together, holding hands and looking up at the sky. But this time no star vanished. Instead, one by one, the missing stars reappeared, burning a little brighter than before, as if filled with the village's renewed joy. And from that night on, the people of Elderwood Hollow remembered that even the smallest act of kindness could keep the stars in their sky. The gentle rain continued to fall, the wind chimes sang, and the clock tower chimed the hours, each one a reminder that they were a community, bound by empathy and wonder. Rowan smiled, her heart as warm as the lantern light in her cottage window. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the constellations shone down, bright and whole, weaving dreams of harmony and hope for all who lay beneath them. The firelight dances on the hearthstones, casting long, flickering shadows that seem to sway in time with the gentle tick-tock of the old grandfather clock in the corner. Outside the snug cottage window, nestled deep within the whispering woods of Willowbrook, a soft rain patters against the glass like tiny, tapping fingers. Somewhere in the distance, the deep, resonant chime of the village clock tower sounds the hour, its melody mingling with the delicate ting-ailing of wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Maple's porch. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to Willowbrook, where a peculiar mystery has unfurled like a strange, new blossom. For 3 nights running, the stars over Willowbrook Meadow have begun to vanish. Not all at once, mind you, and not permanently. But as twilight deepened into true night, certain stars, always the brightest ones clustered near the constellation known as the Silver Teapot, would simply wink out. By dawn they'd be back, sparkling innocently as if nothing had happened. The villagers whispered, not with fear, but with a deep, shared curiosity. Old Man Hemlock swore his prize-winning moonflowers, usually a pale, luminous silver, had started shimmering with flecks of deep blue where the starlight touched them. Young Pip reported hearing faint, melancholic humming just before the stars disappeared, a sound like wind through distant, hollow reeds. Our protagonist is Fern, a quiet girl with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a remarkable talent for noticing things others overlooked. She spent her days sketching wildflowers in her notebook or listening to the stories spun by the village elders, especially the nursery rhymes Granny Willow hummed while knitting by the fire. Fern felt a tug in her heart at the thought of the missing stars. It felt less like a theft and more like a sadness hanging over the meadow. On the 4th evening, as the first brave stars pricked the velvet sky, Fern settled on her favorite mossy rock at the meadow's edge. She had her notebook, a small jar of fireflies, released at dawn, of course, and Granny Willow's rhymes circling in her mind. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might, guide the lost back to the light. Silver teapot pouring grace. Find the path to time and space. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. As Fern watched, the familiar cluster near the silver teapot began to dim, one by one. And there it was, that faint, sorrowful humming, drifting on the cool night breeze that carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. It seemed to come not from the sky, but from within the meadow itself, near the ancient, gnarled sentinel oak. The next morning, Fern sought out the village's oldest map, kept in the dusty archives beneath the clock tower. It showed Willowbrook as it was centuries ago, marked with symbols long forgotten. Near the sentinel oak, the map depicted not just the tree, but a swirling symbol like a spiral galaxy, labeled in faint ink. Luminous pool reflecting sky. Fern had always known the small, clear spring beneath the oak, but never heard it called that. Excitement bubbled within her. Could the pool be reflecting the stars? And if the reflection vanished, did the real stars follow? But why? She shared her discovery with her best friend, Rowan, a boy whose pockets were always full of interesting pebbles, and whose laughter was as bright as sunshine. Maybe something's blocking the reflection, Rowan suggested. Like a giant frog. Their first investigation led them to the spring. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky perfectly. But nestled amongst the roots of the sentinel oak, Fern found something odd. A single, perfect feather, shimmering with iridescent blues and purples, unlike any bird in Willowbrook. A red herring. Or a clue. They took it to the village's resident tinkerer, Miss Thimble, who lived in the windmill atop Breezy Hill. Miss Thimble, surrounded by whirring gears and singing clockwork birds, examined the feather under a magnifying glass. Oh-ho, moon moth silk woven right in, rare indeed, but, she frowned, moon moths are solitary creatures, night flyers, they don't hum. The windmill visit, while a delightful detour watching Miss Thimble's miniature clockwork orchestra play a waltz, seemed a dead end. The feather was beautiful, but not the source of the humming or the vanishing stars. Disappointed but not deterred, Fern and Rowan returned to the meadow that night. Fern focused on the humming, closing her eyes and letting it guide her. It seemed strongest near the sentinel oak, but lower, closer to the ground, near the roots where the spring bubbled forth. Then Fern remembered the second part of Granny Willow's rhyme. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. She looked down. In the soft light of her firefly jar, she saw it fine, almost invisible strands of silvery thread, glistening with dew, leading from the base of the oak and disappearing into a small crevice between two large roots, right beside the spring. It looked like cobwebs, but felt strangely warm to the touch, and hummed faintly with the same melody. Rowan, Fern whispered, her voice filled with awe, I think the weaver isn't a person. It's something making this thread. Carefully, gently, Fern cleared away some moss and loose earth from the crevice. Peering inside, her firefly light revealed not an insect, but a small, luminous creature curled up. It resembled a plump, furry badger, but its coat was the deep blue of the midnight sky, dusted with tiny, glowing points of light like captured stars. Large, liquid eyes blinked slowly, filled with profound sadness. From its paws trailed the shimmering silver threads, stretching up towards the pool's surface. The creature gave a soft, melancholic hum. It's weaving starlight, Fern breathed. It's pulling the starlight down into its threads, and that's why the reflection vanishes, and maybe the real stars too, for a little while. She recalled the map's label, Lumina's pool reflecting sky. The pool wasn't just reflecting, it was connected. But why was the little star badger, whom Fern instinctively called a Lumina, so sad? Why weave the starlight away? Fern remembered the rhyme again. Leads you from your lonely bed, empathy washed over her. You're lonely, aren't you? She murmured softly, not reaching in, but simply sitting beside the crevice. Is that why you weave the stars, to have some light down here, to call for company? The Lumina blinked, its luminous eyes fixed on Fern. It gave a soft, questioning warble. Fern had an idea. She explained it to Rowan, and together they raced back to the village, just as dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender. They gathered the villagers not with alarm, but with quiet excitement. They told them about the lonely Lumina, the weaver of Starlight, who lived beneath the sentinel oak and whose sadness dimmed the stars. They spoke not of a problem, but of a shy neighbor needing friendship. That evening, as twilight fell and the gentle rain returned, whispering secrets to the leaves, the entire village of Willowbrook quietly gathered around the sentinel oak. They didn't crowd the crevice, they sat a respectful distance away on blankets. Granny Willow began humming the old nursery rhyme softly. Miss Thimble brought a tiny, wind-up music box that played a gentle lullaby. Old Man Hemlock brought a basket of his now blue-flecked moonflower petals, scattering them softly near the spring. Pip held a lantern covered in blue glass, casting a soft, star-like glow. Others brought warm cider and honey cakes, sharing them quietly. Fern sat closest to the crevice. "See," she whispered to the Lumina. "You're not alone, Willowbrook is here." Slowly, tentatively, the Lumina emerged. Its star-dusted fur shimmered in the combined light of the fireflies, the blue lantern, and the moonflowers. It looked around at the circle of kind, expectant faces, illuminated by the soft, warm glow of lanterns and friendship. The sorrowful humming ceased. Instead, a soft, contented purr vibrated from its tiny chest. It looked up at the sky. The silver teapot constellation shone brightly, every star present and accounted for, reflecting perfectly in Lumina's pool, clear and undisturbed. The Lumina didn't weave the stars away that night. Instead, it sat by the pool, its luminous fur blending with the reflected starlight, seemingly content just to be near the gentle murmur of voices, the soft chime of the music box, the comforting tick-tock of the distant clock tower echoing through the damp air, and the rhythmic patter of rain on the broad oak leaves above. The villagers stayed, sharing stories under the restored canopy of stars, the meadow filled with a warm, shared silence punctuated by soft laughter and the crackle of a small, contained bonfire. From then on, the stars over Willowbrook shone, uninterrupted. But every full moon, the villagers gather by the sentinel oak. They bring lanterns, share stories, sing softly, and simply be present. The Lumina often joins them, sitting peacefully by its pool, its fur glowing with contentment. Sometimes it weaves delicate patterns of light on the water's surface, not pulling stars down, but creating new, tiny constellations of its own, fleeting gifts of beauty for its friends. The moonflowers bloom brighter than ever, now streaked with vibrant blues and silvers, and the faint humming that sometimes drifts on the night breeze is no longer melancholic, but a gentle, happy thrum, harmonizing with the wind chimes and the ever-present tick-tock of the old clock, a soothing lullaby for a village that learned that even the smallest light and the loneliest heart flourishes in the warmth of community. And as the firelight here softly dims, may you too feel the gentle glow of friendship and the comforting presence of all your own stars, shining brightly overhead. Sleep peacefully. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of Whispering Woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into Whispering Woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. Blasted thing. Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than Old Man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. Oh. Pip blinked, startled. Well, aren't you a useful sort, thank you, little sapling. He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you? Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. It feels like everything's slipping away, Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong. Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots. He hopped onto Milo's knee. Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside. Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. What do I do? He asked, his voice small. Find Hazel, Pip declared, whiskers twitching. She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on. And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. Ah, she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder, and the worry etched on the boy's face. The oak keeper and his acorn heart, come in, the kettle's just singing. Inside, the cottage was pure comfort, shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. Whispering oaks, Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart. She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon. Milo stared at the acorn. But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling. Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun? She leaned forward. Instead of fearing the fall, Milo learned to trust the ground that catches you, trust the friends who walk beside you, trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet. Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small, new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, trust the ground that catches you. He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. "It's okay," Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. "It's just a storm, it's just change. You're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow." He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. "See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine." Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. In a quiet little house at the end of a cobblestone lane, where the scent of old books and cinnamon always lingered in the air, there lived a young girl who often felt that her world was just a little too small. Her name was Lily, and though she loved her home dearly, she sometimes wished for something extraordinary. One rainy afternoon, when the sky was the color of a well-loved gray blanket and the sound of droplets played a soft, rhythmic melody against the window panes, Lily found herself wandering up to the attic. The stairs creaked gently beneath her feet, a familiar, comforting sound, like an old friend greeting her. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten things, dusty trunks, stacks of yellowed letters, and boxes filled with memories waiting to be rediscovered. As she brushed a cobweb from an old wooden chest, her fingers traced the carvings on its lid, swirls and stars that seemed to tell a story of their own. With a soft click, the latch gave way, and the lid creaked open. Inside, nestled among faded linens and bundles of dried lavender, was a small, tarnished compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle quivered and spun as if alive, and around its edge were inscribed the words, "Follow where the heart leads." Lily's breath caught. She lifted the compass, its metal cool against her palm, and as she did, the needle stilled, pointing not toward any window or door, but toward the far corner of the attic, where an old, moth-eaten tapestry hung. Curious, she approached, and as she drew nearer, the needle began to glow with a soft, golden light. With a gentle push, the tapestry swung aside, revealing a small, hidden door she had never noticed before. It was just large enough for her to slip through. Heart-pounding not with fear, but with wonder, she turned the brass knob and stepped into a space that shouldn't have existed. Instead of the musty darkness of the attic's eaves, she found herself in a cozy, circular room lined with bookshelves that reached toward a domed ceiling painted with constellations. A fireplace crackled merrily in one corner, though no firewood lay within it, and the flames seemed to dance to some silent, joyful tune. And there, curled in a plush armchair by the fire, was a large, ginger cat. It blinked slowly at her, its eyes the color of amber, and a rumbling purr filled the room like the sound of a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Welcome, traveler," the cat said, its voice a warm, velvety murmur. "I am Ember. You found the heart's compass, I see." Lily stared, too astonished to speak. "Don't be alarmed," Ember purred, stretching lazily. "This is the Chamber of Whispers. It appears to those who are ready to listen, to themselves and to others." The compass in Lily's hand glowed brighter, and its needle now pointed toward a large, leather-bound book on a nearby table. Ember nudged it with his paw. "That," he said, "is the Book of Lost Courage. It has been waiting for you." Lily opened the book. Its pages were blank. "It won't show you anything until you're ready to face what holds you back," Ember explained. "The compass has brought you here because you seek something, not out there, but in here." He tapped a paw gently over his heart. Just then a soft, tinkling sound filled the air, like distant wind chimes. From behind a bookshelf stepped a small, round woman with spectacles perched on the tip of her nose, and a smile that seemed to light up the room. She carried a tray with a steaming teapot and 2 cups. "Ah, visitor, I am Lyra, the keeper of this chamber," she said, her voice like the rustle of pages turning. "I thought you might like some peppermint tea. It's excellent for calming nerves and stirring courage." As Lily sipped the warm, fragrant tea, she found herself telling them about her quiet fears, how she longed to speak up in class, to make new friends, to explore beyond her garden gate, but something always held her back, a whisper of doubt that grew louder in the silence. Lyra listened intently, her eyes kind. "Courage, my dear, is not the absence of fear," she said. "It is the choice to take one small step forward even when you are afraid, and you have already taken the first step by coming here." The compass glowed again, and its needle shifted, pointing now toward a small, ornate key hanging on a hook beside the fireplace. "Ah," said Ember, leaping down from his chair. "That key unlocks the next part of your journey, but be warned, the path ahead may feel dark and you must face it alone. We cannot go with you." Lily's heart fluttered, but she took the key. As she did, a door she hadn't noticed before appeared in the wall, a door of dark, polished wood with a keyhole shaped like a star. With a deep breath, she inserted the key. It turned with a satisfying click, and the door swung open to reveal not another room, but a pathway through a forest under a twilight sky. The trees were tall and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted softly. "Remember," Lyra said gently, "the greatest journeys are measured not in miles, but in moments of bravery. Listen to your heart, it will guide you." Lily stepped through the door, and it closed behind her. The forest was dim, but not frightening. The path was soft with moss, and fireflies drifted like living stars among the trees. She walked for what felt like both moments and ages, the compass warm in her hand, its needle glowing steadily ahead. Soon she came to a clearing where a small stone well stood, its rim worn smooth by time. From within the well came a sound, a soft, hesitant crying. Peering over the edge, Lily saw not water, but shadows shifting and swirling. And there, trapped within them, was a faint, shimmering light that pulsed like a heartbeat. She knew without knowing how that this was the source of the fear that sometimes gripped her, the doubt that kept her voice small and her world narrow. "Hello," she called softly. The crying stopped. "Who's there?" a small voice echoed from below. "It's me," Lily said. I think I'm here to help." The light flickered. "I'm afraid," it whispered. "It's so dark down here." Lily's own fear rose in her throat, but she pushed it down. Kindness, she remembered, not force. "Would you like me to keep you company?" she asked. For a long moment there was silence. Then, "Yes, please." So Lily sat by the well, and she began to talk. She talked about her home, her books, the way rain sounded on the roof, the taste of warm bread with honey. She talked about the friends she wished she had, the stories she longed to tell. And as she spoke, the light in the well grew brighter, and the shadows seemed to retreat. When she paused, the voice from below said, "Tell me about the stars." So Lily looked up at the emerging stars in the twilight sky and described them. How they glittered like diamonds scattered on velvet, how some seemed to wink as if sharing a secret. "You make it sound beautiful," the voice said, and now it sounded closer, warmer. "It is beautiful," Lily replied. "And so are you. You don't have to be afraid." There was a soft, sighing sound, and then the light rose from the well, not bursting forth, but drifting up like a dandelion seed on the breeze. It hovered before her, a gentle golden radiance that felt familiar and dear. "Thank you," it whispered. "I was so lonely." Then it floated toward her and settled over her heart, filling her with a warmth that spread through her entire being. She felt lighter, braver. The path back through the forest seemed shorter this time, and when she reached the door, it opened easily. Ember and Lyra were waiting, their faces lit with smiles. "You did it," Lyra said, her eyes sparkling. "You faced the darkness with kindness, and you brought your courage home." The book of lost courage now lay open on the table, and on its pages were written, in glowing ink, the story of what had just happened. The tale of a girl who learned that courage is found not by avoiding fear, but by meeting it with an open heart. Lily picked up the compass. Its needle now pointed steadily toward the door leading back to her attic. She knew it was time to return. "Will I see you again?" she asked. Ember purred. "Whenever you need to remember your courage, just listen. We are always here, in the whispers of your heart." With a final, grateful smile, Lily stepped back through the hidden door into the attic. The tapestry swung shut behind her, and when she turned to look, it appeared just as ordinary as before. But the compass remained in her hand, its glow fading to a soft, warm hum. That night, as she lay in bed, the sound of rain gentle against the window, she felt different. The world outside might still be large and sometimes intimidating, but her heart felt wider, brighter. She knew now that adventure wasn't about how far she traveled, but how deeply she listened, to others and to herself. And somewhere in the quiet of the night, she thought she heard the distant chime of bells, the rustle of pages turning, and the contented purr of a ginger cat, all blending into a lullaby of courage and comfort, reminding her that even the smallest heart could hold the greatest bravery. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer grain, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly, it was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother of pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call. Fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen, that is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. Will you come? The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. I will. Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the Glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed. A patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls, or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. The falls, they're poisoned, Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. The sickness comes from the caverns beyond. The entrance to the whispering caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the Heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the Heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. We have to go in. Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the Heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. Listen, Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. Not just with your ears, feel the stone, feel the cavern. Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the Heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. "There's something hurting," he murmured, opening his eyes. Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water. Fern's eyes widened. The Heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns. Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the Heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. The Naiad. Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why? Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the Heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The Heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. "It's trapped by its own fear," Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the Heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. "It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore." Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten. You are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the Heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the Heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the Heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The Heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding through the heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. "You did it, Rowan, you listened." As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow-light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, Glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. "The Glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the Heartstone knew we needed." She touched the stone in his hand. "Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the Glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still." Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. "I will, Fern, thank you." He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth, and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the Glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He truly listened to the world around him, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the heartstone cool in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. his first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field it looks sad, dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. "The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm." Pip flitted nervously. "Can we sing to it, make it happy again?" Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. "Not force," Theo murmured, understanding dawning. "Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together." It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows that seem to beckon you deeper into the story. Tonight we journey to the heart of the Elderglen, an ancient forest where time moves like the slow, deep breaths of the earth itself. Here, beneath a sky thick with stars, moonlight doesn't just fall, it weaves itself into the very air, turning spiderwebs into silver lace and dewdrops into scattered diamonds. And when the world sleeps, the Elderglen truly wakes, humming with a quiet, profound magic. Our tale begins with a small, rather weary hedgehog named Fern. Fern was usually a creature of dusk and dawn, but tonight, a strange restlessness prickled beneath her spines. Sleep eluded her. Her cozy burrow, lined with fragrant dried clover and downy milkweed silk, felt strangely confining. Outside, the forest sighed a long, low sound like the earth settling. It wasn't just the wind in the pines, it was the trees themselves, murmuring in their slow, woody language. Fern knew this language, as all true dwellers of the Elderglen did. It spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden springs, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, and tonight it spoke of a subtle shift, a sigh of change carried on the cool air. Pushing aside her mossy door, Fern stepped into the silvered night. The air was crisp, tasting of frost to come and damp earth. Moonbeams thick as cream poured through the canopy, illuminating a path of moss-covered stones that gleamed like polished jade. Each step she took released the scent of crushed thyme and damp loam. Nearby, the whispering brook babbled its endless song, a constant, soothing counterpoint to the rustling leaves overhead. Its language was one of movement and connection, tales of mountain snowmelt, journeys through sun-dappled glades, and the secrets carried by minnows. Fern paused by the brook, dipping her snout to drink. The water was achingly cold and sweet. As the ripples settled, she saw reflected not just the moon, but clusters of tiny, soft green lights clinging to the undersides of broad ferns nearby. Moon moss, it was called, glowing with its own gentle bioluminescence, like captured starlight. The sight calmed her a little, but the restless feeling persisted, a quiet hum beneath her fur. "Trouble sleeping, little root tapper." The voice was deep, soft, and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It vibrated through the soles of Fern's paws. She looked up into the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, wider than 10 hedgehogs laid nose to tail. High above, 2 great luminous eyes blinked slowly. Sila's, the elder owl. He was as much a part of the forest as the bedrock beneath it, his feathers the color of tree bark and shadow, his face etched with the wisdom of countless seasons. "Sila's," Fern whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. "The trees, they sigh differently tonight, and the stones feel expectant." She placed a small paw on a large, smooth stone warmed slightly by the day's sun. It hummed faintly, a low, resonant thrum she felt rather than heard. The stone spoke the oldest language of pressure, time, and stillness. Silas tilted his great head, moonlight catching the silver edges of his feathers. "They do, little one, they speak of the great turning. The season of deep sleep draws near. The forest prepares to rest, to dream beneath the frost." He ruffled his feathers softly, the sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. "Restlessness before the quiet is natural. It is the forest gathering its breath, settling its accounts." "But why does it make me feel so adrift?" Fern asked, tracing the cool, damp moss on the stone. A gentle breeze sighed through the leaves above, a susurrus that sounded like distant, whispered secrets. "Listen, listen." "Perhaps," Silas mused, his voice a soothing rumble, "the forest senses you have not yet found your piece of the puzzle. Every creature, every leaf, every drop in the brook has a role in the turning. What small task waits for Fern?" Fern thought. She gathered seeds, she tended the moss near her burrow, she listened to the brook's stories. But Silas's words resonated. There was a feeling, a quiet pull, like the tug of the moon on the tides, drawing her deeper into the Elderglen, towards the starlight, clearing a place rarely visited, except on nights of potent magic. "Follow the moon path," Silas suggested gently, not commanding, but offering a key. "Listen to the stones. They remember the way with a soft whoosh of silent wings." He melted back into the shadows of the oak, leaving Fern with the comforting sounds of the night. The drip, drip, drip of sap from a pine, the distant plink of a water drop falling into a still pool, the soft crunch of her own paws on the frost-kissed moss. Taking a deep breath, Fern set off. She followed the broadest moonbeam, a river of silver light cutting through the trees. She paused often, placing her paw on the cool, smooth stones that marked the path. Each hummed its own unique note, a deep bass thrum from a granite boulder, a higher, crystalline chime from a piece of quartz. Together, they formed a silent melody guiding her steps. The whispering brook's voice grew fainter, replaced by the deeper sigh of older trees, ancient beeches, whose bark felt like cooled leather beneath her touch, murmuring of long summers and deep winters endured. The air grew colder, sharper, smelling of damp stone, and something else, something sweet and faintly electric. The forest grew denser, the canopy thicker, yet the moonlight seemed brighter here, concentrated. Fern pushed through a curtain of hanging moss, beads of moisture glistening like tiny moons, and gasped. The starlight clearing lived up to its name. It wasn't large, but the canopy opened completely to the vast, star-strewn sky. The Milky Way arched overhead, a river of diamond dust. But the true wonder lay below. The entire clearing floor was carpeted in luminous blue and green moss, pulsing with a soft, internal light. Giant, translucent mushrooms like frozen moonbeams glowed with a gentle white radiance, casting long, soft shadows. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Fern had seen, drifted lazily, their golden light weaving patterns in the air. It was pure, breathtaking bioluminescence, a secret heart of light held within the sleeping forest. In the very center of the clearing stood a figure Fern had only heard tales of, Elderroot, the oldest tree in the Elderglen. Not an oak or a beech, but a colossal willow. Its trunk was a tapestry of gnarled bark, silvered by moonlight and time. Its long, trailing branches, tipped with the last golden leaves of autumn, swept the glowing moss like gentle fingers. The air around it shimmered faintly, humming with an ancient, peaceful power. Fern approached slowly, awestruck. The humming of the stones was louder here, harmonizing with a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from Elderroot itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt in the bones, a slow, steady pulse like the heartbeat of the earth. "Welcome, child of the turning earth," the voice wasn't spoken. It blossomed directly in Fern's mind, warm and deep as rich soil, as comforting as the crackle of the fire you hear now. You feel the sigh of the great turning. "Yes, Elderroot," Fern whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Silas said, "I might have a piece of the puzzle." A sense of profound understanding washed over her, like sinking into warm, sun-baked earth. "Look," the voice resonated. Fern looked down at her feet, amidst the glowing moss. Nestled there, almost hidden, were clusters of tiny, perfect berries. They weren't glowing themselves, but they reflected the starlight and the bioluminescent moss with an intense, silvery sheen. Moonberries. Rare, precious, said to hold the essence of the autumn moon. They have ripened under the turning moon, Elderroot's thought flowed. Their time is now, before the deep frost seals the forest sleep. They carry the dream seeds of renewal. They must be shared, scattered where the sleepers dream, so their essence nourishes the roots of spring. Fern understood. This was the quiet task. The restlessness had been the forest's gentle nudge, the sighing trees and expectant stones its subtle directions. She carefully, reverently, began to pluck the moonberries. They were cool and smooth in her paws, smelling faintly of frost and distant stars. The clearing watched her. The glowing moss pulsed softly, the fireflies danced intricate patterns above, the ancient willow hummed its deep, grounding song. The gentle patter of a light, icy rain began, kissing the leaves high above, a soothing, rhythmic whisper adding to the symphony of the night. She gathered a small pouchful, the berries shining like captured starlight. As she worked, a profound peace settled over her, deeper than any sleep. The restlessness melted away, replaced by a warm sense of purpose, of being perfectly woven into the Elderglen's grand tapestry. She was part of the sigh, part of the turning. "Well done, little keeper," Elderroot's thought brushed her mind like a trailing willow branch. "Carry the moon's promise to the dreamers. The forest rests easier knowing its treasures are tended." Fern bowed her head, a deep feeling of gratitude filling her small chest. She turned, the pouch of moonberries held gently. The path back seemed clearer now, the stones humming a comforting, familiar tune. The rain fell a little heavier, a soft shush-shush-shush on the canopy, but beneath the trees, Fern walked in a pocket of quiet peace. She stopped by the whispering brook, scattering a few moonberries along its banks. They gleamed like fallen stars against the dark water, destined to nourish the roots of water plants dreaming below. She left some near the entrance to the rabbit warren, where deep sleepers would unknowingly breathe in their renewing essence. Finally, she placed a few precious berries near her own burrow entrance, a promise for the spring to come. Her task complete, Fern slipped back inside her cozy burrow. The scent of clover and milkweed welcomed her. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a delicious, bone-deep weariness. The forest sighs outside were no longer unsettling, but a gentle lullaby, the sigh of contentment, of settling into rest. The drip-drip-drip of rain from the eaves, the distant murmur of the brook, the deep, resonant hum of the resting earth, it was a symphony of peace. She curled into her nest, the pouch of remaining moonberries glowing softly beside her, a tiny piece of the Starlight clearing brought home. Outside, the elderglen settled deeper into its seasonal slumber. The moonberries, scattered and nestled into the earth, began their quiet work, weaving dreams of green shoots and warm sun into the fabric of the frozen months. The great turning was complete. Fern closed her eyes, her breath slowing, matching the deep, restful rhythm of the ancient forest. She drifted into sleep, not adrift, but anchored, cradled by the wisdom of owls and trees, the language of stones and streams, and the soft, luminous promise of renewal that glowed even in the deepest dark. The fire crackles softly now, mirroring the gentle pulse of the elderglen's heart, a reminder that even in stillness life dreams and prepares, ever so gently, to bloom again. Sleep well, little dreamer, sleep well. The village of Willowwood nestled in a valley where the mist lingered like sleepy thoughts each morning. Its cobbled streets wound past cottages with thatched roofs, smoke curling from chimneys, carrying the scent of pine logs and baking bread. And in the quietest corner, beneath the protective boughs of an ancient oak, lived Silas. Silas loved routine. He knew the exact creak of his garden gate, the precise angle of sunlight that warmed his favorite stone bench at noon, and the dependable cycle of the seasons that governed his beloved moonpetal flowers. Each year he nurtured the same silvery blooms in innate, unwavering rows. Change, Silas felt, was like a sudden gust of wind, unsettling, unnecessary, and best avoided. He watched the world from his tranquil garden, a comfortable island in a stream that flowed ever onward. But this spring felt different. A subtle shift hung in the air, a whisper carried on the breeze that rustled the oak leaves with a new urgency. Silas felt it in his bones, a restlessness he couldn't name. His trusted moonpetals, usually bursting forth with predictable vigor, seemed hesitant, their buds tightly furled long past their usual time. He knelt in the soft earth, tracing a cool, unopened bud with a calloused finger. "What troubles you, old friends?" he murmured, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. Was it him? Had he changed somehow? One mist-drenched morning, Silas found a small parcel tied with twine resting on his garden bench. It bore no name, only a pressed oak leaf. Inside, nestled in moss, lay a single seed unlike any he'd ever seen. It was the color of twilight, shimmering faintly with an inner light, cool and smooth as river stone. Curiosity warred with his ingrained caution. A new seed meant change, the unknown. He almost tucked it away in a drawer. But the shimmer seemed to pulse, a soft, gentle rhythm that echoed the disquiet in his own heart. With a sigh that felt like letting go of a long-held breath, Silas carefully planted it in a small terracotta pot near his kitchen window. The seed did nothing. Weeks passed. Silas tended his moon petals, coaxing them with familiar routines, but they remained stubbornly closed. His restlessness grew, mirroring the stillness of the mysterious seed. He felt adrift, the comfortable anchor of his routine seeming less substantial. One afternoon his neighbor Eris stopped by. Eris, whose laugh was like wind chimes and whose hands were always stained with paint or ink, embodied the very change Silas shunned. She noticed the pot on the sill. "Ooh, what's this, Silas?" Eris leaned in, her bright eyes catching the seed's faint shimmer. "It feels alive, like it's waiting." "Waiting for what?" Silas grumbled, wiping soil from his hands. "It refuses to grow, just like the moon petals. Perhaps the garden knows something I don't." He hadn't meant to voice the fear aloud. Eris touched his arm gently. "Maybe it's not refusing, Silas. Maybe it's waiting for you, for a different kind of tending." She didn't press, leaving him with a warm loaf of honey bread and the echo of her words. That night Silas sat by his small hearth, the fire crackling companionably. He stared at the dormant seed in its pot. Waiting for me. He thought of the moon petals, his own unease. The fear wasn't just about the plants, it was about himself. He felt stuck like the seed, trapped in a shell of his own making. What if he wasn't meant to tend only moon petals forever? What if there was more? The thought was terrifying, like stepping off a well-worn path into deep woods. He decided to try something different. Instead of his measured watering can, he carried the pot outside the next morning during a soft, warm rain. He placed it where the first rays of dawn would touch it. He hummed an old, half-forgotten lullaby his grandmother used to sing, his voice rough and hesitant. He spoke to the seed not about routines, but about the feeling of the rain, the scent of wet earth, the strange flutter in his own chest. He confessed his fear of the unknown, his love for the familiar, and the confusing sense that something needed to shift. The next morning, a tiny, impossibly green shoot had pierced the soil. It was no bigger than a blade of grass, but it pulsed with the same soft light as the seed. Silas gasped. It felt like a direct response, a mirror to his tentative opening. Encouraged, he continued. He experimented, placing the seedling where afternoon sun dappled through the oak leaves. He brought it inside when the nights grew too chill. He watered it not on a schedule, but when the soil felt dry. He shared his thoughts, his worries about the moon petals, his memories, his small hopes. As Silas nurtured the seedling, something shifted within him too. The rigid knot of resistance began to loosen. He found himself noticing things he'd long taken for granted, the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the different songs of birds at dawn and dusk, the way Eris's laughter lifted his spirits. He even visited Elder Thistle, the village herbalist known for her quiet wisdom and shelves overflowing with strange, fragrant plants. "The world breathes, Silas," Thistle said softly, handing him a cup of fragrant chamomile tea. Her cottage smelled of dried herbs and warm stone. "And so must we, holding too tightly to what can make us brittle. Your moon petals, perhaps they feel your own tight grip, and this new friend of yours." She gestured to the seedling, now sporting its first two delicate leaves, glowing softly on her windowsill. "It thrives on your honesty, your willingness to listen." The seedling grew steadily, its stem thickening, leaves unfurling like miniature velvet pennants. It seemed to respond to Silas's moods. On days he felt uncertain, it drooped slightly. When he felt a spark of wonder watching a butterfly, its light brightened. It was a living barometer of his inner world, a magical reflection of his own unfolding. He named it Whisper for the quiet way it communicated. Meanwhile, his moon petals remained obstinately closed. The sight pained Silas, a reminder of his perceived failure. One crisp autumn morning, he found frost had touched the outer buds. His heart sank. He sat heavily on his stone bench, the cold seeping through his clothes. He felt defeated. Perhaps he couldn't nurture growth, old or new. Eris found him there, shoulders slumped. Without a word, she sat beside him, her presence warm and solid. "Look," she said softly, pointing not to the moon petals, but to Whisper. The plant had grown tall and strong in its pot, crowned with a single, tightly furled bud that glowed with a deep, sapphire light. "It's almost ready, just like you, Silas." "Like me?" Silas asked, his voice thick. "You've changed," Eris said simply. "You listen more, you notice more, you let the world in even when it's scary. That's growth, it's beautiful." She placed a hand over his. "The moon petals might need to change too, in their own way. Maybe they need to rest differently this year. It doesn't mean you failed them." Her words were a gentle balm. Silas looked at Whisper's glowing bud, then at the frosted moon petals. He realized he had been clinging to the idea of the moon petals blooming as they always had, refusing to accept that perhaps this year their cycle was different. His fear wasn't just about change, it was about loss. But Eris was right. Resting wasn't dying. Changing wasn't disappearing. It was transforming. That evening, Silas built a small fire in the hearth. He brought Whisper's pot close. The sapphire bud trembled. He sat quietly, feeling the warmth of the fire, the cool night air at the window, the quiet thrum of his own heart, no longer fighting itself. He thought of the seedling's journey, his own small steps into the unknown, the support of Arris and Thistle. He thought of the moon petals resting beneath the frost, gathering strength for a different spring. As the village clock struck midnight, a soft chime filled the room. Whisper's bud unfurled. It wasn't a flower, but a bloom of pure, soft light sapphire blue at its heart, shifting to violet, then to a gentle silver at the edges. The light pulsed gently, filling the cottage with a cool, soothing radiance that held the peace of deep night and the promise of dawn. It didn't dazzle, it illuminated. It shone on Silas's face, reflecting the quiet wonder in his eyes, and spilled out the window, touching the frosted moon petals in the garden. Under that gentle, magical light, something miraculous happened. The frosted moon petal buds, so tightly closed for months, began to soften. Slowly, hesitantly, then with growing confidence, their silvery petals unfurled. They didn't bloom with their usual vigor, but with a deep, serene beauty, their fragrance mingling with the cool night air, a scent of acceptance and quiet strength. Silas watched, tears warm on his cheeks. The magical light from Whisper hadn't forced the moon petals. It had simply created a space of peace, a gentle reminder that growth takes many forms. His rigid fear had been the frost, and his own unfolding, mirrored by Whisper's journey, had been the gentle warmth that allowed both the new light and the old flowers to find their way. Whisper's light bloomed for one perfect hour, bathing everything in its serene glow, then slowly dimmed, leaving the fully opened moon petals shimmering under the real moonlight. The plant itself didn't wither. It settled, its leaves a deep, contented green, the spent light bloom leaving behind a single, perfect seed nestled within its center. The next morning, Willowwood awoke to the unexpected sight of Silas's moon petals blooming gloriously, albeit later than ever before, their silver petals dewed and radiant. And Silas himself seemed different. There was a stillness about him, not the stillness of resistance, but the calm of deep-rooted peace. He moved through his garden with the same care, but his eyes held a new light, reflecting the world around him with quiet joy. He tended the moon petals, appreciating their enduring beauty, and he tended Whisper, now a sturdy, glowing plant holding the promise of new beginnings in its seed. He shared the seed with Arris, who planted it in her sunniest window, and with Elder Thistle, who nodded with wise approval. He even gave one to young Finn, who had always been too shy to speak to him, and watched the boy's eyes light up with the same wonder Silas now felt. Silas learned that personal growth wasn't about becoming someone entirely new, but about unfolding into the fullness of who you already were, layer by layer, like Whisper's luminous bloom. It required listening to the whispers of your own heart, to the wisdom of friends, to the subtle rhythms of the world. Change wasn't a storm to be weathered, but a season to be lived, with its own unique beauty and necessary rests. The magic, he realized, hadn't been just in Whisper's light, but in the courage to plant the seed, to nurture it differently, and to accept the transformation within and without. Now, as the fire crackled low in his hearth, and the scent of moon petals drifted through the open window, Silas felt a profound sense of comfort. He was still the keeper of the garden, the lover of quiet routines. But his world had grown larger, softer, illuminated from within. He touched the cool, smooth seed nestled in his palm, Whisper's legacy, ready to plant it when the time felt right, knowing that every ending held a beginning, every change held a quiet magic, and the most beautiful growth often bloomed from the gentle courage to embrace the unknown. The village slept under the watchful stars, and in the cottage beneath the ancient oak, peace reigned deep and complete.